What is up, everyone? We are back. Thank you for bearing with us here as we are currently looking at the People's Champion, the future mayor of Flagstaff, Mr. Eric Senseman, and I am joined in studio here by the great Pete Mortimer. Pete, how are you doing, my friend?
Great, glad to be here. And I got up a little bit early this morning to catch some course coverage live in person. And now I'm down in the valley, sweating it up with the rest of the folk.
Yeah, we got to see you on camera a few times earlier today, and now I'll bring on the picture-in-picture so people can see you in studio now as well. He didn't forget that he had agreed to coming down to Phoenix for this, so he did show up, and yeah, we appreciate you being here. I think that you can provide a lot of like really unique insight into this while the races are inherently very different
Yeah,
this year
absolutely.
versus last year, but you've experienced something like this, which I think is just really unique.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's a totally different race. But I initially I was like, I have no interest in doing this race, and now with all the course changes, it's an entire new course, and I'm kind of jealous watching these guys. I mean, especially with the how fast it's going. I can't believe it.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. For even before this race started, there were a few course changes, right? But then with the Crooks Fire that forced the kind of the full alternate course, it became almost like an entirely different, not an entirely different race, but definitely a different course, right? Where you're on more rolling single track and fire roads for the first 50 miles as opposed to
Right.
having to climb up in the Bradshaws on a 90-degree day down in Phoenix.
Absolutely. And I was this last week or two, I was really nervous for the race in general, just because there was another fire going on in Flagstaff, the tunnel fire, which was I could see outside of my kitchen window, and had the wind been blowing in a different direction, we might not be having this race right now. So thankfully, that's pretty much contained now. But you will get to experience that wind. If you think you've already had some on during this race, be prepared when you hit 7,000 feet.
Yeah, I mean, once you get up onto the Coconino Plateau, it's almost guaranteed to be pretty windy. And then, depending what time you hit kind of Mount Eldon, you're probably going to get even more wind, I imagine, kind of up there, depending on the time of day.
I live across the street from Eldon, and we've had 30 to 40 mile an hour winds at my house. So I'm, for the runners that are going up there this year to the top of Eldon, they're going to be really happy that we've moved the aid station. I guess more of the volunteers that should be happy that we've moved the aid station down because I had provided a tent last year for the aid station, and it was completely destroyed from the wind up there. And it's not as bad as it was last year. So
Yeah, and it seems like we were getting reports that there may still be a little bit of snow up on the Sunset Trail as of maybe Sunday. Again, another few days without any sort of precipitation. Some of that snow could melt off from up there for sure.
yeah, I haven't been up there in the last week or so, but patchy at most. So
Yep.
I don't think you have to worry too much. It's going to be clear sailing. Eric's cruising down here.
Yeah, definitely. He unfortunately hasn't dropped Jamil like I had predicted. So Jamil's fitness and his maybe physical acumen is getting him through here. So he's exceeded my expectations, and Eric's still moving pretty strong, even though the temps aren't super hot down in Jerome right now. I imagine that it still feels pretty warm, especially when you come from 7,500 feet up on Mingus, and then you drop down to where temperatures are in the upper 70s. It's not as hot as last year, where you had stretches in the mid 80s, but that temperature change probably doesn't feel super great.
Yeah, it's exposure is everything. For the AZ locals, it's going to be a little bit easier. It's just like a nice spring day. But as you get down to Clarkdale, Cottonwood, they sit around 3,000 feet. So they are generally about only 10 degrees cooler than Phoenix. So it was about 90 degrees when I walked in the studio. So it's definitely going to be in the 80s down there. And the Verde Valley, obviously Green Valley, is holds on to a lot more moisture, hence the river, and so you might get a little bit of humidity, which us living in Arizona always complain when it's like 10% humidity and talk to someone from Florida, you know?
Yeah, no, most definitely. And that's one of the things that's maybe a little bit unique this year, just given the reroute and how the course is playing out, is the leaders this year are going to be kind of hitting that Sedona section during the day and
Hmm.
during the afternoon, whereas um, as we lose that feed from Jamil, we'll send it back to Mingus Camp here. Um, whereas last year, like Versteeg hit Sedona like pretty late at night, and I imagine that the rest of the leaders probably hit Sedona kind of at night slash early morning there, and weren't necessarily going through that section during the day, but you did have the old route out of Sedona
Hmm.
in the daylight, which was I imagine was pretty rough.
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite. I Sedona is beautiful. I think the course reroute is going to be a lot better. Plus, you get an additional river crossing, which again in Arizona is huge. And it'll take you up over, which is I find actually funny. We got rid of the old Kasner Mountain, but now we're doing Kasner Canyon. It's just on the other side of Sedona, and it's actually a really nice trail that leads up, and you get some great sweeping overlooks of the Hangover Trail leading you up to Schnebly Road, and then finally up towards Munns Park.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit more scenic
Mhm.
of a route out of Sedona versus kind of that Jeep road
There's
that
Henry coming
the
up.
great Henry Ward.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it is beautifully and a lot more scenic. Also, I think it gets you into the pines a little bit faster. The the old Kasner Mountain was severely burned, and he's just there needs to be a palm tree behind his
this
head.
is what happens though to everyone viewing when you have a celebrity and the only person
Where
to
is he?
ever finish the Cocodona 250 in second place. You know,
uh, I love Henry. He's a great guy. He's got some
he's
of the best
incredible.
palm tree headshots I've ever seen.
An author as well.
That's right.
He has a book.
Esteemed author. Don't forget.
Esteemed author, yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think it's going to be a great route for them out of Sedona. A lot less exposure, and once they hit the Coconino Plateau, there'll be plenty more shade. I think for the runners getting them through.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that obviously the first, 50K of this course much easier than the first 50K of the original course or the original course that was planned this year as well.
Yeah.
But I think that can kind of present its own unique set of issues, right? And so I wonder how many people maybe went out a little bit too hard and are paying the price for that, given that it is such a long race. It's easy to, kind of beat up the legs maybe a little bit when you have all this runnable stuff, especially when you've trained for something that's a little bit different.
Absolutely. I couldn't believe how fast everyone went out yesterday. Watching some of the video footage and some of the splits they were dropping, it was really remarkable. But again, you don't have that enormous climb at the start. It's very runnable. A lot of these fire roads, and I was talking with Jeff Browning about it last night. We were talking about McKnight, and I was watching him on the live stream, and I think part of the reason he was suffering a little bit might have been that he is just not used to such a runnable 200 plus mile race. Most of the races he's done has 40K plus of vert. You can pound off so many miles so fast, and adding the heat on top of that, that could have affected him, his stomach. But he seems to have. Well, I don't know what the latest is, but he
He,
was pulling
it looked
everything
like
together.
he'd rebounded. Our live tracker is being a little funny. So his tracker currently is showing him as a DNF. However, we saw him just maybe a mile prior to the Verde River crossing and he looked really good, was in good spirits, and wouldn't have had enough time to get to an aid station to drop. So it could have been even someone maybe plugging in the wrong number. Maybe they meant to DNF number 28 and they DNF bib number 2 on accident. Something that's correctable. And I don't want to accuse anyone of that, obviously, but something clearly happened because I don't think he would have had enough time to have gotten anywhere to DNF.
Yeah. Well,
and he was looking really strong at the moment.
Yeah. He looked like from what I was following earlier, he looked like he rebounded and he started picking up steam in typical McKnight fashion. So.
Yeah, he's looking really good, and then. I mean, Joe McConaughey is.
Oh, he looked amazing this morning.
Which is, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not super surprised, right? Just given his like unique skill sets, right? Like he has all of this experience with like through hiking FKTs and multi-day adventure type stuff, and then he's also run like 14:0 something at Javelina, so he's got like a fast 100-mile. He's got fast 100-milers under his belt as well. Just podiumed, I think, at Gorge Waterfalls as well. But for this to be his first 200-plus mile race, and for him to just like kind of go out like that has been pretty cool to see. Hasn't slept yet, so eventually that will probably happen. And so we'll kind of see how that pans out. But I would imagine that his sleep strategy, just given his experience on like long trail efforts, is probably pretty dialed.
Yes. I feel the through hikers, FKT guys they're just a different type of runner from the people that do these, the just ultra races, and they're not used to doing the multi-day over the hikes, and the loss of sleep thing and how efficient he moves is pretty remarkable. So I'm excited to see what he can do. I really think it could be a 60-hour sub 60 year for him if he keeps moving at the pace he's going.
Yeah, I mean he's flying. I think he was at the halfway point at just over 25 hours.
Yeah,
like between 25 and 26 hours. So
he was running backwards downhill this morning.
we saw that,
saving his quad. So I mean, I'll do that on the flats, but I'm a little nervous. Well, especially with the technical trail in Arizona. It's luckily we were on a nice, easy fire road, but oh man,
he's got to save the legs so that he can get down from Eldon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that is unique to Joe when you compare Joe to someone like Jeff Garmeyer, who also has a ton of through hiking experience. Jeff doesn't necessarily come from like a running background. Like Joe ran, I believe, at Boston College, was a fast miler. I looked it up yesterday during the live stream, or maybe it was this morning. I think he ran 4:12 in the mile. So he has like this running background in addition to this, whereas someone like Jeff has this through hiking background, but is still maybe like learning kind of how to become a runner. And so that's one of the things that I think makes them, they're both very unique, but makes them a little bit different as well, as Joe is like a crazy talented runner in addition to having this like through hiker mentality or experience. Whereas Jeff's just here for the good time. He's going to wear tiger print outfits or all sorts of cat prints, apparently. He's expanding the brand.
I really appreciate how cavalier Jeff is. I've got to hang out with him and run with him a few times. Actually, the first time I met him was at the Barkley Marathons when I was having my panic attack at 2 in the morning because I had forgotten my bib, and he was right in front of me, and he started having a panic attack for me, which I didn't know him at the time, but later that year, we went on a trail run with Jamil, scouting for Cocodona last year, and met him in the parking lot. He's like, "Do you remember when you were having that panic attack?" And I'm like, "That's how we met." So
he was literally telling me that story at the expo, how you were freaking out because you forgot your bib, and he was like, "I don't know what you should do.
Yeah.
I'm new here too."
Yeah. It was a cluster, but
oh man,
happy to see him out there in his leopard print, tiger print, and tearing it up.
Deb in the chat here, she was just out at Deer Pass aid station. It was 86 degrees there, so maybe it's warmer than I thought. I haven't looked, I don't think, at that area, I've looked just at Sedona, and it looked like the high was going to be around 80.
Yeah.
But when you're out in that like super exposed, kind of desolate area, it's a lot different than being in kind of in Sedona.
Yeah, Sedona's about another 1,000 feet higher too. So I think Comwood. I work down there, and it's a hot box. It's just a giant basin between the high point of Prescott and Flagstaff. So they're gonna feel it today.
And so if you were just tuning in, we are catching runners as they're coming in to Mingus Mountain aid station here. And that aid station is at about 100. No, it's at about 91 miles this year. It looks like we've got bib 96 here. Which is Carol Northrup. Oh, and there we got the close-up. See, the filmers know.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
know. Get it nice and
Help
crisp.
us in the studio.
Get a nice crisp shot for the bozos in the studio.
Yeah, I was at Mingus this morning. The first thing I asked for was a hot dog because that's what I had at the aid station last year. Two of them actually, and it was the first thing I was able to eat during the race. Jubilee changed it up this year, so we've got lasagna on deck. I took a little peek, and it looked amazing. So I hope these runners are enjoying it. And thanks, Jubes, for volunteering and helping out as always.
And they have the live stream on up there, so if Jubilee is still working, she may be she may be having a nap. She may be working. She may be cooking.
Cutting bananas.
Yeah, maybe. She's a person of many talents.
That's right. A lot of love for the Goldberg.
Oh man, yeah,
No
I forgot that you've been in the chat, so I'm sure you've noticed it. But he has a very loyal fan club. It might rival the Jose Sosa fan club from last year. I think Jose Sosa might have had them in numbers, like number of people, but the Goldberg fans coming with the all caps.
That's right.
They're very energetic. They're very enthusiastic.
I saw his crew at the Jerome aid station earlier. So
Goldberg, the fan favorite. I think it's just Michael and Damien in the chat who are like, oh, and Alex. Maybe it's more than that. Keith Tattersall wanting a shout out for John Kelly in the chat.
Yeah, the Wainwrights.
Yeah.
No easy feat. I know I've been following him for quite some time, and I don't know if I have enough time to even tackle that. Holy cow, that is just, that's another level out there.
Yeah, and you're from the UK?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yep. I lived there for, first few years of my life. Until I was around 8 or 9, and then moved to the States, lived in the States for a few years, and then back to Europe. I graduated in Italy and then came back to the States when I was 18. So I'm kind of just, I've gotten around.
Been everywhere.
Yeah, but I wasn't a runner over there, so I'm learning to appreciate all those trails now each time I go back.
Looks like Dan may have. Is that a runner? That hat made it look like Sean Nakamura, but he may have already been through.
Yeah, it looks like him. Yeah, it looks like him.
Yeah, that looked like his. I just recognized the pink hat.
Yeah. Mr. Run Streak himself.
Yep, I appreciate Sean for wearing the hat so that I can identify him in the same way that Mr. Josh Locke wore the like banana yellow hooded long sleeve sun shirt for me. Made it great. So I appreciate everyone who does that just for me.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be helping out Josh hopefully tomorrow if time works out. I'll be pacing him through either from Tut Hill or Flagstaff. So hang in there, Josh. I'm coming. Who do we got here?
See if we can get a bib here. Pretty sweet tat
And
on the
beard.
bicep there. And the beard is solid for sure.
Just for a second.
Hernandez was his last name.
Jose Hernandez.
Yeah, you see? They make sure they get it in focus for us so that we aren't spending 5 minutes trying to guess
Yeah.
who we just saw. Yeah, and someone in the chat, McKnight's Instagram says it was a tracker issue,
Yeah.
which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He's being paced by Derek Lytle right now. I ran into him at Jerome this morning.
Who paced him into Jerome? Ben Light?
I didn't see. When I actually saw McKnight leave when I got to Mingus this morning. He was solo, and then Derek was waiting for him in Jerome.
Okay.
But yeah, we actually Derek and I had miscommunications this morning talking about the different mic
104.
that dropped. I don't think we need to talk about
Oh.
diversity one more time in this chat, though.
It became a drinking game, and I think some people got a little,
We can carry it over.
happy.
We got a question here.
That was Cesar Rotundo. Let's pull this up here.
Yeah.
Peter, what do you think? What do you think of the more runnable start compared to last year?
I think I'm sad that they get to miss out on all of the carnage that we experienced last year. I really am. Not the vertical or the technical or anything, just the heat in general, the Sufferfest. It was, but it's its own race. It's a different race this year. I am really fascinated by how fast it's going. I don't know of too many 200+ mile races with an elevation profile like this. Normally they are about 40K plus. I mean, it's just going up and down rolling hills. You're going to rack up the elevation. So we have a lot of flat, runnable terrain. I think that's going to take its toll today and tomorrow on some of these runners that went out a little bit too hard. Some of those little hills that they were just plowing through on the first day, they might regret it. But man, I would love to see Joe just crush a time. I think that would be amazing.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully maybe he'll want to come back next year and give the kind of, not the original course, but the updated version of the original course that was meant to happen this year.
I say we just change it every year and we'll just keep making it longer.
Well, I mean, it will be changed. It will be changed, I believe, for at least the first 3 years now, given the alternate route this year. I mean, I'd love to see him.
I'm pushing for the
Move
Cocodona 400, Jamil, if you're listening. We can start in Phoenix. That way we know we get the heat, and then we'll finish in Utah or something.
We could figure out a way to like stage the start out of headquarters here.
Yeah. Except you have to do 100 loops on the roof real quick. I think that would be great.
Speaking of the roof, our great drone pilot who is charging up everything as we see Jason Thienel there. Our great drone pilot Troy Wicks is his company. He and his company actually did the helipad for us. They were the ones that surfaced it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want Jamil to bring the helipad ultra back.
There's Tony Russ.
Tony, yeah, I love Tony's super great guy, super pleasant. I saw him coming down last year, helping out Andre, getting him to the finish. Always smiles, even when he's hurting. He's always smiling. And we had another question. I think let me go back here.
Oh, sorry.
So much Goldberg support
I know.
here. Is a McKnight sighting a dead horse, it looks like.
Yeah, we don't have a camera feed up at Dead Horse quite yet. I think we We'll be getting one here in the next maybe couple of hours. So for some of those upper mid pack folks, we'll have someone at Dead Horse by then. But unfortunately, right now we don't have anything at Dead Horse. But we are working on. We should have something near the Verde River again. Whenever Troy gets everything charged up.
This tracker is back on. I wonder where we're at with Coop.
Yeah, and so again, a great run by Coop currently having a really good run as well. It looks like he's at about mile 124 and a half, a little bit over 124.6 as of 2 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
he'll be closing in on the Deer Pass aid station here, probably in about an hour. I would say he's about 6 miles, 5.5, 6 miles out. It looks like.
Yep. Yeah, you know, he did Tour de Jean last year, was it? Yeah, so this is a little less climbing for him.
Well, yeah, and especially with the reroute, given a little bit less climbing, but also a little bit less elements to deal with as well. But yeah, Coop he goes kind of under the radar because everyone knows him as like a coach extraordinaire, right?
Sure.
But he's also at these longer, hard things. He's a really stout runner at these things because he's gritty and tough and
anyone that
he
does,
puts in the work.
TDG,
Yeah.
full respects. And someone had asked earlier about if I was an Eminem fan. I like Eminem. The 8 More Miles actually comes from just kind of a quote unquote running joke my friends and I started because I got lost a lot. Still continue to make stupid decisions, but they always lead to epic times. So I just kind of ran with it, and it's not, it's just a way of saying like you got 8 more miles to go. It's not a big deal. Anyone, I think, can knock out 8 more miles. So, and we'll be up there with 8 more miles this year at the aid station at Eldon. I hope to see everyone out there. Pete's Meats will be up there. My buddy Julian, who's helping co-captain the aid station up there, he is currently smoking all of the meats. Ribs, you name it. So if you're a protein guy or gal, make sure to get up there and hit us up. So you will not be let down.
I heard rumor that you went back up. Well, I've not heard rumor. I've seen photos. You went back up after finishing last year.
Yeah, I did. I went home, took a shower, and then I went to the store, bought a ton of food, and just went up and started grilling. It was great, except for the wind, but we made the most of it. And it really is. I like giving back at these races, volunteering. I hate sitting at home watching, so I'd rather be out there, especially if it's local. I can sit there and cheer the runners on.
Looks like there is Bib 41 who just came in there. I want to say that is Todd Holmes. Yep.
From Arizona. I know a lot of these runners, as they're coming up over the Mingus climb, right as it tapers out there a couple miles from the aid station, they've got to be feeling really happy that the vertical is over. It can get quite technical going up, let alone it's not super shaded going up there. So they're going to get quite a bit of heat. Saving grace is they're moving up to 7,000 feet, so it's a little bit cooler at the top.
And I do have an update. Thank you to Miss Katie for sending that through. The one and only the People's Champion, Mr. Stan Barry, has made it into Whiskey Row. Bib 116 made it into Whiskey Row. Stan was our we had followed him into Whiskey Row last year, and he had timed out like for the cutoff and wasn't able to continue. He and his wife's wedding anniversary is this week, and so he was here last year for it, and he's here again. So I know his family is in the chat. So huge shout out to Stan,
Yeah,
who
definitely.
has made it to Whiskey
That's
Row and is, I imagine, going to continue his adventure this year, which is pretty awesome.
yeah. The back of the pack has I always give them so much credit for the amount of like energy and time and they're really a lot of them they're pushing the clock and they're giving up sleep. They're giving up all these things that we take for granted. So good on Stan for keep pushing through. This is I hope he can make it this year. Go Dad from Allie Berry.
Yep, his daughter was in the chat earlier, so I assumed she was still in. So awesome job, Stan. Looks like.
We got
Let's
some
see if we can get that.
Shout outs.
Looks like that feed is not coming in. So this is the scene at Whiskey Row. Stan is not there, or is there, but not on this feed. I cannot get the other feed pulled in here. And looks like we have someone coming into Mingus, but I'll see if we can get that feed refreshed.
That looks let's see here.
I did not get that bib number, I'm sorry.
10 something. He's too fast.
Dan over at Mingus, did you happen to get a bib number there that you could show us with your hands? No, he must not have. Oh, Corinne does have it, though. And if we can get a bib number there. Matt Woolley,
Yeah.
bib 109.
Go, Matt. Grab some lasagna there. Mike Midnight, according to Philip, is back on the map. Yeah, I'm really pulling for Mike. This is the 200s are his baby, and I'd like to see him do well. So hopefully his stomach turned around and.
Yeah, I mean, he was running pretty well last we saw him, which I think is a promising sign. Obviously, still a lot of race left, but, I think getting through, if you only have to deal with one problem, he's already gotten through at least that. And so it's one problem down, I guess, if there are a few more to come.
Yeah, they're the runners descending Mingus, going into Jerome. One of my I was joking about it with Jamil this morning. One of the most crazy parts of the course last year was leaving Jerome, and I had asked Jamil if they had changed the route or if it's still the same, and he said the same. So if you're used to running in automobile yards with like mufflers and broken glass everywhere, and
We saw some
super
people
technical.
running by like trailers and cars alongside them.
Yeah. The new runners are in for quite a shock. It's not a long section, but when you get to it, you're like, what in the world? The nice part though is once you get to the bottom and make it through Clarkdale, you get a nice river crossing, so you can wash all the tetanus off you.
Yeah, you get a nice soak in the cold Verde River.
Got some Coop versus keto talk going on. In the chat there.
Sounds like a
You know,
conversation for a different day.
yeah, you know, to each their own on the runners. Like whatever works, works. You know, it's just that's the way I look at it.
No,
You know,
100%.
I
McKnight must have consumed a carb. Mike McKnight was literally drinking like a slushy earlier, so
yeah.
it's not like,
Oh yeah, it's there's a misconception
yeah,
there for sure.
yes. I
Yeah,
think that's where what I would say as well.
I met a guy on the last aid station of UTMB one year, and he told me he had fueled the entire race on Coca-Cola. That's what he was carrying in his solid bottles the
And
entire
there we go.
race.
We've got the great
Sweet.
Stan Barry. We aren't able to bring in any audio, or we aren't able to hear the audio from the field still, unfortunately, but we are able to see Stan's wonderful smiling face
He looks good.
as he's relaxing. He's got 7 hours before the cutoff, so he's got plenty of time to relax,
Yeah,
take care of anything, and then get back out
yeah.
there, which is awesome.
Grab a beer.
Yeah.
You know, relax. Enjoy the sunshine.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Super stoked for Stan as he was one of the crowd favorites from last year's stream. I mean, everyone loved, getting to see Michael Versteeg run through downtown Prescott with no shirt on in the middle of the road. Everyone loved getting to see Dax puke on the Senator Highway.
Yeah.
Everyone loved to see on social Andre Lee finishing, but what they really liked was getting to see Stan Barry talk about his experience as he was, walking and hiking his way into Whiskey Row, knowing that he was going to be past the cutoff, so he was with our course sweep already, and people like that more.
Yeah. Stan the Man Barry.
Yeah, Stan the man.
Yeah,
See,
that's
you know.
he's gonna enjoy the road over to Fane. I think and then getting up Mingus. So I think I really look forward to seeing him. See what he can do. Yeah. Got some. How many runners are still left going into Whiskey Row at this point?
So Stan was the last
The last
person.
one, okay.
Yep. So he's the last runner on course, and he's through Whiskey Row.
Yeah. So they'll be shutting it down here right after he takes off.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Right? Why there'd be no other reason to stick around.
Yeah. Well, you know, if on the staff.
Well, that means our volunteer
have some drinks.
filmers are going to get out early.
Yeah.
You know, so good for them.
Yeah, I was looking at the timetable this year and following it from. I was trying to think. Versteeg last year came into Whiskey Row sometime around midnight. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I want to say like between midnight and 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Late.
And they had with the later start. I mean, String Bean Joe it came in today or yesterday around 9 p.m. So there was, about a 3-hour difference there, plus the 5-hour difference on the head start.
It was 20 miles shorter though.
Mm-hmm, right.
Yep. So
Yep.
so
they're
he's
gonna
about 8 hours ahead, but 20 miles shorter on course. So still quite a bit ahead.
Yeah.
Pace wise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll have some time to make up on that Munns Park out and back. But I really think that
That's a
Kasner
pretty
section,
runnable section of trails because you're already up on the plateau there.
I think the Kasner section is going to be a lot faster too after that river crossing, and the single track going up is a lot nicer than the long fire road up Kasner Mountain.
Yeah, I heard if you hit that at the right time though, it was beautiful.
I mean, it's pretty.
Like Stephen Crawford was like, he hit it at sunset, so he's like looking back over Sedona. But I also think one of the big things is the way you leave Sedona, I think is going to have a huge impact because you're not just on this Jeep road with ATVs and the pink Jeep Tours driving everywhere and you're super exposed. You kind of just go straight to the vegetation. Let's cross a creek and get up there.
Yeah, they get to go on a Jordan Jim Thompson trail. It looked like Midgley Bridge and then down, which is a really nice section. It's pretty. I run that area quite a bit. Much better than the fire roads, and it'll still be exposure out there, but that river crossing before the Kasner Canyon Trail will be. Oh, they're gonna love it. So.
And I think this is Brian Hamilton, who we just saw a little bit further up. He's making his way to the Mingus Mountain aid station. And we should be getting our drone back up down near the Verde River here in not too long. Our trusty drone pilot, Troy, while he was charging stuff, actually went down to Dead Horse Ranch to get the inside information on what was going on with Mike McKnight. Now he's back at his filming location, and he can also confirm that it was a tracker issue.
Okay.
As the chat has also confirmed.
That happens. The year I ran Tahoe 200, they thought I was swimming across the lake, so it could be just need a battery charge or something like that.
And I'm sorry to all the Goldberg fans in the chat. Looks like Michael McKnight has now passed Kevin Goldberg for 5th place. And if that is a tracker thing, I will move Kevin Goldberg back into the top 5 here on that bottom ticker.
Yep, only 4 miles roughly separating McKnight and Garmire and Annie, looks like. So it is still a close race, and there is so much time. And sleep will definitely play a huge part of it.
Do you think anyone is going to try to go the whole way with no sleep?
I think it can be done.
I think Garmire would be like at the top of my list of people who will try, because he tried last year, and I think he ended up being forced to take some trail naps. But he would be like at the top of my list of people who would try to go just nonstop.
Yeah, with it this close, it's definitely a strategic thing. You're talking about, I mean, how much do you take, or how much do you want to take? And I'm big on the smaller naps, like 20 minutes at a time. I did take a longer nap for my 3rd nap during the race last year, which was about an hour, but knowing that I had a little bit of time to play with. But, if they're doing, 4 or 5 miles in an hour, that's the gap there. I mean, you're looking at someone catching you if you go to sleep. But then you don't know what if the amount of sleep that they've had too. So it's a constant head game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And we did see it kind of paid off for Coop, it seems like, where he took a nap at Mingus for an hour or so and was passed by Annie Hughes at that point. But Annie Hughes, to my knowledge, has not napped yet. Or she may have napped actually at Dead Horse just recently. But Coop had repassed her at that point as well. So a lot of it comes down to timing and making sure that you're not sacrificing so much by moving slower just to stay awake, I imagine. But you also don't want to not be moving for long stretches of time either if you don't have to.
Yeah. I don't know some of these other front runners out there, but sleep running's a thing too. If you can find a nice straight fire road and you've done it a few times, you can actually click off some miles and just kind of zigzag down the road in like a half sleep sedated state.
It looks like our drone here has bib number 53 is what he's telling us, who is Matt Smith. Looks like he is out again. This is the section between Jerome and the Verde River.
Yep, looks like going towards Clarkdale. That's right. That's a nice little town on the border of Cottonwood there. Shout out to all my fellow Cottonwood peeps that I work with at Verde Valley Hospital, and they were supporting me last year watching the live stream in the OR during surgery. They had it going, so I was really fortunate to have them backing me during that section. And it really is a beautiful little area. Oh, we got someone else coming in. Someone with a lot of energy. Oh Or is that Stan leaving?
Oh, down at Whiskey.
Yeah.
That might have been Stan leaving. I
It
can't.
was. He looked pumped.
Yeah. As our drone is heading back out.
Yeah, Patrick says it's a head game. What about sleep deprivation and hallucinations? Yeah, they're definitely a part of this race. I've had some stories over the years, and yeah, it's sleep deprivation is worse than any drug, pretty much. You will go insane if you keep doing it, but some people handle it better than others. I find that the small little power naps are key.
And again, this is some of the stuff you get to run by here on your way um, from Jerome to Dead Horse Ranch.
I wanted to know if we can get a drone shot of that descent through the auto yard. Yep, and need some more watch shots. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the time will be for the first finisher?
That's a great question. Um, I'm assuming that Joe has to sleep at some point, which is not necessarily true. Um, if so, I had him finishing in. I mean, he's gonna finish, I think, a lot faster than I had expected. I think I had him finishing around 60 hours.
Okay.
I think he's gonna finish before that.
Yeah.
Just given like how he's moving and where he was at 125 miles. Again, you're gonna slow down. In on this course, I think the back half is probably harder than the front half this year.
Hmm.
Given that you're gonna have the Sedona section that's gonna be a little bit warmer. You're gonna have the climb up Kasner Canyon, and then you're gonna have to summit Eldon. Versus what the first section has been this year, whereas last year all of that was maybe not quite as hard as that first 50K in the heat and being fully exposed. So my projection initially with the reroute was about 60 hours, and I'm thinking he'll be under that.
Yeah. I've never done the Moab 240, but I know McKnight had done it somewhere around 55 hours, somewhere around there. So I think it's really doable to do it sub 60 on this race. I think it was funny last year. Even I was thinking, oh, you could do this in 60-ish hours. I mean, I did Bigfoot in just under 61, and whoa, were we all wrong? But this is the year. I think this could be a sub 60 year for sure. And I think Allison, I am planning on doing the Barkley until they stop letting me go. I like trashing my quads every winter season just for that reason.
Oh, and we've got again the legend himself, Jeff Browning,
Yeah,
in the chat as McKnight's coach. A little name drop there from Jeff.
that's right.
You know, he can confirm that Michael McKnight does in fact consume carbs, not only in races where he has simple carbs, but also in his everyday life.
Yeah,
So we
Jeff and
appreciate
I-
you, Jeff. That obviously makes quite a bit of sense.
Oh, absolutely. Jeff and I
Um,
talk about it all the time. Keto is the tool. We're not running in keto. It's we just kind of drop down into it before a race, and again, just a different way of running, and to each their own.
I agree.
And Jeff, if you're listening, come on up at Eldon and Let's have some bourbon and some steak.
Well, I think we need to like, what should my pitch be if I'm trying to get Jeff Browning out at the Cocodona 250? Like, give me some insider information on how I should pitch this to Jeff.
I mean, don't you want to do a real race, Jeff? I mean, enough with the R5 stuff already. We get it. No, I'm just kidding. He could absolutely crush one of these races.
I completely
I'd love to
agree.
see him out here.
Well, and I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about these longer ultra distance events in general is just seeing more like just more people doing them from mid and back of the packers who want to challenge themselves to people like Eric Sensman who hasn't dialed in the 100-mile distance yet, who's like, why not?
Yeah.
You know, why not? I've never been to Crown King, which he still hasn't been. I've never been to Prescott. Let me traverse this landscape on foot.
Yeah, it was.
That was interesting to me, and I thought that was really cool.
I was talking with him the other day. Coach Eric, as I call him. He's been my coach now for a few years. I ran into him at Pay to Take in Flagstaff, and he was saying that he hadn't been to Prescott, and I was just mine was blown. I'm like, oh, you got to get out there, and I'm really excited to see him do something other than the 100-mile, 100K, 50-mile, which he excels in. You know, I mean,
Yeah, I mean he's won golden tickets at Black Canyon
Right.
within the last few years. You know,
he knows how to throw down, absolutely. So I think he can. I'm excited to for him to share in my misery for a little bit on these races and kind of see what everyone else is going through. And the 200-mile races, when I first started doing them a few years ago, I mean, they were still relatively new. I didn't know if I could do it. I signed up specifically to see if I could finish. And after doing it, I'm like, anyone can do these things, and it really is remarkable. I see them like year after year on these races, and there's people that have never completed 50 milers, 100 milers, or they're just hikers, and they just go and they finish, and that's extraordinary.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the cool things about Jeff Garmire, right, coming into last year's race. He had, I think, one ultra race on his ultra sign-up score, and it was like a 50K.
Yeah.
And so it's like if you just looked at that, you're like, oh, what is this person doing? But he has like this like epic through hiking experience, right? Because he's setting these FKTs unsupported
Yeah.
on these super long trails. And he's just got like such an interesting way of like thinking about physical activity and being outside in general. Like obviously it gets overlooked because he's out running in a friggin' leopard print button up or
Yeah.
a tiger print sleeveless hoodie.
He knows
But
how
he
to show
does
up.
have like a really cool way of thinking about like what physical activity and being outside means.
I got a confirmation from Jeff, steak and whiskey emoji. Robin, she asked if I ever felt lonely during the race last year. I did not. I felt really good. I had some great pacers, some great crew. Shout out to Siska, my crew manager, my partner. She is amazing, and she corrals all of the other party members in my crew and keeps them, keeps them on top of things. And I honestly, that's the way I like to go and do these races with a giant party following me around. And if I come into the aid station and they're all getting drunk, that just makes me happy. That's an interesting fact on the ultra running history.
Sorry, I had to report the sex bot real quick. I can scroll up.
Aravaipa After Dark, starting a little bit early.
Where was that? Oh, right here.
Last year, there were more than 60 races worldwide where 2,000 runners reached 200 miles or more.
And that is Davy Crockett, I believe, is ultra running history in the chat.
Yeah.
So good source of knowledge there.
That's why I like to stick to my one and done mentality. There's so many freaking races out there, and I just, I was never a fan of Pokemon, but I want to race them all.
No, 100%. And between between races and big adventures and just places to explore, it's like the opportunities are pretty endless.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and with the sport in general just getting more and more popular, um, I know one of the reasons I started running further and further is because a lot of the shorter distance races were filling up, and now these 200s seem to be filling up, and I'm gonna have to start doing 300, 400-mile races. Apparently, it's gonna be, give it 5 to 10 years, and all these races are gonna be freaking lotteries.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the sport continues to grow, and some of these things that are currently on maybe the more extreme side uh, of like distance continue to become more and more popular, because I think it's important for people to continue to like push what you think you're capable of doing, whatever
Absolutely.
that is, whether that's winning Cocodona, or whether that's just finishing Cocodona, or whether that's making it further than you did last year at Cocodona and just being brave enough to sign up again.
Yeah.
Like all of those things, I think are really epic and good for the health of the sport for generations to come, right?
Yep. People love a good challenge. I signed up for the challenge. I got knocked out, and if I hadn't have finished last year, I definitely would be back this year. I'd want that redemption. So that's why I'm happy to see Mike come back, and he had battled through some stuff, but now he seems to be back in his old pace, crushing.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he on the descent down into Jerome. He looked like he was moving very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and
People are wanting an update on Garmire here. It looks like he is at mile 121 according to his tracker, which updated 2 minutes ago, and it looks like he is about 3 miles behind Annie Hughes. So I feel like he is making up a little bit of ground,
mhm.
but I could be wrong. And
Does KP Kelly says shocked Jane Bedford hasn't joined this. Do we know that she hasn't, or he hasn't? Does anyone know? Does anyone really want her in here?
always watching and judging. Well, this actually is going to be pretty interesting to see uh, if one, Michael McKnight can run down Jeff Garmire, who's also moving pretty well,
Mm-hmm.
and then if those two are able to then move up further into the field, is they're both running pretty strong. Jason Coop also running strong, but he's getting gapped a little bit more by Joe McConaughey.
Yep.
It looks like as well. I think Joe has a 12.5 mile lead now, which was around 11-ish miles earlier in the day.
Yeah, they're on that Limecombe section. It looks like it's a 13-mile stretch from Dead Horse, and it looks flat, but it's not. It's a uphill grind. I did a night last year, which I was really thankful for. Had some great company, and shout out to Dr. Brian Dugan for pacing me through that section. It's a really beautiful area, very runnable, but in the heat of the day, it can definitely take you out.
It looks like, gosh, he's so.
Yeah,
I
Joe
mean, he's
is.
closing in on the airport loop. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I did the airport loop last year at night, and I don't think I ever want to do that section ever again. It seemed like an eternity
Well, it's
circling
different
around.
this year, right?
It is different this year, yeah. I just felt like I was in my own personal circle of hell last year running around. That. It would never end.
I'm going to switch the feeds here. Let's take a look at the Whiskey Row here as things are wrapping up. I believe all of our runners are in. I'm not 100% sure if all of the runners are out of the aid yet. As to whether this is just crew and staff. Stephen Crawford in the chat. I thought about turning to the dark side while on the Skywalker Trail around the airport.
Now that's a great trail out there. I love the Skywalker Trail.
And let's go ahead and let's go back to Mingus here. So we've got runners in the aid station. And of course, the folks at Mingus Mountain Camp here can view the live stream up on the TVs there. So maybe some of them will wave knowing that we're taking a look at them. Then again, maybe not. Maybe they don't care.
If you're inside, I was so happy to get inside last year just to get a little bit of shade. The temperature's not bad up there though. Earlier.
And we are back to Whiskey here. Looks like there are still folks in the aid station. And then over to Mingus. I believe we've got some runners leaving here maybe. That looks like they're heading back out, yeah?
Yeah, it does. I couldn't get the bib number. It must be on the front there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't run the trail, the new trail going down from Mingus, but the runners can be happy that they didn't have the same section of trail we had to go down last year. It was extremely technical. I don't know how I ran down that thing without twisting an ankle.
A lot of switchbacks as well, yeah?
Yeah. I actually ran into an ATV on the single track that had broken an axle last year. It was the only time I rolled an ankle on the course. I was whipping around a corner, and I ran into this guy. I don't know how he got on the single track or why he was there, but I told him, like, there's a big race coming through here. You might want to try and work on getting your vehicle out of here. So I felt bad for all the other runners that were coming through. It was pretty nutty.
And we're going to go back here to Katie, looks like. Looks like we've got some runners heading out here. Let's go ahead. You can see this a little bit cleaner here. You can see on the right there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day to be out on Whiskey Row, that's for sure. I think if I was rolling through it this time, I'd have a hard time leaving. Great bars, great restaurants. Yeah, it looks like. I'm excited to see if Joe is going to take a quick cat nap when he gets into the Sedona aid station here.
Well, that's probably like the most sensible spot between here and the finish for a planned nap, aside from a trail nap, I would imagine, right? Because you're going to have air conditioning and indoor quiet sleeping. Other aid stations may have cots and stuff like that.
Yep.
And then Tuthill, you'd be inside again, but at that point, you're basically home.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been battling with the heat a little bit down there. So who knows? Maybe he'll want to pull one out of Versteeg's book and just take a little cat nap during the day and let that sun go down a bit. But then he'd be missing out on the wonderful views going up Casner Canyon Trail.
I bet that's what he's.
That's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking about. When you're hot, you've got this like long exposed stretch I'm sure he's thinking like, no, I can't. I've got to get, I've got to get up this climb before sunset.
All I could think about last year is like, please don't let me hit this section during the day. Please don't let me hit this section during the day. And it didn't really always work out, but it was fun last year when I got to the top of Casner Mountain and the aid station up there. Um, we pulled up the live tracker and everyone was at is it Black Tank is the one below?
There was Black Tank and Huntley Tank,
Yeah.
but I don't remember which
It
one
was
was
right at
first.
the base of Casner. We pulled up the live tracker and everyone was like huddled down there. Like it was during the heat of the day. Like they didn't want to do the climb. It was just they were waiting for that sun to set so they could start getting up there. Coconino cowboy talk here. Sensman and Jim.
Oh man.
Can we confirm if anyone has taken a whiskey shot at Whiskey Row?
I have not seen any on camera.
Yeah.
I also was not on air last night during Aravaipa After Dark.
That's true. Anything could have happened at that point.
Anything could have happened and
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Says first runner was predicted at Sedona at 8:19. String Bean is going to crush that.
Well,
Yeah,
those projections.
it's hard to do projections when you haven't done the race.
Well, here's what. Well, we tried that last year,
Yeah.
and we
Worked
were
out
off on
great.
the other. We were off on the other end. I'll say this: my projections, and this document was shared with a number of people days ago. My projection was for String Bean to be, or the race leader,
hmm
to be in Sedona at 5:30. I think that I'm also going to be quite a bit off, but I think I was closer. Because he's got, what,
Yeah.
about 5 miles, 5.5 miles or so?
Yeah.
It's probably another hour of running.
Yeah. 4:30. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that'd be my
he's
bet.
taking conservative.
But I mean, last year we thought the race leaders were going to be through Sedona at like 1 p.m. and Versteeg was in at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Something like that. You know?
Slight alteration. Yeah, I'm excited for all the runners that are getting to Sedona after the aid station and then getting to enjoy some of that single track going up to Casner Canyon Trail. That is a really fun, beautiful area, sweeping views.
Yeah, these trails through there from like that Adobe Jack trailhead are pretty cool.
Yeah, especially going last year. I mean, we had some nice views on our way out to Casner, but more of a backdrop. And then when you're going up, but there's so many great like vistas along that trail section going up there. So I'm really going past Steamboat and I think they don't go by Coffee Pot, but they can probably see it in the distance there. But there's some really beautiful trails, and I run these all winter.
Let's
Just nice
pull
and
this up
soft.
so that everyone can see what you're talking about here now.
Yep. So they're coming up here near, sort of towards Devil's Kitchen, and then they're gonna hook on Jordan, and then follow that along to the Jim Donaldson Trail, which eventually they'll hit the base of Wilson, which is my favorite mountain to run up in from Oak Creek to Sedona. This is South Wilson at the Midgley Bridge, and then they'll cross over, going across Grasshopper Point, up Casner Canyon, across the river. So that added river crossing is going to be huge for them going up there. Maybe we should talk to Jamil about doing a Wilson out and back next year.
Well, that could have been the section he added instead of Munns, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's where I do all my Barkley repeats during the winter when it's snow capped up in Flag. So it's a beautiful, beautiful area. Looks like they got the fireball ready. Where's that at?
Where?
Oh, I was just reading in the chat here.
Oh, I got. Then that is bib 35. I think it's 35.
Dave.
Dave Krupski,
Yeah.
the Florida native.
Yeah.
He DNF'd last year and was back this year. He was running up near the front early on and is finding himself maybe more in the middle of the pack now, which
I ran into him very briefly at the aid station down in Prescott Valley earlier today. We kind of looked at it. He looked familiar. I was like, I know I've seen him somewhere before, so it was probably last year.
Yep.
So he looks like he's made it up Mingus quite well.
Yep. Then it looks like we've got some folks leaving Mingus here. I believe we have our and we have our Canadian duo of I can't, what bib number is that? 55. Erica Sargent. The other Canadian woman is Mandy Goody.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. Bib 16.
I ran with them at the Cocodona training run. Was it a month ago or something?
The one from Crown King?
The start, which they didn't get to experience. So I'm glad they got to experience it that day. They're probably so thankful that it wasn't included in the race. But
that's right. Yeah, from the start.
They were strong. They were running with Carrie Henderson and I going up there and just crushing that day. We all had a good time, and we got to the top of lane there and looking for Steve, who had camped out and had a couple beers waiting for us. Thanks, Steve, for doing that. We got a question here about the out and back at Munns Park.
It is a bib check, a timing checkpoint only. No aid station. Sorry.
Yeah, we got that section coming down from Mingus. And I was listening to you guys earlier about Colleen and her hill repeats. That's actually part of, if you're an Arizona local, the Jerome Hill Climb. They do during the winter. I can't remember when they do it. I've done it, I think, twice now. It's just like a 4-mile uphill stretch, and basically from the aid station that they're coming into, going uphill. So she has the uphill legs to get all that footage. So thanks, Colleen, for being there today.
Yeah, I mean, she said that Jeff Garmeyer was running 5:30 pace down the road into the aid station. I was like, I'm glad that Colleen was the filmer. He must have put
the Tiger Bomb on the quads there and just let her rip. Yeah, it's amazing, the pace that you can pick up later in these races. I've had, I think it was a Bigfoot one year. I was like 100-something miles in, and I started doing 6.5-minute splits going downhill, and I was like, my first thought was like, wow, I feel amazing. And then it was like, what am I doing? Like, why is this happening right now? Slow down. But when you feel good, you're going to have like 1,000 ups and downs during these races. So take advantage of them for sure. And thanks, Chris, for clarifying. Jerome Hill Climb is Labor Day weekend. So if you're interested and you're local, check that race out and labor your way up that ascent. It's a doozy. we got on Mingus there.
Yes. Let's go to the Mingus static camp for right now. There we go. Looks like we got some crews coming in to Mingus here.
Shout out to best Bassett buddies, Larry and Homer. That's my other half, Siska. With our Larry and Homer are my esteemed running dogs. Two lovely Basset hounds that one's actually can probably could probably take me on a 5K, to be honest. I think he's part greyhound, but.
And that is a good point, trying to find pacers and things like that as the projected kind of splits got further and further off. I can imagine how challenging that was as I sat in that seat and watched Rob try to work through a panic attack trying to get filmers for the live stream moved up to the Flagstaff area and changed around. I can imagine that it was probably even harder for people to find pacers and crew, especially locals, right? Where you may have planned something for a specific day, and then you're, totally off maybe.
I mean, people are, you wouldn't know it in the chat, but people are still working this week. they have jobs, they have, and they're, saying that you're going to be there and I need you to pace at this time, and then you're showing up 8 hours later is not always conducive to the plan, but it's incredibly stressful for the crew and for the pacers, and I think no pacer wants to not be able to be there for you. I'm already stressing about it for Josh Locke tomorrow, so I have a couple work things I need to do early in the morning and trying to make it out and get to him in time. And I mean, he asked me to help him, and I want to be there for him, so. But the crew especially, I mean, they're going through this just as much as the runners are. They may have a little bit of driving, but they still have, and not as much running, but they still have all the sleep deprivation and the stress associated with that. And all they're trying to do is help you when you come in.
Yeah, and I can imagine, like, being local, it may even present more of a challenge, right? Because if you're maybe traveling with crew and pacers in tow, they've already maybe planned to be off work to travel with you for a few days. So maybe they're a little bit more flexible versus, when you're, local and you're only pulling people for very specific time frames and they're not having to travel, that could probably present its own set of challenges. As I believe we have some more runners coming in.
Awesome.
To Jerome here. We got a pacer bib.
It looks like, is that 87, 30, no, 93? Trying to pull up that one right there.
87.
87, yep.
Tina Ormas. Yeah, look at that. Crisp shot. They
Yeah.
know we're bozos in here.
I've got my whiskey glasses on, so trying to focus. Speaking of which, Matt, I feel like you should join me in on this. Cheers. A little scotchy scotch. Get Aravaipa After Dark start early.
Yeah. Well, Chris Warden will be in the not too distant future.
Yep. Yeah. So if you want to bring that one. So last year
Is Nick your bulldog pacer?
he is. He's
Okay,
a good
good,
friend of mine. And we're actually running Trans Rockies together this year after Western States. He ran 100K with me last year from the Sedona until Tut Hill, and suffered with me during the heat. And but we got to Tut Hill, and or actually the aid station before Tut Hill. out at the lake there. He had, was it a 6-pack? That's probably a 6-pack of beer. That way, well, all we could think about was having a drink and Five Guys on the way there, and our crew was awesome. We had beer and Five Guys burgers waiting for us, so we slammed those down and brought me back to life, and then started on the chase for Dax. So it was great, and yeah, throwing a pacer throwing down like 100K is just off a whim. That's no easy feat.
And let's see. That is bib 1-7. A little bit of sun glare.
137 looks like, or
Yep.
yeah. Sketch Diddy.
Sketch Diddy, the Atlanta native. He had, well, I don't actually know if he's an Atlanta native. I apologize. The Georgia native. He had some fans in the chat from Holly Springs, Georgia, which is not Atlanta. So shout out to Sketch Diddy, which is a really cool name as well.
I know. I kept thinking. I saw his name earlier. I was like, is that his real name? I mean,
yeah. I mean, he had a crowd in the chat.
Yeah. Well, he loves doing sketchy stuff. Signing up for 250 miles. God bless him. And he's got a rockin' beard too.
Oh, he's got a great beard.
Yeah.
That's got to be up there. If we expanded the contest from just mustaches to like like all facial hair, so beards, mustaches included.
And he's rocking the Cocodona shirt, which I just picked up one of those myself. So
yeah,
great. Keep the
sun off you, but still show your Cocodona pride all at the same time.
That's right. Sketch Diddy is a good rapper name.
Rory in the chat, and then Allison letting me know that Holly Springs is in fact OTP. I'm not familiar with Holly Springs, but I knew that it was not in Atlanta, like inside the perimeter. So Atlanta, I lived there for 6 years before we moved out here, has an interstate that circumnavigates the city. So you're either inside the perimeter of that interstate, which is basically the city limits, or you're outside the perimeter, which is OTP or ITP.
Sketch Diddy down with OTP. Will the real Sketch Diddy please stand up?
Rory is sitting. Rory has his notebook out right now and he's already penning his next rap.
And best eyebrows apparently.
Does he? I didn't see. He's got a doggone good beard there.
They know what's going on. Oh, State 48 runners by way of Ryan. Oh, nice.
Oh, he's friends with Ryan Berkmeyer?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Shout out to Ryan.
Oh, what do we got going on over here by the...
Oh, we got a photo up.
Yeah. Oh, is that's Sean?
That's a pacer
shorts?
bib.
No,
that's a pacer bib.
I was going to say, he's doing squats, so. Yeah, Mingus is a beautiful area. It's insane the amount of terrain difference going from one town to the next in Arizona.
That is Alan Guevara? Yeah. Alan. Getting a photo. He made it to Mingus Mountain. I'd be proud of that, too. Up at about 7,600 feet, I believe.
Yeah.
So you're getting pretty high up there.
Another old local race goes through there. The Man Against Horse race, which I'm wearing the shirt right now. It's a 12, 25, or 50-mile race. One of the oldest in Arizona, and you get to race horses. Looping around Mingus Mountain and finishing at the Fane area. Where they're down there. So
we've got David Odell. Bib 141. I'm just so happy we got to see Sketch Diddy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like there's P Diddy and now there's Sketch Diddy. And we do have, it looks like, some footage from the trails just outside Sedona. So if I can find
Yeah, I've got that nice red clay.
the button I am looking for, I think that this is it. Yeah, and look at those two beautiful faces there too.
I was like, who is that?
So we should be seeing.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sedona,
Oh my
beautiful.
God. Magical.
Yeah, such a.
Oh, and there's
such a
the
beautiful city.
there's the airplane.
That's right.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. So we should see our race leader, the string bean himself, Joe McConaughey. Not too long. How far do you think that section of trail is from the aid station? So I mean, it looks like he is almost right there.
Yeah. I
So
would
we
say
should be
maybe a
seeing
mile or
Joe
two.
on those airport loop trails pretty soon. Yeah, because I think our filmer is right in here.
And for those that don't know, the kind of Sedona's location, just south of Flagstaff. I mean, Arizona is a pretty remarkable state. Living in Flagstaff, we've got the snow, we've got the mountain, and we basically have Colorado winters up there. And then you can drop down in a half hour and be in Sedona and run on bare, dry trails. It's absolutely amazing. So a lot of Flagstaff runners are going down there during the winter months. It's always fun running in the snow for the first few weeks, and then we're just like, we've had enough of post holing, and then go down for some more runnable miles. So I'm really, really excited this trail system that they've picked out this year. It's gonna be great for the runners. Great sweeping views, as you can kind of see on the cams there. Yep, Joe is moving quite well. Still got a pretty decent lead here. Zooming out. It looks like Coop's still.
Oh, we just had him. Yep,
Oh,
there we
he
go.
is. And moving. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
He's not running backwards now, so.
And again, these feeds are going to be a little bit shaky here,
Yeah.
but we do have some eyes on Joe McConaughey.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know Joe's experience with the Sedona trails, but I mean, he has plenty experience with Arizona trails in general with the AZT, but the Sedona trails can be quite hard on your knees and on your feet. So, he's no slouch when it comes to this longer distance stuff, but for a lot of the other runners out there, as they come out of Sedona, they may start to feel like their knees or quads hurting quite a bit because some of the terrain is quite difficult. They have plenty of technicality out there, and then again, you running across some of the slabs and the rocks. I mean, it's like running on the road. Not quite as soft as the Verde Valley.
Allison in the chat saying Joe dropped his pacer. Allison, if you were the Allison that I believe you are, given all the context clues, can we confirm that? Obviously, we don't have a pacer here, but Allison would have the inside information for sure.
And
I wouldn't be surprised, though.
Yeah, I mean,
he's moving very fast.
It is amazing. Yeah, again, I talked about it earlier. The ups and downs you can have during an ultra, especially this distance, and you can have those moments where you drop your pacers later in the game. And guys like Joe and Jeff and Mike, years ago when I would pace people at races, I was always super nervous. I'm like, I just got to stay up with them, and I'm still nervous when I go out there. I'm like, I just wanna hang.
Well, and you don't want to let them down,
Exactly,
right? And that's like how it can kind of feel like.
And in a race like this, having a pacer is so beneficial. They can pull up the map and check out the turns, so you don't really have to think quite as much, on your feet. The Sedona trails are pretty well marked and easy to follow, but as you get up into Flagstaff, there's some spiderweb trails up there, so it's quite easy to get off track and better hope your phone's charged.
Yeah. Look at how beautiful this is. And yeah, we can confirm that Joe did in fact drop his pacer.
Yeah, he's moving great. And it looks like, that's on the airport loop, or the around the airport loop here.
Yep, so they've crossed this already. And so they're coming in the saddle. They've gone through that saddle area and are out here, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, it is much nicer to look at during the day.
Yeah, but I wonder how hot it is right now.
It's definitely in the 80s.
Yeah, it says the temperature in Sedona is 78, so
plus exposure.
Probably feels so hot.
Yeah, and you're running on rock, so you can see the terrain. There's the darker areas, or the soft points of the clay there, and then just hard sandstone otherwise. Says, I can't wait until we scare some poor snowbird hiker out here.
Did you scare any hikers when you were out last year?
Yeah, I have a knack for, as big a guy as I am, I can run pretty quiet at times, or I just come in pretty hot, I guess. And I've certainly frightened many people over the years, and I'm always super apologetic. I was trying to announce myself, but people, they tune out, or they're in their own head, and yeah, you come whipping around a corner sometimes.
He's heading down to Brewer Road now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's moving very well. And this section is very, very runnable. And if, Joe's a smart guy, I think he'll cruise through Sedona until he gets to the Casper Canyon, the river crossing, and then he'll just hike it up.
Yeah, it was interesting. We didn't see him really hike much at all yesterday. Again, not a ton of stuff that was maybe needed to be hiked, I guess. But I think that was another thing, and obviously hindsight is 2020. But looking back, I remember coming back out of Skull Valley, seeing Versteeg hiking quite a bit.
Yeah.
And not seeing people like Joe hiking much. And so maybe that should have been a sign that something was up with Michael. But the few times we did see Joe hike, even when he hikes, it's very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about that forward momentum, and again, even when you're walking, just keep moving at a brisk pace. And I think a lot of that is just keeping your muscles just in tune to like the same steady cadence. Because you get to those aid stations and you sit down, and immediately all your body wants to do is stop. It wants to contract. Joe is lucky he has people helping out with his legs earlier, giving him a little massage, and as he was eating and downing the pickle juice. And my crew's been great for that over the years. They know as soon as I get in, it's just do some leg work and feed the belly, maybe down a claw, and then send you on your way.
Oh, and we did have a question. Does the clay and kind of the red rock here in Sedona affect your feet a whole lot?
It can, especially in the later miles of the race. You tend to get a little sloppy in your gait and your cadence. So that's normally when if you haven't snugged up your shoes a little bit or changed out socks and or shoes, you can start to get a little sloppy. And then that dirt's going in your shoes and could cause blister problems. So you definitely want to keep your feet up and keep your form down. I mean, like Joe, looking at Joe, just on, even though it's choppy on the stream, I mean, he's moving extremely well.
And that might be. Can't tell if that's going to be the last we get of him. Shout out. I got to give this a shout out here. Huge shout out to Josh on the follow cam there, because it looked like Joe was moving.
Yeah.
And Josh was keeping up. As you can see, Joe.
Looks like Joe has dropped Josh as well.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
God
just
bless you,
proud.
Josh.
I'm just proud that Josh got us one, that Josh got there in time.
Yeah.
As far ahead of even my projections as Joe was, and then Josh kept up like a champ. You know, that was awesome. And so now we will likely see Joe at the Sedona aid station.
Chris had asked me if I've ever let a runner that was pacing me drop me on purpose to help their spirit. Well, Summer basically dropped me when I was at Ura 100 last year as I broke down. So that's my white whale of a race. I will be back for some redemption, but I tend to move pretty well at races. At least I like to think. I mean, in your head at that moment, it's like, oh, I'm going so fast, but in reality, not really. But again, there's so many ups and downs, and I've always tried to have a good, put a smile on your face, have a good outlook. Know that I signed up for this, and it's my own damn fault, and the pacers are there to support me, the crew's there for me, and I'm not. I try not to let him down. Patrick asked, has he passed the water crossing yet?
That'll be after the aid station.
Right. Yeah, he's still got a little ways to go through Sedona before that. The water crossing is right at the base of Cazador Canyon Trail before leaving Sedona from Oak Creek Canyon.
Yeah, and Joe's most famous, as Allison pointed out, his most famous FKT is holding the self-supported FKT on the Appalachian Trail.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would love to take a crack at that someday. I've run sections of it, and it is not like anything that we have out here. The trails out there are. There's a reason they call it the Beast Coast.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and see if I can. Let's go back to Mingus Mountain here for. Oh wait.
James Kerr says, Annie is a certified.
Oh, Josh
crasher.
has him again.
Oh,
so Josh must have cut through.
Yeah.
Josh. Smart guy. Smart guy. Let's go, Josh. And so he's down on the road now, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, so he's probably right here.
Brewer Road.
Brewer Road. So he's still got a little bit before he gets into the Sedona aid station. So he'll take the roads
to Soldier's Wash there.
Soldier's Wash, yeah. There he is.
Yeah, it was fun watching some of these runners, do this, like their mode that they go into. I mean, they're like Joe, you saw him just crushing for a while, like running, and then now he's just in a quick stride going down the road, saving those legs a little bit. And
yeah, like his hike even looks very quick. Yeah,
and then he I don't know if you could hear me, but he just went back into a run there. No pressure, Joe. You're doing great.
Well, Nick was joking earlier. He's like, "Oh, when you know the camera's on, you got to run,
that's
right?"
That's right. Yeah. I always joked about that at the for anybody that's familiar with the Ragnar relays. It's you go out as hard as you can until you round that corner, and then you can just walk. But the second you get like you're about a quarter mile from the aid station, you put on the gas, and you want to look good, barely breaking a sweat.
We've got Matt Emerson in the chat. Pete, favorite trails to train on in Sedona?
Oh, you know, my favorite trail, if anyone that follows me on Strava, is the North Wilson Trail. It's super technical, it's steep, and you don't have to go all the way into Sedona to do it. You can get there from Oak Creek Canyon, and a lot quieter than the Midgley Bridge side on the South Wilson Trail, which there is limited parking. But yeah, I'm definitely Wilson is my go-to, but there's so many great trails out there. I have out at Yavapai Vista in towards the city of Oak Creek. There's some great trails out there. Slim Shady. There's Templeton to Baldwin Loop. I actually have a good 13-mile loop out there that I call the Yoshi Loop, only because it looks like Yoshi from the Mario Brothers. And it just randomly happened that way, so I dubbed it the Yoshi Loop, and it's a good training loop, lots of undulations, and it is a tough place to run. I mean, there are parts of Sedona is really soft, and other parts is really hard on your knees. It's like running on road, so you get that road aspect without actually having to hit the asphalt.
And a lot of exposure in a lot of places as well, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, not a lot of trees. Shrubs and manzanitas. And there's, I won't talk about them on the air, but there are a lot of great hidden trails that the locals know about too. So you can see some of the old ruins and yeah, some just amazing hidden gems out there.
Aaron Berger, Yoshi for the win.
That's right. Yeah, anyone that wants to run the Yoshi loop, hit me up and I'll send you the GPX. It's not too bad. Lots of good views. And I asked if Joe is self-coached. I don't know the answer to that. I thought is he coached by Roach or?
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, he is moving down that road now. Connor Holt. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, that's right. I remember someone saying that in the chat either this morning or last night.
Yeah, I am really impressed by Joe's gait. He seems to be moving very fluid, like effortlessly. I mean, having bagged so many FKTs, I mean, you gotta. I mean, this is running on some of these trails out here. It's got to be like butter to him, but.
Well, I mean, he's just experienced
Yeah.
so many different types of trails, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ultra running history. I miss living in Arizona. Come on back. I still am so thankful that Jamil and Aravaipa have put this race together to showcase all of the beauty of Arizona, and I'm really excited to see what's going to come of it over these next few years as they add to it and tweak it, and it's one of the most unique states I've ever been to as far as like diversity and like landmarks and terrain and ecosystems. There's just so much to give.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, one of the unique things about Arizona um, is that it is so diverse, right? And even like you said earlier, being up in Flagstaff, you've got high altitude, world class trails. You've got a little bit of everything from flatter, runnable stuff to places to do workouts to steep, hard mountain stuff.
Yeah.
And then when it snows in the winter, you can drive 30, 45 minutes down to Sedona
Yep.
and hit some pretty amazing trails as well. And we do have a camera feed coming up from the aid station as well. So
awesome.
on our end, it's going to not say the aid station, but that feed is from the aid station.
I'm gonna refresh
Which is
this.
great. Oh, I don't know why it keeps scrolling down there.
There we go. We got a little refresh here. So yeah, it looks like Joe's almost done with last tracker anyway on Brewer Road, but it looks like he's back on the trails already.
Yeah, so he just hopped on the Soldier Wash. Yeah.
Here.
So he will be into the aid station probably in just a few minutes here. Then he hops on the old Krusty Trail.
That's right, old Krusty.
I love going to that area because of how accessible that trailhead is.
Yeah.
And then it's never busy, it seems like. So.
I love the trail names out there too.
Yeah.
Especially on Strava. There's a trail out there. It was called the Burger King Trail, just because it was like a small little trail that led out to the Burger King, which is not there anymore, but still, that's what they called it, the Burger King Trail. Yeah, and if anyone is on the fence that is getting the Dona fever watching this live stream, I can attest it is worth it. Sign up. You've got a year to train. It's plenty of time. Anyone can do it. And to get a unique experience traversing Arizona's.
Look how sweet these trails are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that actually is right. It's pretty close to, depending on where he is. It's off the 89 there. That's pretty close to the Burger King Trail there. I think it's this. They go right by it. Yeah. So. But yeah, back on the single track and some technical, but not too bad. It's that section. Oh, we got a nice tunnel section.
That looks scary. Is this where the photos were from last year?
No, that was at the base of Mingus last year.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, don't trip on that, Joe. We'll fix it in post. Yeah, but plenty of those sewer tunnels for sure out here.
It looks like we do have some eyes on El Matador, Whit Weisbrem himself, I do believe. Who is, I do want to confirm before Allison calls me out in the chat, he's changed his name on Instagram to Young Chattahoochee.
Okay.
But I did confirm with Whit that his trail name is still El Matador. And so,
can we call him Young Hoochie for short, or is that?
Yeah, probably.
It's too far. Chattahoochee.
He's still got a rep for Georgia, you know.
Yeah.
I can't believe how fast Joe is getting in here, and it looks like we have someone on the jam cam here.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's Whit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that was his pacer.
There's his pacer who got dropped, last year's 4th place finisher. Whit.
We're still with you, Whit. Carry on, carry on.
Now I gotta get back to the real action. I think Jamil was hoping to follow all the way in from the airport, but Joe beat Jamil there, and so now Jamil is stuck following Whit in. Someone is wanting to know who is coming in to Mingus now. right around now. And it looks like
John. John Wolfinger is getting close
yep,
there.
John Wolfinger West Plate is closing in, and Chris Fall as we continue to watch on.
We've still got a few folks out there. Sketch Diddy still hanging out with Mingus. Chase Hammond. Matt Woolley. John Wright. Taking a little downtime before they descend there.
It's a good place to catch a nap if you have not napped already as well, probably
Yeah.
for some of these folks.
If I was up there right now, I would love a hammock.
Yeah.
The weather would be perfect for it. A little breeze, and you'd sleep so good. Yeah, those little trails out there, that trail system around Jordan, Javelina, there's some beautiful single track, and I think Joe is probably pretty happy to hit that after the straight death march of Limekiln for 13 miles. So getting a little manzanita action up there, a little shade here and there. Sedona shrub shade. He is almost there. Last check on Eric says he was at Eric Sensman's 109 miles,
So
right behind Tyler Welch.
Yeah, so he's just a little bit out of Jerome.
Yep.
I think Jerome is about mile 108 this year.
And Brianna is getting very close to Brianna Grigsby is getting very close to Jerome. So I'm really excited for Brianna this year. I know how badly she wanted to do it last year, and she does all the crazy stuff that I do. So I love to see her go out there and crush. I mean, we've run some races together, and it's good to see her like go out and tackle such an awesome course.
Did I hear someone say Joe hasn't slept? Yeah, I believe that Joe has not slept. Allison, who is friends with dropped pacer and part of the crew, Wit might be able to confirm that for me. But as far as we have seen, Joe hasn't slept. He could have done maybe a trail nap as well. But my guess is that his sleep strategy is probably very dialed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he is. I have a hard time sleeping during the day. Just like at home, the second the sun comes through the blinders, that's it. I'm up. So a lot of these times on these races, I will power through that first night and then focus on getting some sleep the second night. I don't know what his strategy is. Again, it's so runnable, it's so movable, and he is moving so well. My only thought is maybe he's just trying to get just enough lead in this next 50 miles. I mean, that's the thing. You still got so much room to build, so he may still be working on that, trying to get like a little bit of a lead and then take a little bit of a break. But we'll see.
And it seems like Sedona would be probably the sensible location if you were going to lay down for much time, right? Because after that you're looking at not another sleep station until Munns Park, so another 27 miles, and that's going to be outdoors versus this being like the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just depends if he wants to knock that climb out. If he's comfortable with it, he looks like, I mean, he's wearing the arm sleeves. I mean, he's covered. He seems to be doing well, and he may just want to try and get that climb out of the way, and then because once you get up to Munns, there's other than Eldon, there's a few little hills in there, but it is going to be, cruising time.
Connor Holt in the chat. Shout out to Connor. 8-minute naps for Joe.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what he says.
Yeah, you don't need a lot. Just there's times I've just stopped for. I tell my paceman, just give me 5, and I'm sure Joe's the same way. I mean, some of these front runners, I myself included, I can just drop my head down and just immediately, it's like I'm narcoleptic. Just
It looks like we do
drop
have
into sleep.
Jamil, who may hop in and take over some of the follow cam duties here. He may give our filmer a bit of a reprieve.
I'm trying to recognize some of these sections that he's at right now. He seems pretty talkative, even though we can't hear what's going on. He's chatting. So
Yeah,
he seems
and
to
we're
be-
going to take a quick peek here. We have, let's see, we have Adrian Bagrin and Peter Ward here who are making their way to the Verde River crossing. So shout out to those gentlemen as they continue on their adventure. They are probably very thankful that it's going to start getting cooler soon, and that they're going to have that river to walk across here in a few miles.
Wash some of the glass off there.
And then we're back with Joe McConaughey, followed by Jamil Curry now as he makes his way to the Sedona aid station.
Jam, racking up the mileage.
Well, I mean, he had pacing duties with Sensman. He was out filming before that. He's just doing it all.
I think it would be awesome if Jam racked up 250 miles just filming on this race. His own Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Looking strong. That little climb, walking a little bit, and then straight back onto the flats, and he's moving. That's a good strategy.
Oh, and he picked his pacer back up.
Yep.
Witt took the shortcut.
I want to know if Witt caught an Uber there. I mean,
I think Jamil showed him because that's how Jamil got over there. Jamil's like,
so
Witt, we got to
fast.
cut this way. Now
That's
the
good.
question is, does Witt get dropped twice? I think he's too close to the aid station now. Now shout out to Witt. I did a few training runs with Witt back when I lived in Atlanta. He dropped me up this climb up in the North Georgia mountains, straight up a forest road, and back down. It was great. It was a good time.
Looks like they're rocking the Ultra Spire gear. Shout out to Ultra Spire. Their packs are so awesome, you won't even feel your water bottle in the back. As I learned last weekend. Where did I put that thing? Oh, it's in my back there. Great gear. That new it looks like Joe's rocking the new waist belt, the Element waist belt. So that is really comfortable. This isn't Wit roast, Allison, though he may be roasting out there in this heat, but he looks well covered with the hat, so he's got great UV protection on.
That's the pack Witt used for Cocodona last year.
Yeah. I
And
remember
here we
running
go.
with
He's
him.
coming up into the. He'll be up into the aid station here soon.
What place did Witt get last year? Do you remember?
Fourth.
Fourth. Yeah, yeah. I remember sharing miles with him, like throughout the early sections, and
He his like I don't know if it was from Sedona on, or if it was like from Fort Tuthill on, but he had like some of the fastest splits out of anyone on course through that, like from aid station to aid station. He was just moving so strong
yeah,
late in the race. It might have been like his split from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, which was crazy because so many people ran. Feel like ran that section really well.
yeah,
Yeah, he was fourth, and then Josh Locke was the fifth male
yeah.
as
Josh
well.
as well too. I mean, he moves incredibly well. Watching him over these past few years. I mean, he's what does he still have the FKT on the Maricopa Trail?
I think so.
Yeah.
He just did that within the last year, right?
Yeah. But excited to share some miles with him tomorrow. I got to run with Josh a little bit last year during the race from Fane Ranch up Mingus Mountain. Shared some miles together going up that climb. Says, how long is the must carry items for the run? I don't believe there's a required gear list.
I think with the new course, I don't even think there was required water, like capacity.
Yeah. I mean, that was the biggest takeaway from last year. It was how much water do we need to carry for that first section? And even when I ran it about a month ago, I was like, oh, I think I carried 3 liters last year. I had 3.5, and I ran out right at the top this year, and it was even cooler. So
Yeah, I think last year Jamil said he kind of knew, right?
mhm.
Because he'd scouted the course. He's the one who like put the course together, so he kind of knew what he was getting into. He said I think he took 4 or maybe 4.5 last year, and he ended up having a little bit to like give away at certain spots. But by the time he got into Crown King, he was empty.
Yeah, just that water
Or
rush.
to Lane Mountain, yeah, yeah.
Unreal. I wish we could hear what they're chatting about right now.
I wonder if Joe is giving Witt a hard time for getting dropped.
He's like, bro, you should have had some of that chicken in Jerome. Chicken and mashed potatoes.
No, but I think dropping Witt, who again finished 4th place last year, just shows like how strong Joe is running.
Oh yeah,
You know?
yeah, he's paced himself really well. I was shocked early on watching him when he closed the gap between Coop and Annie, and they were all the 3 of them up front were running so well and so hard, but Joe kind of backed off a little bit, and we were watching Coop run a lot of that Skull Valley section, and Joe kind of hung back and let his legs relax, and then he just kind of turned on the afterburners. Jeremy Marble, you mentioned the new course. What's different? Almost everything. The 10,000 foot climb in the first 37 miles leading to Crown King. The trek across the Bradshaws, all gone. So a lot more runnable. The Kasner trail section, which the runners haven't gotten to, which would take place right after the Sedona aid station, which Joe's getting close to here. That's gone also. Another fire last year, and a little rerouting. So this is a much different course than last year. Again, I was one and done. But had I known it was going to be a totally different race, I got a little FOMO. Not gonna lie. It's great watching everyone out there experiencing it, though. Yeah, and it's all smiles from Joe right here. They're getting close.
Got the text alert. First runner's about to enter aid station 14,
Okay.
Sedona. I think that was what the number was. It was the Sedona aid station, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can do this.
And so it looks like he's coming in the aid station now, I think, yeah?
Yeah, it's just refreshing. He's right there. Yep. And there.
And there we go. Look at the view. The view from this aid station is so sick. You see Joe going straight to his crew. He was about an hour, 15 minutes ahead of what I projected, and he goes straight for the chair. And here we are. So Joe McConaughey, your first runner into the Sedona aid station. I could hear him in my ears talking to his crew, keeping them updated on how far he has between now and the creek crossing and then the next aid station. So he's got it very dialed in his head there in terms of how far he has to go.
Yeah, and he's sitting down, not laying down like last time I saw him. Now he looks good. I mean, seems to have. I mean, his crew has everything dialed in. He seems to be, he's not grabbing anywhere in pain. He's not like hunched over. It almost looks like he's just like ready to just get what he needs to do and get out of there.
And so we can hear what is being spoken here on the camera feed, but unfortunately we aren't able to get the audio pushed to the live viewing audience currently. But this will be good, Pete. Maybe you can listen in and gain any insights as we lose our feed there.
Yeah, and obviously with anytime you have a water crossing, you worry about, foot care, and he's taking care of some of that stuff now, which is great. But it's such a short river crossing. His feet are going to be so dry so quick going up that hill. So really doesn't have much to worry about. I'm curious to see what he's going to eat here. He had chicken and mashed potatoes at Jerome earlier. Anytime you get to one of these big aid stations, it's just you want to throw down as much real food as you can. Gels and is not enough. You can hear the wind out there. It's pretty windy in Sedona as
and
it
here
is in
we've
Flag
got
today.
a good view of like that's a good crew right there.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
laying down after he just got like Joe just dropped Whit pacing him, and Whit's still nice enough to,
Yeah.
help clean the feet, get everything taken
He's doing a
care
little
of.
foot care. Foot care is so important these moments in the race. Getting between the toes, all that little dust and dirt that collects. Just take the time, change your socks, change your shoes, and it'll make it can make the difference for hours in a race. Michael Donnelly asked, "How much meat do I think Joe should eat about now?" Well, he had a bag of chicken earlier that he was toting around, so.
Can you what do you mean by a bag of chicken?
He had a bag of shredded chicken, so I had let him know that there's going to be plenty of the meats up on Eldon, and he kind of shook this bag of chicken in front of me. So I don't know if he's a red meat guy or if he's just on the lean stuff, but he's getting his protein.
And it looks like we do have a visual on Brianna Grigsby.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure who her current pacer is, but we appreciate getting the visual. And it looks like Bree is still possibly on the section down to Jerome. Yep.
Sure looks like it, yeah.
Yep, so she's at about 105 miles, so she's just a few miles away from the Jerome aid station, looking pretty strong.
Coming in hot. I like it. Bucket hat. A lot of bucket hats this year.
A lot of bucket hats. Thanks, Jim.
I wonder if Jim bought any stock in the Hoka bucket hat.
Do you think he gets do you think he gets like an
Royalties?
influencer commission or something like that?
Could be. Hey, it seems to be working for these runners, so that's great.
Well, I remember I went to see how much the bucket hat costs online, and I don't even remember the price, but it was sold out. I remember that. This was like that night.
Well, I can tell you, bucket hats are going to be out, and leopard print is going to be in, thanks to Jeff Garmeyer this next year. So it's going to be impossible to find anything tiger or leopard related on the internet, I think.
He's no longer the Tiger King.
That's
He's the big cat.
They should make a new Tiger King documentary with Jeff Garmeyer. Yeah, Brianna is looking really good coming down, cruising.
And we'll check right back in there in just a minute, just to keep you all updated.
Oh, and here's the rolling.
The rolling pin is back out. He's being proactive though. He's done this. He did it at Jerome. He's doing it now.
Yep.
Helping kind of get rid of any aches and niggles and things like that.
I absolutely hate the roller. I don't know. I tense.
Are you a rolling pin guy?
No.
Or just none?
Actually, during these races, my go-to is, I do like the massages, but my crew will take gloves and icy hot, and then they'll massage me with the icy hot. So it's got that cooling, massaging, great feeling. Just kind of messy, gets everywhere. So
let's go ahead and check in on Brianna Grigsby, who, as of the last tracker update, I don't think that's what I want. Is 1, 2,
Right there.
3, 4 is running in 5th place for the ladies, behind Annie Hughes, who is in 3rd place. Lauren Jones, the Georgia native, who is in 2nd place. Sarah O, the Flagstaff resident. Sarah Ostaszewski, Rhoda Smoker, and then Brianna Grigsby.
Yeah, both Brianna and Sarah on the Aravaipa racing team, both looking amazing, and just both crushers. I love running with them. And it's just amazing to see what they can do. I'm really excited for Sarah this year as well. After I finished last year, and
well, and then her run at Mogian
oh yeah,
was just bananas.
Yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, all of her runs, she goes out and she crushes, and her and her sister Melissa, the O twins, I call them, in Flagstaff. They're always out there together, always crushing. But both of these ladies I've got to spend some time on different races over the years with. Brianna, Georgia Death Race in 2019, and
I forgot that she had done that.
yeah.
I think I might have been out there that year.
Yeah, we both took second at that, and then
We're gonna go back to Joe here.
oh, he's getting knee in the butt or
This
elbow
is-
in the butt.
Yeah, this is this is like a little inside crewing, 101.
Yeah, those hammies, they tense up on a lot of this runnable stuff. I mean, you just cruise going on the uphill, and then you hit a flat section or a downhill, and then all of a sudden you're like, hello.
Well, look at this angle. Jamil getting in there.
He's getting that elbow deep. I guess it's not Aravaipa Dark yet, sorry.
You gotta wait for Chris Warden for those jokes.
No, but these are the types of things you've got to do, and God bless him. He's down there on his knees and working it, keeping the string beam moving. And who knows? Maybe he's actually napping for a minute or two right here. It feels so good. Wade's trying not to laugh too much.
Well, I think what was said earlier was some, quote, fake sleeps.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're getting the spam bops every time we mention the Aravaipa After Dark. It's getting bombarded. Oh, looks like he had a 2-minute nap. He's refreshed, ready to go. Joe looking good, man. Maybe just a couple more minutes.
Well, and I'm sure that like camping mat probably feels like home for Joe.
I really think it's the Cocodona 250 backpack though that's doing it for him. He was using that at the last aid station too.
Oh, sorry, I missed the porn bot.
And strategically placed, Joe is in the shade on the back of his van there. So catching a little shut eye.
What's Connor saying in the chat? Connor, do you have any insights for us? What's Joe doing here? Is he gonna? I see nap, but I don't know what that's in reference to. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see some sleep from Joe here, or is he just gonna shut his eyes for a few minutes and then get back out there?
I think at this point in a race and, on these multi-day things, sometimes, you get 2-3 minutes and it feels like half hour, an hour. So, I've heard many stories from like Courtney or, Mike over the years about how little sleep they get. And it really is. You can train your body just to get just the bare minimum. And Don Greenwalt on the chat, second place finisher at the Cocodona 250 for 2021. Also works at Flagstaff Medical Center. Shout out to Dawn there.
Yeah, shout out to Dawn, sorry. She'll be in the live stream tomorrow. My wife, also an employee of Northern Arizona Healthcare now, so.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, and you're local yourself now.
Yep. Up in Flag now, just, living my best life.
That's right.
With the wife and kids.
Hard not to up there. It's beautiful. And Jerry Morrow said, "Can McKnight make up some time?" Yeah, absolutely. There's so much time still. They still got to work their way out Sedona, and there's a long, long stretch from Munns Park all the way into Flagstaff. So plenty of time. And Joe is out like a light. God bless him. I wonder if we can get some Z emojis, just like coming up from the live stream from his head there. He is sleeping soundly.
Let's go over here. Check out what's going on at the aid station here. And we do have some more runners coming in at Mingus Mountain here.
They must have heard about Jubilee's famous lasagna, so they're on their way in. Got to carb up. Yeah, and the temperature difference for those Mingus runners, just to get an idea coming in, it's probably a good, if I were to guess, 10 to 15 degrees difference right now from where Joe's taking a nap and where the runners are coming in. Plus a little windier up there. And some more. I don't know if we can get a bib number on that person coming in here.
Oh, that is C.
112.
Yeah, why can't I think of his last name? His first name is C. He's from Florida. C. Sawyer.
C. Sawyer. I.C. Sawyer.
From Holiday, Georgia, or Florida, rather.
A lot of fantastic beards and mustaches out there going on. I'm really impressed. I wonder how many of them were, beardless pre-COVID and just kind of let it ride. We got some more spam over here.
Oh, gosh. Sorry.
Yeah, C. Sawyer was giving off
old.
some.
I think that's the stuff I cleaned up already. Yeah.
Yeah, C. Sawyer was giving off some Crocodile Dundee vibes. I don't know if anyone in the chat knows who Crocodile Dundee is. It's time for a remake. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
My wife is Australian, so that's one of her favorite quotes. That's not a knife.
Yeah.
That's a knife.
Yeah, Randy Jubes is talented, woman of many talents, and yeah, she's giving back today at the aid station, putting the time on the food, helping the runners out, and it was really special to see her up there earlier. Steven remembers Dundee. Thank you. I always wondered if the Aussies actually liked Crocodile Dundee, or if it was just or if they thought it was just like drinking a Foster's. Yeah, it looks like Joe is he's up from his nap. He's doing a little shoe work there. He's still taking his time a little bit, and it doesn't look like he's in too much of a rush. But oh, he's up. He is up. This next section is going to be really awesome for him. Once he hits the Jordan Jim Thompson Trail, he's getting his pack on. He is out of there, so he is ready to move on. Knock out that Kasner climb.
Oh, Jem, Foster's, Australian for beer.
Yeah.
I make that joke to my wife Renee all the time, and she hates it probably as much as Jem does.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was asking about the Crocodile Dundee thing, because I know how they feel about Foster's, and someone mentioned that he was a cult hero. I was like, do they really think that way? But maybe they do. It's been a while. It's been a while. Still plenty of movement in the Mingus camp. Some runners getting dressed there. And it looks like Joe's pacer is gearing up here, getting ready to head out.
And I have not gotten confirmation as to whether I can break this news or not, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay.
Jamil picked Whit up in his car because Whit was walking on the road. Because Whit was walking on the road. Everyone probably thought it was
so
like
he had
some
his own
breaking
personal
news.
Uber.
Yeah. So Jamil had to take to drive Whit in. Shout out to Whit. Love Whit.
Whatever it takes, Whit, you know. It's pacer of the ages right there. Yeah, you know what? Like, it's again, these trails out there. They're like spider webs. It's following unless you're glued to that tracker. Sometimes it's so easy to take a wrong turn. So whether you're running it or pacing.
Looks like we do have another runner here making their way to the Verde River crossing.
Yeah. Trying to get a look on that bib. Looks like 10. Bib number 10.
Bib number 10 here at Mingus. As that feed is not going to come in currently.
Is that Cole Crosby?
Wait, where was it?
Looking at this one right here.
Yeah, that can't be bib 10. Because Cole is further ahead. But I can't get that feed in right now.
Okay.
Because we've seen Cole at Jerome already. Oh, let's see. Mingus Static, and of course, the chat. That's how you know you made it, Pete. When you when you spend half your time reporting spam bots in the chat.
First world problems: removing all the porn from the chat feed. And which one is this right here? This
Yep, that is Joe.
Joe.
Looks
Still
like
getting
he's
ready.
just getting ready.
Last minute packing there. Make sure to pack on that sunscreen before he leaves.
He's probably got a little over 2 hours of daylight left, I imagine.
Yeah. Yep, he is on out. That's great. On. Amber Meyer says, I'm a little disappointed there's no cow in studio, or is that being saved for the After Dark show? I was commenting a little bit yesterday how Jeff Browning and I had bought a cow, and we
Did you actually buy a cow?
Yeah, we had talked about it, and we bought some meat together, and then the cow that we wanted had gotten lost on Humphreys, basically out in the Lockett Meadow at her, and like we don't know when they're going to be back, so we thought about going out and trying to scout the cow down, and because we were hungry, and but yeah, we finally got the cow. All my packaging came with the name Kiwi on it. I don't know, or Kiki. I can't remember, Kiwi or Kiki, but I don't know if that was a cow's name. But I'm rolling with that. So, shout out to Kiki or Kiwi.
And here we go. We got the jam cam. As Joe is making his way out of the Sedona aid station.
Yeah.
So he's going to head basically back the same way he came towards the trails.
Mm-hmm.
And then he will split off. So he came in on the Crusty Trail.
Yep. Good old Crusty.
And then he's going to, and I don't think that's updated, and he's going to split off over here on the Adobe Jack Trail.
Yep. Yeah, I distinctly remember this was right after, this is the last nap I took, was at that aid station last year, which I took an hour. And I distinctly remember running down the street and thinking, my God, I want to hit single track so bad right now because I hate running on the road. But he's not that far off, and then he hits the Adobe Jack Trail, and then on to the Jordan, Jim Thompson. So he's going to have some sweet single track ahead of him. Anyone know what place Versteeg is in?
Drink.
Hear, hear.
Well, I think there's a Drake song that's named after your cow, probably.
Oh,
like Kiki, do you love me? It's perfect. See, you've already got a hit single named after your meat.
A moment of silence for Kiki, according to Project Josh. I do that every time I fire up my Traeger. So.
Out of respect.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, for those folks that want to come out and check out some of the runners on Eldon, there will be Pete's Meats up there, and the Traeger will be blazing. And the Traeger has a very small hot box, so not really blazing, up to Flagstaff fire codes and everything. But We have high winds out there right now. It's not safe. Beer and a burger, Don. I totally agree. Kiki, get in my belly. Yeah, Joe he's moving quite well right now, going down this. That's the 89 there you're looking at. With
And I imagine that sidewalk at this point in the race doesn't feel very good.
yeah,
You
no, it
know,
does not.
like you just got to sit down and get taken care of by your crew, and then you get greeted by uh, this just super firm surface. When I'm
Yeah.
sure all you want is something nice and soft right now.
Yeah, as a trail runner, I don't know when the sidewalk ever feels good, except when you look down at your watch, you're like, wow, I'm moving this fast.
And the miles tick off a
Yeah.
little faster, right?
And back on the single track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that, just like that.
Yeah, back in action.
Do you think he drops this pacer as well?
It's a real possibility going up Kazner Canyon and see how he feels. I'm not sure who's pacing him, but Joe doesn't have any problems going up these like the mountainous terrain. So we'll see here.
And I'll be darned. We have Mr. Arlen Glick in the chat. Your Javelin 100 champion. Your USATF 100-mile men's champion.
Yeah. Yeah.
The focal point of the live stream cult following named Arlen's Darlings,
That's right.
as they've named themselves.
Arlen's Darlings. Yeah.
That's perfect, isn't it?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. No, Joe is looking quite boss right now. Again, he's moving so well. And playing it smart, just hiking those. I mean, those climbs out there right now that he's doing are pretty tame for climbs, but he's saving his legs. He knows what he has ahead of him. He's got so much more mileage coverage.
That's a good question from Jeremy. Has it been a wet relative to the area, winter, spring, in this part of Arizona?
Not really.
Not really. It's been maybe a bit on the drier side, if anything.
Yeah, we had a couple of snow dumps this year in Flagstaff, but
Sedona got some snow
mhm.
as well this winter.
Yeah, it relatively though in between pretty sparse. That's the problem with the Arizona trails is you get a lot of this moisture and then just nothing for weeks on end. And we haven't had rain in Flagstaff for weeks now, and Sedona probably the same. The winds have been kicking up in high gear. Since I've lived up there these past 4 years, I don't think I've ever seen such a windy season that we've had. Which I'm kind of excited to see how the the runners deal with it going up. So especially as they get to the top of Eldon, it's going to be gnarly up there. And while Arlen's in the chat, do we see him doing Cocodona in 2023? That's a good question. I'd be excited to find that answer out. And those tuning in to the live stream right now, the backdrops where Joe's running towards, it's just absolutely stunning out there. They're heading northeast right now towards Wilson. He'll be at the base of Wilson here shortly, several miles, crossing Midgley Bridge, and then into the final water crossing. Logan Brooks asked, do these men wear running shoes for a hike like this? I can't speak for these guys, but I can say that I've seen more and more hikers over the years turn to trail shoes. They're a lot more comfortable, and the stability is, they have so many more offerings than they had, 5 to 10 years ago. So. And then he'd asked, Ned Jinsky asks, "Is this where the grade goes full uptick?" No, there will be a substantial climb here at Casner Canyon Trail, and then it will level out again. But the Casner Canyon Trail from the base of Oak Creek Canyon, for those who aren't familiar, if you it connects with Schnebly Hill Road, which for locals know that road is connected to the Hangover Trail, which is one of the most beautiful trails you can run in Sedona.
If you're scared of heights, it's also terrifying.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that for.
It's got everything. I mean, from the big, it's roughly, I want to say it's between 9 and 10 miles. It's got a good amount of ascent. It several miles in though, you hit this plateau and it looks like the surface of Mars. It is absolutely astounding. Then you get some great single track going around. Although the runners will not be on this trail, they'll have some sweeping views of it going up there. And the trail from Schnebly at the base of the hangover there to the I-17, where they're going to be following it up, it's roughly 13 miles. So you could basically park right off the 17 there, run 13 miles into Sedona, have a beer and lunch, and then run back and get a good marathon in. All downhill on the way there, all uphill on the way back. And Tony, yes, Joe is reaching out to the vortexes. There are tons of vortexes out there. Just look for a good gnarly manzanita, and you'll get it. Bennett asked the time of sunset in Sedona. I mean, it's about like, I'm going to say 6:37 at this point.
I will pull it up here. 7:14.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's great this time of year.
It's the beauty of being on Pacific time currently. we're so far.
Yeah, the rest of the world needs to ditch this daylight savings madness and just join us out here. It just makes more sense.
You don't have to worry.
Well, everyone will know what time it is all the time.
Do they observe daylight savings in the UK?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think so. I don't remember when I was living over there ever rolling back the
rolling back Australia, some states in Australia do observe daylight savings,
yeah,
and then some don't. So.
Well, what's interesting about Arizona, so they do not observe daylight savings, but if you go to Tuba City, which is on the Indian reservation just north of Flagstaff, they do. So I work at a hospital out there where if like during daylight savings time, I actually have to leave an hour early so I make it in time. And then there's actually a spot within Tuba City that doesn't recognize it. So there's like these pockets that don't recognize daylight savings. It gets really confusing. British summertime.
Yes, it's called British summertime.
And RSG says, still need to change some clocks. Thanks for a reminder. I hope you haven't been showing up to an hour late at work. It's been a bit. And they have daylight savings in Sydney, it looks like.
Yeah, in Sydney, I knew that they do it, maybe in most of Australia, but in Brisbane, they do not, which is where my wife is from, so it's interesting.
Yeah, so confusing.
Yeah, Navajo Nation in northeastern Arizona and Chinle.
Yeah, Chinle, that is out there. Yeah, and you can see Joe's, I mean, again, this trail working up there towards South Wilson, I mean, it's very runnable, but there's a little uphill grind, just enough to push him. So he's smart. He's doing the run walk thing and moving really well. Got some great footage from the front of the pack there. Just I can never tire of those Sedona backdrops. They're just stunning. And so close to Flagstaff and Prescott and Jerome. It's just such a unique. I mean, if you're driving on the I-17 going up towards Flagstaff and you peer off on the to your left there,
Looks like
heading
it might have
west on that
frozen there. Yeah. So we'll send it
I-17
to
exit,
Mingus.
you can just barely catch a glimpse of Sedona. It really is hidden down there. It's in this little basin, but if you've never been, definitely take the time to visit.
They've got some really good food down there as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
We got the jam cam back up.
Jam cam. Yeah, we'll have to get a mileage ticker for the people running the cameras next year. Maybe we can just
we should do some sort of research study.
yeah. See how many miles they're covering. It's no easy task just going back and forth. And again, like, you see some of this footage and, like, oh, he's taking his time, he's walking, and then next thing you know, boom, he's gone. So drop it like it's hot.
Let's go check in. Oh, that is not working. I'll have to have them refresh that.
And Ryan, Joe is off the 89. He's definitely on Adobe Jack, at least heading towards the Jordan Trail right now. So, and you can see some of the area he's in right now. There are some real techie spots. I normally run the opposite direction down that trail, and you can't. Going up, not so bad. Going down, you just can't take your eyes off the trail for a second.
And ladies and gentlemen, we do now have a feed up at Dead Horse Ranch as well. So just to pop in there, we'll be able to see runners come in and out of Dead Horse Ranch, which was one of the crowd favorites last year with the taco bar. We saw Jamil probably in the worst shape he's ever looked when he rolled in there at like midnight or 1 a.m. And all he wanted was the 2 tacos he had in his hands, and he had to talk to our live stream. It was great. We had a campfire cam there. It was a wonderful time. So we are back with a Dead Horse cam.
Yeah. Look at those views.
There's
right there.
Joe with the beautiful vortices. Is it vortices or vortexes? Nick and I had this conversation earlier. Nick said vortices, and Nick seems like he's smart. So
yeah, I'll go with vortices. That's fine.
Sounds
it's just
cool.
like cacti, cactuses. Both are acceptable, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, he's moving and he's going straight towards. I could see that mountain range in the distance. That is Wilson, one of the overlooks that you can see from the top of the mountain there. It's always fascinated me this late in a race how someone can just pick up and just run like that. Just all of a sudden they get that 89th wind just to move. He is moving so well. Rachel asks, is this using a Theragun a bad idea on the race like this? Really, there's I don't think there's any bad choice in this race. Anything that I think that can help you, keep those muscles loose and mobile. Massage, Theragun, rolling pin, whatever you're gonna do. It's just everyone's got their own deal out there, and Joe's been doing this for a long time, and he knows what works for him, just like I know what works for me, and you just you get what's comfortable with it, and you move. I'm not a huge fan of the Theragun. it's the anticipation of it, just like the rolling pin. It's a little awkward. I'm fine doing it to myself, but not, when other people are doing it to me. One of the best massages I actually had last year, Margaret DeHess, who's running the race this year, she gave me a really nice quad massage up at the top, heading towards Fort Tuthill after Black Tank, after climbing Kasner. And maybe I should save the story for after dark, but no, she was really working my quads really well, and to the point where I was like, "You're gonna get into some bubble gum there." So, but super thankful because at that point in time, I was like, just needed something after that quad pounding. So thanks, Margaret, and it's awesome to see you killing it on this year's race. So, I said when she gets to the top of Eldon, I will return the favor.
In the chat, Peter's going to trigger a bot again.
Yeah, let's test that. Let's see.
My 10-year-old just asked, "Do people pay to do this?"
Yeah. I did use the term bubblegum. I don't know if that triggers anything.
And it looks like Joe is still moving pretty well.
Yeah, he's looking great. I got plenty more stories, Rory. As the whiskey's flowing, the more may come out. Not gonna lie. What's the weirdest thing, Matt, you've ever seen at an ultra? Personal experience.
The weirdest thing?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it's not that weird because it's pretty common. But like someone using the restroom off to the side of the trail.
Yeah.
Who like thinks they're covered but isn't covered.
Yep.
But
So
like that's not weird, really.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's not a fun experience per se to see someone.
Well, it's quite normal to see.
But it's normal.
Yeah, to jump off trail and just have to take 10. I can piggyback on that with another great story.
Never mind who's watching. I should probably read that comment first.
Well, Tahoe a few years ago, I was going up. I was probably, I don't know, halfway, 2/3 the way through the course, and I was going up one of the climbs, and I witnessed someone inserting a suppository. I don't know if the miner knows what a suppository is, but I had no idea why they were doing it, but full moon right in the middle of the trail. So that was one of my weirdest experience. I don't know what it was for, if they were dehydrated or trying to get some quick salt intake, but you never know what you're going to see out there, especially after 200 miles. So.
Oh, man.
Nick, this is true. You were you were with me. I can confirm that she did wash her hands. Yeah, Nick stuck with me during some of that Kasner section last year was just it was a struggle, and I was chasing Dax for the longest time, and I kept looking at every corner. I'm like, he's got to be around this corner. He's got to be around this corner. And Nick was very patient, like, oh, we're gonna get him, and he stuck with me. And in the end, it was his 6-beer push, I think, going into Tuthill that that did it. So thank you, Nick.
So how did he?
He's a pro.
He have the 6 beers?
He what?
Where were the 6 beers stored?
IV drip mainly.
Yeah.
No. No, yeah, Nick was he was having fun. I mean, he didn't sign up for 100K. He just came out to run with me, and he's stuck with it.
But
So
when you're fueled by old style, it's pretty easy, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, he knows how to party, have a good time. Yep, huge shout out to Koros. I'm wearing their Vertex 2 right now.
Oh, me too. Oh, we got some bikers.
Beautiful watch. Yep, big biker trails out there.
I've seen people biking on the Hangover Trail,
Yep.
which to me seems insane because it's scary to me to run some of that
Oh yeah.
section, but people are just on bikes.
Yeah, I have some friends that come down each year to run Arizona in the winter, and I'm not much of a biker, but I like tagging along with them on my own 2 feet, and they just get after it. On some of these trails. I'm like, man, there's no way I'd ever attempt a bike on this, but hats off to those folks.
Yeah, and again, pulling up the Koros chat. Huge shout out to our good friends at Koros. Probably no. Well, I'm sure there are maybe better, but in that space, the most perfect partnership for a race like this, given the Vertex 2 with 140 hours of battery life there.
I made the
in
switch.
Standard GPS mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I made the switch a few years ago. It was just for the races and the time I'm out there. There's been no better watch. I started out with the Apex, went to the Vertex, and now on the Vertex 2, and it's bang for buck. You're not going to find a better watch.
Yeah, and for our viewing audience, anyone who is interested in upgrading their watch, you can go over to Koros.com and use the code Cocodona at checkout, and you can get a free accessory. So add your favorite watch band or a T-shirt or a keychain charger to your cart at checkout. Use the code Cocodona. If you're tired of your watch battery dying, you definitely want to go ahead and get yourself a Koros. So
Absolutely.
huge shout out to them.
Yep, Joe consistently going from hiking to running, moving smart. I don't really see him letting up on this lead here. I really don't. He's just moving so well and so fluid. In the footage that I've seen, he hasn't been stumbling around. He hasn't, his gait looks good. He looks focused, and he's got a pacer there to keep him, help keep with that focus. And I really hope that he takes a little time when he gets up to Munns, takes a little break for some sleep. But who knows? Maybe he's gonna try and just wants to be a time crusher. But
yeah, I mean, if he's looking at under 60 hours, maybe he's able to go on less sleep than maybe he originally would have needed if it was on like kind of the original course where you're looking at maybe a quite a bit slower, like in the high 60s probably on that original course.
Yeah, it's a fine line though for sure. I mean, just taking 20 minutes can definitely help him. He could end up finishing faster. I mean, it's just. I can't speak for his experience and the way he handles himself, but he seems to be moving really well, and I'm stoked for him. So
it looks like we should have Jeff Garmeyer coming into Deer Creek, Deer
King.
Pass. Sorry, soon. We are trying to get our Deer Pass camera feed up, but it's a bit remote out there. So we are also relocating our drone pilot who was near the Verde River, hopefully to a location closer to Sedona.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll be able to catch some of the lead runners there, because I think we're in for a bit of an exciting race when you look at, Jason Coop, who's in second, Andy Hughes, who's in third, Jeff Garmeyer, who's in fourth, and Michael McKnight, who's in fifth. And Kevin Goldberg, who is in sixth.
Yeah, don't forget the Goldberg
all separated by less than 10 miles.
Yeah, it's
That's
so close.
pretty close.
Oh, it's so close. Like I said earlier, there's so much time to make up here. I think the real race starts for those guys once they hit Muns, and it flattens out. They're out of the heat. The only element they'll really have to deal with at that point will be the wind.
And we do have camera feed at Dead Horse here.
Nice.
Dead Horse is just, it's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's some great trails out there. I run out there several times a year. It's stout. There's some good like uphill climbs and downhill like descents can be really fast, really runnable. You get some great views of the Tuzagut area, and Cottonwood's in that kind of weird little basin there. You can get some beautiful outlooks of Mingus Mountain and Sedona in the distance. So, and there's some pretty remarkable ruins all around to check out. Yeah, McKnight's still moving pretty solid. He's still, it looks like, on that lime kiln area. Garmeyer has
It
crossed
looks like
over.
he's in the aid station, maybe.
Yeah. But closing in, I mean, he's not too far off of Annie and Jason there, Jason Coop. So. Scott Mills was asking what Joe is using primarily for calories. I don't know the answer to that, but I can speak at the Jerome aid station. He was eating shredded chicken, it looked like, and mashed potatoes. So a little protein, a little carbs.
Let's actually, we got a little shot of Jody Seminel.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like she's coming into Jerome, right?
Yep. Jerome is such a little unique town. Beautiful.
And then we do have...
Make that left turn. The next one. Looks like she skipped over the haunted hamburger. If you're up there, great little spot to grab a beef burger there. And making her left here.
Yeah, down the stairs, too.
Yeah, she's going to be going down and finally get off that sidewalk onto that fire road leading her down the aid station.
And then we do have, I'll stay right here.
All smiles. Smiles for miles.
Yeah, and Jody is currently in 6th place for the ladies. And so we have Annie Hughes still leading for the ladies as she's at mile 133. Lauren Jones in 2nd at mile 116. Sarah Ostaszewski at mile 112 is in 3rd. Bree Grigsby at 108. That hasn't updated because she left.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she could still be there. Sorry. Brianna Grigsby in 4th. She's basically just left the Jerome aid station. Rhoda Smoker is at the aid station, is in 5th, and Jody is in 6th for the ladies, just a few miles, about a mile and a half from the aid station, it looks like.
A lot of these runners, according to the tracker data, just roughly 4 miles apart.
Yep.
Again, not a stretch in this race. That's less, a lot of these front runners are running, a 9 to 10 minute pace, which is for a 100 mile is a stout pace, and they're moving really well. And the 4 mile difference is nothing, especially if you haven't had that sleep. Again, you got to make up the time somewhere. So Different runners have all these different varying abilities that they can go, and some work better in the upper elevations, some work better in the heat, some are better at the downhill. So it really is interesting watching everyone with their strengths and shining through.
And we're going to go back here real quick to the jam cam as Jamil is following. Jamil's racking up the miles today because he's been following Joe. He took Joe from partway up to the airport down, and now he's taking him. He's taking him a pretty long ways out there now at this point.
And Connor Holt, thanks for that. Confirmed. Joe has been eating chicken salt tabs and PB&J sandwiches, so that is fuel of choice for this race. And David Lane, following in Joe's footsteps, had chicken and mashed potatoes tonight for dinner in honor of Joe.
He should probably sign up for Cocodona next
That's right.
year.
I mean, that's a prereq right there. It's like you're eating chicken and mashed potatoes. You can do a 250-mile race. It's good. And Smith 2976 says, talking about her positive smile that we were just talking about there. So yeah, smiles are infectious, and even if you're dying inside, a smile can totally, especially if you're a little bit competitive in nature, you smile at your opponent even when everything hurts and you're dying, can totally screw with their head. I do it. It works quite well. So they're like, how do you feel this good at mile 200 and such? Well, I don't, but I'm not going to tell you that. Smile for the camera. You look good.
Pete's Meat training camps coming soon.
They've been going on for years. So
Yeah.
I host a camp yearly for folks. Just invite whoever, and we camp out and run. I just take them out on trails over a 3-day weekend, and there'll probably be another one in late August this year in Flagstaff. So if anyone wants to come up.
Do you cook them meats is the question.
The meats?
Yeah. Do you cook
absolutely.
the meats?
Yeah, it's meat eating and drinking all weekend, but you have to be able to get up and do the runs. So the last group I took up, actually during COVID, it took a group of 15 folks, I think, up to the top of Humphreys. So it was a good time. I don't have a sign-up sheet, sadly, Stephen, but I should probably work on that.
He's put your name in the back of his head.
Anyone and everyone is welcome, so. Dad Runner AI says props to the angry runners. Or the hangry runners. It might be one and the same. If you're angry and you're doing this stuff, you are probably hangry. So come on up to Pete's Meats, where you can cure those hangry woes. I think the whiskey might be talking a little bit now, but thankfully After Dark is coming, so you'll have enough of me. Yeah, and I wish we had a little bit more footage of what's going on in the rest of the race right now. The static cam still going on Mingus, but
we've got
runners moving. But
we've got some of the Dead Horse aid station here as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot. All of the runners have made it to Whiskey, and so we can actually take a look at that maybe. Here's what Whiskey Row, which was a bustling party earlier this morning and last night. Looks like, I believe as of the last update, all of the runners had left Whiskey Row except for one Mr. Stan the Man. So Stan is probably just, regrouping, taking his time. That's how you stay ahead of cutoffs.
That's right.
You don't take big risks.
Yeah,
Stay within yourself and just keep
that's
chipping
right.
away.
He's on his own journey, so God bless him. Yeah, there's a lot of downtime between the top of Mingus coming to Jerome and then the space in between going through Clarkdale and coming to Sedona. So that's where we're at in the race, and there's a lot of folks moving through that section. So probably once Chris comes on board, there'll be a huge influx of runners coming in that Dead Horse area and Sedona area. So, oh, I know that section well. That's the bars he just crossed under Joe. That's so he is on the Jordan Trail, cruising up towards South Wilson there, running down that section. As soon as you hit those bars, it just kind of drops, and it's super technical. But thankfully, he's going the opposite direction. But it is an uphill. You heard me talking again. He's running now. He
He's
is
like, oh,
moving.
damn, Pete's watching again.
Moving quite well. So I would say maybe a couple miles, and he's going to be hitting Midgley Bridge and then going down to the Grasshopper area where he'll have his final water crossing in Arizona. And Nick wanted to let people know if you're coming up to Eldon, they had to move the aid station this year because of the wind from last year. So it's hopefully going to be a little nicer for you guys. But there is only one car allowed up there. So if you're supporting a runner, just carpool, please head up there. If you need a ride, hit me up. I'll come down and get you. So I'll be up there probably Wednesday evening, hopefully, depending on where I fall with my pacing duties. Yeah, and again, looking at the screen there with Joe's views on that backdrop, I mean, I always look at it from the other direction coming down, but it just never gets old out there at Sedona, especially with those blue skies. It's just phenomenal backdrops there everywhere you look. That red rock, and it's so different. You're so close. Literally driving time from where he's at, he's probably like 40 minutes away from Flagstaff and the Pines, and it's all red rocks where he's at right now. You wouldn't know it.
Oh, good question in the chat. Someone's crew, I think, had shared this information with us. Is that black is actually is like more SPF proof than white, which is why Joe is likely wearing black as opposed to white. Not as many UV rays can get through there.
Yeah, you know what? Personally, I wear a lot of black shirts, mainly so I can see the salt lines. You can see how much sweat you're excreting for your body. I'm a big guy, I sweat a lot more than most, and with the white shirts, you really can't see that. I mean, if I look down on my shirt and it's caked in salt lines, I know that I'm like, I got to be on top of my electrolyte intake. So it's not a bad option to take. And he's got the sleeves going, which, I used those last year as well. I mean, they're great for UV protection. And then again, if it's hot, throw some ice down there. Like, you cool off that like inner core body temperature, and you just let it drip down, and it'll change your life on the trails. Yeah, he's definitely in hiking mode right now. And again, it is a steady uphill grind there to the base of Midgley Bridge. And again, I think he's hearing me talking. I'm just going to keep talking, Joe. I just want to see you crush sub 60. every time I bring him up, like, oh, he's walking, he just picks up the pace. So he's moving quite well. Serious FOMO right now.
Just think this could have been you, Pete.
Well, I don't know if it could have been. I don't know if it could have been that far ahead. Still, I'm really excited for this whole new adventure for these folks. This is really great. Emily Donner, coming up Wednesday evening. Couldn't be more excited. I hope to see you, Emily.
I hope you're there. Will you be there in time for Joe to finish, Emily? That's the real question.
Yeah, and I already told Dylan, if you or Dylan need a place to clean up, whatever, my house across the street from Eldon, you know where it is. Joe looking strong.
I think what's going to be super telling is how well he gets up this Kasner Canyon climb.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, he's really been just bouncing between the hike and the run, which, you know, this far in the race on that sort of terrain, it's like he's doing it smart. I'm sure after running on, I mean, you can see the terrain he's running on. It's a mix from like clay to like rocks to like sandstone, just, you know, slate, just.
It beats up your ankles and feet a little bit.
Yeah, a lot more than you realize. Normally it's right after you run, you're like, why do I hurt so much? I feel like I ran a marathon. I'm like, oh, it's just running in Sedona. That's pretty much how it goes. But he's going to be really stoked that water crossing. I think if his feet are on fire at this point, he's going to get that nice blast of cold water on his feet and then just cruise into hike mode. I think the views alone, especially going up at this rate, he's 520, so the sun's going to start to go down on him. He could have the most epic views of the race going up. I really think so, especially looking back over on Kasner, looking back on Hangover Trail and Sedona. I hope he takes just, 15, 20 seconds, just stop and just look.
Soak it in.
Yeah, it's amazing up there.
Ellie Belly in the chat. I'll be out there next year too.
Oh, wow. Got another
and now it's
sign up.
on the live stream. So
we're going to hold you to that.
The people will see it.
We'll send you the registration here. Says what? Oh, poor Wit. He's just getting blown up over here.
Watching the AZT FKT doc, he dropped Wit like twice a day. Oh, poor Wit. Wit.
Well, you know what?
If you ever watch this section of the stream back, I just want you to know that Pete and I both love you dearly. You're incredible.
Hands off to him. He sticks with him. He keeps going back. So
yeah.
He's, And, I've always said, you want to be faster, you run with faster people. I've been dropped many times by other runners over the years, and it's humbling. Ryan asks, GPS says he's on Jordan Trail right now. Yes, he is. He is getting close. Judging by the section that he was running through earlier, he's almost to the Jim Thompson descent, which will lead him down to Midgley Bridge. As I can see where he is, that's a good photo op going the opposite direction. So he's going to round that corner. He should have a little rocky descent coming up here. And hats off to Jam Jam for hanging with him the whole time.
After pacing Senseman down from Mingus.
Oh, yeah.
After filming earlier in the day.
Yeah. You'd think he'd run the Cocodona 250 or something. I mean,
And apparently that's L Spacek in the chat. Ellie Spacek, who was a inaugural Cocodona 250 finisher.
run slow to run fast. Ask when Walmsley is pacing Sensman.
Oh no,
I don't know if that's going to happen.
sorry, Ellie did not finish last year, so Ellie does need to come back next year.
Oh, absolutely. Unfinished business. Jam getting all the angles in.
Oh, he knows.
Beautiful camera work. You see his flowing hair in the shadow.
We haven't seen the double fisting yet of the GoPro in one hand to film for post-production and the live stream camera phone.
I tried to help him this morning. I caught him on the descent going down in Jerome. I asked if I could take a load off his hands, but he's quite comfortable double fisting it. So
he said yesterday that back in 2017, filming Western, he ran 75 miles filming Western. Might as well just run the whole race.
We're almost there. Yeah, Joe is cruising. He doesn't have that much longer before. I mean, it's kind of been a steady ascent for him since leaving the aid station. Very runnable, beautiful single track, but definitely taking his time on some of these climbs. And he's almost to this little descent here. But it's definitely worth it for the ascent. I mean, if you're a viewer looking in, you can see these views in the distance, and they're stunning. Even more in the winter, if you can come down after a snowfall. I mean, that's my go-to in the middle of winter is just go down like right after a snowfall and try and catch the red cap like mountains down there.
Yep, you've got the beautiful red rock that's like capped with a little bit of white. You've still got some green vegetation there that looks really beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
And just to give you all another shot, we do have our drone pilot, Troy, at a new location here closer to Sedona.
Oh, there we go.
In between Sedona and Deer Pass, so he should be able to get our next runners as well as we await them. He's got some incredible views here. Truly incredible. And we are back to the Jam Cam with your race leader, Mr. Joe McConaughey.
And John Chicken Nugget Marishek thanking us for the great backdrop on this video. For those who don't know, he fuels on McDonald's chicken nuggets only. That's all he ever eats, ever. But he runs hundreds of miles. Yeah, when I saw this course change this year, I was super excited for the runners because after doing that death march through the Fire Rose to Kasner last year, this is a real treat. Something unlike, I'm sure Whit is extremely jealous right now. He's about to get dropped with all this filming that he's doing.
well, that's not Whit again. I don't think that's Whit again, is it?
Sorry, no, it's not Whit. But I'm sure he's tuned in and watching. He's much different for the runners that did it last year.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jamil getting to experience that section from Sedona up to or through Huntley Tank and Black Tank to the Kasner climb. I wonder if that had anything to do with the reroute here, because firsthand he got to experience that cheap road.
Yeah. I'd like to blame it on the fires, but I mean it's a smart move. I mean it's much better course. I have a loop that I do this all the time. It's like a 9 mile loop from where he's heading to right now, and it's just again from a Flagstaff runner coming down for a quick Sedona run. It's a 30-minute drive, and then you can get a quick 9 mile loop in the driest conditions, and it's super runnable, and it's got lots of great varying terrain. You actually run through like downtown Sedona, and then you get um, go through that hangover area. It's just absolutely stunning views. It looks like he's on that downhill descent now towards the Jim Thompson Trail. Yeah, taking advantage of those runnable miles where you can get them.
Yeah, and good question in the chat. Wonder if he's pushing a little bit so that he can sleep soon. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's going to be too much of his strategy up to this point. Seems like he's going to go for those 5 to 10 minute naps, and they may become more frequent
Yeah,
as needed, but
yeah.
we'll see.
I can't speak for him. I don't know how he deals with the night running. At night everything changes. I mean, you're just focused so much on your feet, on the light. Your depth perception gets thrown off, and it just. And then if you've been deprived of the sleep and you're going in, that's when the hallucinations start really creeping in. You start seeing things out of the corner of your eyes. I've been known to like start muttering to myself over like thinking here in conversation, but he's turning back and he's still smiling. So I don't know if Joe can hear me, but he is looking amazing right now. I'm so stoked for him. We had a little chat about his FKT on the Arizona Trail earlier today, and Mike Versteeg and I had been talking about his attempt when we did John Kappas last year, and how we were a little nervous for him just because of the weather. And I think Jeff had done it in March, and he was attempting it in April, and but it was a pretty snowy year, and he got. I don't know if any of you had followed him, but he got stuck in a snowfield on that north rim of Kaibab, and when you start post holing out there, you're not only post holing, but there's like a ice sheet that just a thin layer right on top there. Just it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. It just like cuts you apart every time your feet and your legs sink into the snow. So that was at the point where he was about to quit, and he went back out and he crushed it. So hats off to him and for doing that. Thankfully, he doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff right now. It's dry trails, smooth sailing. It's such a smart runner. It's great to watch.
Yeah, I mean, he's having just such a great race thus far, and at this point, he knows where that line is of pushing too hard, and so he's willing to run certain sections, but he's not afraid to
Yeah.
hike when he feels like he needs to. And I think that that's part of why he has the lead that he has.
Yeah, and again, I can't speak for. I mean, what's he at? I don't know if this is refreshed here. Like 147 miles in or 150. 147 it says according to the tracker. But I remember hitting the 200-mile mark.
That was 10 minutes ago.
Out in as I was going towards Tut Hill last year and thinking, my God, I still have a 50-mile ultra to do. He's still got another 50 miles to go before he even hits that. So, and on cue, he starts running again.
Yeah, and what mile are they at right now? Joe, his tracker, it looks like updated 10 minutes ago, so he's probably around mile 148 and change.
Yeah. So yeah, this is I know the section. It's he's about to hit the main point on the Jim Thompson Trail. It looks like. I remember the first time ever running that trail section going the opposite direction. I think was with Cody Reed years ago, and he took me on a 3-pass loop excursion, and I remember going up that hill, like trying to run behind Cody, and I was like, oh my God, it's so steep right now. So good to see Joe going in the opposite direction, get some nice downhill before he hits Midgley Bridge.
And I believe that I am going to pass things over to the great Chris Warden here for a few minutes, and then I will take back over maybe for a little bit for Pete here until Mr. Stephen Crawford gets in. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a little bit of some revolving chairs here. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to hand it over to your host of Aravaipa After Dark, which is starting early, the great Chris Warden. So let's go.
All right, all right, all right. Bob C saying doesn't do Strava. Talking about Mark Vogel. If it's not on Strava, it doesn't count. That's what I heard. So, Chris, it's good to have you, man.
Pete, it's good to see you.
Pleasure, mate.
I've been following you folks all day. You and Matt have been doing a bang-up job on what has been an amazing adventure. Obviously, you ran this race last year, and I couldn't wait to see you in studio and to get your vantage point. Even with the course changes, I know that you know all of these trails very well, very intimately, because you train in these areas, and this is your playground. And that was one of the cool things about having you and Michael Versteeg at the top of the course last year, at the top of the standings, because the two of you, it kind of showed that there was an edge or a potential advantage to having that familiarity. So.
Yeah, again, I can't speak for the course this year. I have run a lot of these trails and ran some of them with Mike last year. And it's funny, even leading up to Cocodona last year, I got to run with Mike, and we discussed our tactics going into the race. And even post-race, when I ran with him at John Campus last year, we were kind of talking about it and stuff. And it is really interesting when I remember leaving the first section, running with Mike, the first 37 miles as we were going out of the hot frying pan, as you call it. I asked him, I'm like, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to get the F out of here. And I was like, I'm going to hang back a little bit. And we both chose very different strategies, but it both paid off for both of us. So it was interesting to see the takes. But again, we're a little used to the Arizona playground out here. So
Absolutely. And speaking of Mike Versteeg, of course, 2021's Cocodona 250 winner, did not have the race he had hoped this year. And I kind of wanted to bring that up. I don't know if you and Matt had talked about this, but Mike did make a post to Instagram a little bit earlier.
I haven't seen it. No.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up.
Sure.
It says, happy to be a part of year 2 of Cocodona 250. I started with a pretty bad back injury and was happy to make it past 10 miles and finish in downtown Prescott. Seizing up and riddled with pain, I just couldn't do it this year. I really just wanted to be a part of what I see becoming the premier American endurance foot race. Thanks to all the runners for the kind words out there, and Satisfy Running for the support. Looking forward to getting healthy and fit and finding new motivation in this sport.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I love Mike. He's a free spirit, but hats off to him. Like, listening to your body. I mean, it's the most important thing out here. There's some people that go on the DNF hate train, but when you're running at this pace and you have your own tactics and your own plan and stuff, you never know what's going to happen. And I'd heard rumblings that he might have something to do with his back, so I was watching him cautiously during the front of the race. But yeah, I mean, stuff like that happens. And I mean, even last year, I went into this race with a bad ankle roll 2 weeks prior, and I was actively taping it the morning of the race, and I'd never taped an ankle before.
Oh
And
my.
and I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work. And I was walking around the hotel room, and I'm like, I can't do this. This is not in my comfort zone, so I'm just going to roll the dice. And that's what he did. And, unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but I'm glad he just, there's so many races, so much time, like plenty of time to crush another one. So.
Oh, absolutely, and that's one of the things that's fascinating about a race like this. I mean, you're out there for, in your case, it was 80-ish hours, give or take, and it gave you plenty of time to troubleshoot. It's basically 80 hours of your own project management, so to speak. In a lot of ways. So, what kind of goes into that? I mean, when you go into a race like that, knowing full well that you're coming in with some potential concerns, such as an ankle that's been giving you problems. I mean, is it at the forefront? Are you like trying to find ways to distract yourself from that, or are you actually just using the fact that you've got a ton of time to think about it and say, how can I approach this?
Yeah, I mean, with my ankle issue, it's like, can I run on this? And I had been for the past few weeks, and it was fine. I was nervous about just having another bad ankle roll. But I had the poles with me. I ran with them the whole race, and I only rolled it once, which we talked about earlier when I ran into an ATV on the single track course.
Yeah.
And it caught me off guard, but that was the only time. And, it's one of those things I've been prone to falling over the years, and it's always when you're thinking about it, it happens. So
yeah.
the more you can like kind of block that stuff out, the better. So
yeah, and it's just with a situation such like that, I mean, yeah, you've got to obviously confront the problem, but then there are other times where it's like, you don't want to be dealing with that, at the front of mind. So
yeah.
As the runners are, starting to hit Sedona, obviously the leaders are now, hitting Sedona, String Bean McConaughey, and then Jason Coop and Annie not too far behind. Is there a difference in your mindset or what you're looking forward to at that point? I mean, you are, obviously they're not quite as far into the race as you were at this point last year. I believe that they were a little bit further back just on the basis of where the mileage tapped out, but
yeah, I don't know Coop and Annie that well. I can't speak to them. They're or Jeff Garmeyer for that matter. I mean, like, they're all moving super well. Annie has great experiences. Like, she's had a string of like amazing races. She's just crushed at. Jason Coop as well. I mean, like, if you're if you're doing TDG, like,
yeah,
hats off. I mean, like, that is like the ultimate like ultra in the world. I'm still working my way up to that. Hopefully 2024 will be my race, but it's just they're smart. They know what they're doing, and they know how to listen to their body. After everyone's like, I don't know how I could do more than 100 miles. And like, it really is all about putting nutrition to the bank. You know, the training at that point, it doesn't matter how many miles you're doing. You just keep the electrolytes going, you keep the nutrition going, and then sleep management is absolutely the most important thing. How well you handle yourself under little to no sleep, it's going to be like a defining factor.
Absolutely. Like we said, it's just problem solving stacked on top of problem solving. Our current view here is of Mingus Mountain, and we will be flipping back and forth around the course. It is one of the benefits and also one of the tricky things about coverage of an event of this magnitude is that number one, we have a lot of places to cover, and number two, we have a lot of places to cover. So, it is very tricky to get around the course. And we kind of take what we can get in terms of our camera views and everything. So, we're gonna try and refresh the.
Yeah, see where everyone's at here.
I don't know what happened here. We'll see if we can get a.
There we go.
Let's take a look here. We'll actually see if we can throw the live tracker on and kind of take a closer look.
Yeah, so Annie and Jason are still pretty close to each other. I mean, according to the last tracker feed, I mean, they're within a half a mile.
Yeah,
of each
and
other.
And as Stephen Crawford had mentioned last night, when you're talking about the satellite pinging, that's really that's within the margin of error.
Sure.
It depends on who pinged when.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it was. That was our dilemma, so to speak, when it came to following you up, you and Dax up Eldon.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know, okay, we had to not only follow who was in the lead according to what the tracker told us, but we also had to see like who pinged. Well, Pete pinged 4 minutes ago and he was there, but Dax pinged 60 seconds ago and he was here. So it's like, okay, well maybe they're actually just running together and we're just getting different satellite feeds. So, as you can see, race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey making his way in the area around Sedona, looking good. He has really been impressive all day long.
And I'm pretty sure he can hear us because every time we say that, he starts running. So.
When he knows he's on the camera. If this is the jam cam, then he's definitely got it on
got
speaker.
the audio feed going.
Of course, is that still Whit Weisbrun with him right there?
No. I'm not sure who's pacing him now. So.
I just saw him shake his head no, so they're definitely listening. So, as soon as they found out they were on the camera, they picked up the pace. We're kind of like almost like mushing him like an Iditarod or something.
I love it. He's looking so good out there. So, Jam, keep the audio going, and we'll keep motivating him. And I don't know if you can hear me, if you're a red meat eater, but we've got some pretty awesome smoked ribs for you waiting on Eldon. So. You may want to forego the sleep and just crush it all the way to the finish there.
Just keep going.
Right.
He hasn't needed much sleep yet, so it has been impressive. And this is such. I'm happy to see the leader be able to hit Sedona and catch these views. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, as you were talking with Matt earlier, that it is one of the benefits of running this race is being able to go. Through this area, while it is visible, I mean, it is absolutely stunning. So,
yes, as a local runner, for sure. I mean, I'm fortunate enough I get to run these trails all the time. For the runners coming in that are out of town or out of state or out of the country, you just don't know what you're missing in some of these night sections. And that was one of my things. And I told Dax last year, I'm like, we were racing through Walnut Canyon. It was one of the most beautiful sections of the course.
Yeah.
And we're just hammering, away in the middle of the night, which was exciting in its own right. But, oh, man, I hope that at some point he gets to or has experienced those trails out there so he can see what he missed.
We did have somebody asking about bib number 75, Amy Palmero Winters, approaching 100 miles. Indeed, she is currently, according to our tracker, at about mile 91. So it looks like she is heading through the Prescott National Forest, heading towards, is that Cottonwood is the next aid station? Or?
Yeah, it looks like she was at the Mingus aid station there, currently from the last tracker section there, last tracker ping that we're getting.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, back to what we're looking at right now. I mean,
I
know exactly where they're at, and it's they're it looks like they're approaching. That's 89 right there?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Midgley Bridge, the base of South Wilson Trail.
Yeah.
Which is at the bridge right there going over Oak Creek Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful area. So he's going to go
literally into town from here, right?
So actually, just down right where he's at, passing the bathrooms there. He'll probably cut down to the right. There's a trail that goes down heading towards the Grasshopper Trail, which would drop you below the bridge. And then you'll hug the 89 on the east side.
And I really encourage people to stick around and watch this section because right now is arguably going to be some of the most beautiful visuals of the entire course. And we're in that. As people filming like to say the golden hour, simply because the light has shifted,
mm-hmm.
and there are a few places that I've ever been, and arguably in the world, that are as beautiful as Sedona at this time of day. So
I want to say he's maybe got a mile and a half, maybe, to the river crossing. So it's coming up quick.
Yeah,
and you can see down there the river's flowing. That's the Midgley Bridge, if for locals and anyone that's familiar with the area, a lot of folks out here run the 3-pass loop, which starts right where he ran and covers 3 passes in the Sedona area for about a 18 to 19 mile trek with about, I want to say 4,500 foot climb. So it's kind of like doing the Grand Canyon without going to the Grand Canyon. But for Flagstaff runners, it's a quick little jaunt and getting some vertical. So that trail that he's running on, again, single track, very smooth. And then he's going to drop down into the river here.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of going northeast at this point, and then he's going to turn a little bit south there. So, but look at that, that background. It is unbelievable.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, we are very privileged to have the permission and the ability to have the Cocodona 250 run through Sedona like this. This is as gorgeous a backdrop as you'll find for a race.
Yep.
And as Jan Rice is mentioning, it's hard to believe, but Joe is approaching 150 miles at this point, and still just moving on at a very amazing clip.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area to be running in. Like you said, the Golden area. I think going up after that river crossing, Chasm Canyon Trail. If he looks, I told Matt, I'm like, I hope he takes a few moments to look to his right on the Hangover Trail and watch that sun going down, because it's absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have him hit this right now. So, looking around to see what else is going on. As last night we had said, we had asked you to share your viewing opportunities and where you're set up watching the Cocodona 250. If you want to post that to Instagram and share what your setup is, as we actually are hitting the top of the hour, I consider Aravaipa After Dark to start at 6 p.m. So, that at that point, I can officially consider it the night. So, if you want to share your setups, once we are, a little bit further into the evening, we'd be happy to share them on the YouTube broadcast. Just hashtag Cocodona250 on your Instagram posts, and we would love to. So we'd love to have it on there.
With After Dark starting in approximately 1 minute.
Yes.
Are you ready to start with this whiskey?
Oh, as Dr. Stephen Crawford found out last night, I am not a whiskey guy.
You've obviously never had Scotch before.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I've definitely not had too much Scotch. If that's, it's not an issue of having a bad experience. Although there was a time back in college with a certain Black Label whiskey, but we won't get into that right now. Rebecca asking where Jeff Garmeyer is. Jeff was, at last I heard, 4th overall. It looks like he would let's kind of see if we can.
Last I checked in, he was killing mountain lions and wearing their skin.
That's true. He probably was wearing their pelts as a sign of conquering them.
That's right.
So he had just passed one of the previous crossings of 89A. Looks like he's heading towards what would his next aid station be at this point? He would be heading into which aid station? He would be just coming out or coming into Sedona. He's just a bit of a ways out. So at that point.
Yeah, he's still doing that lime kiln stretch, but not far away from Annie and Jason there. So and again, that is a very flat, like steady up section, but plenty of time to make up there. So thanks for Mark Friess. Am I saying that? Friess or Friess? He said he bumped into me in 2018 at the Grand Canyon. I've met a lot of folks in the Grand Canyon over the years, just randomly, and it's still one of the best places on the face of the planet to Carrie Henderson, actually one of my friends that's running this race. I met her randomly going to the Grand Canyon to run rim to rim, and I met her through a random Facebook group. She was looking for a taxi, and we ended up hooking up and running running the rim together. So
Oh,
it was, yeah,
nice.
it was, and then we both weren't living at Flagstaff at the time, and now we're both locals up there. So shout out to Carrie. She is crushing it. I also find it hilarious that she doesn't consider herself an ultra runner, but she's done some ultra running races and just absolutely done phenomenal. So she's doing really well in this race.
And of course, he also does mention good luck at Western States. You've got a big race yourself coming up. You've had a nice stretch of events over the past year, and as an Aravaipa Racing team member, we cannot wait for you to represent.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to it. We're having a little bit of in and out on some of our camera shots, so we'll see if we can go back to one of our static cams to just have a better shot here. This is Mingus again. Might pull up Dead Horse as well, simply because that is a gorgeous view as well of the outdoors here. Let's see, that would be... After I was in last night, I need to refamiliarize myself with where everybody's at. There we go. It looks like that is Jessica at Dead Horse, and then there's also Connie at Dead Horse as well.
Yeah.
I like that one better. It's a little bit more clear.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And one thing I've learned is that as long as there's something to see and there's motion, people get excited.
Oh, absolutely.
Like
yeah.
last year, I heard you talking about when Jamil came into Dead Horse, and people did not want us to call it a night.
Yeah.
People were wanting to sit, and sit and
going.
watch people
Keep
at
the
the
live stream
campfire.
going.
It's an amazing thing. We are, it's a very unique sport to cover from a camera, visual, and video standpoint, because there, unless you're literally following alongside a runner such as we saw Jamil and Joe McConaughey, it's not the most captivating, and other than the backgrounds that they're running through, but sometimes just seeing some energy really keeps people going, and I guess it's kind of it makes sense because in our hi Connie in our in this sport there are times where whether it's a road or trail event, you go to say 100-miler or the Boston Marathon, and you go to cheer somebody for like a few moments.
Yeah.
And then they're gone.
Oh, absolutely.
But people get so excited to do it. People will travel hundreds or thousands of miles to support the runners and to support as crew or just cheering people on.
Well, I know talking with Jamil of these past few years and seeing his vision for this race and seeing it evolve. I mean, we're only in year 2. I cannot wait to see, like a couple years from now what this race will become. But having some experience running in the European circuit as well, it's just people come out, like they learn about these races over the years and they start coming out and they flood to the streets and they're out there. I mean, people aren't going to be going out there like allay, 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 but they'll they'll be out there supporting in their own way, and it's going to be the runners feed off that. You really do. Like, as bad as you feel in any moment, you get these people coming out and cheering you on. It's just, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true. And I saw what Colleen Langley was talking about possibly wanting to do on Saturday to cheer in those last few runners, trying to, I guess, mobilize the audience and rally the troops, so to speak, to come on out. It was you were there at the finish line when our final finisher, Andre Lee, came across, and it was not just a race for you. I mean, you made a whole week of it even after you were done on the course, I mean, it seemed like, I had just missed you up at the top of Eldon, and that's something I've regretted for a year, is the fact that
oh, don't regret it. I'll be up there this year.
well, I'll be in here. And so I actually missed out on the opportunity to partake in some of your grilling skills up at the top of Mount Eldon. So, but for the runners that are making their way up there, they will be able to reap the benefits of your generosity. So.
Yeah, I love cooking food for the runners. I think the first time I ever did it was a Javelina 100 several years ago, and I brought my barbecue, and I just bought like $100, couple $100 worth of meat and veggie burgers and all that stuff, and I was working the aid station with Sage Canada and Hayden Hawks, and I don't know what diet Hayes on, but I know Sage is a vegan. So
Oh.
the fact that he stuck with me while I was grilling all that meat, like, speaks numbers. But that was really my first time doing that on that level, and people were talking about. I had people coming up to me at races for years saying like, "Oh, I could smell the protein like wavering down trail," and they were still talking about. So I wanted to keep going out there and doing that, and Eldon literally is in my backyard, so just it's a quarter mile from my house across the street. There's nothing more, and I would love to do than go up and help the runners this year again. And a lot of runners last year that looked like they were having a tough time. I told them like, take 5-10 minutes, just have something to eat, please. Just you don't know how much it's going to change your life, and they did, and that downhill was a lot nicer for them.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
After some food in their belly.
I'm sure that it helped them a ton, and the fact that you're going back shows that you actually enjoyed it as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to be going up there to do this. It's something that you want to do.
I have to go. I must.
We're gonna actually spin back around to Whiskey Row. It looks like is that
Stan the man?
Is that Stan the man? Stan the man at Whiskey Row.
He's got to get out of there. He's getting ready. He's like he knows he has to get moving. So
looks like
good on him.
He's got until 9:30 p.m. to head out. So I mean, he's doing all right. Oh, do we have a? Oh, is that Jason Coop?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Coming in.
Jason Coop coming into is he coming in?
Yeah.
Okay, in between Deer Pass and Sedona. Thank you. For those that couldn't hear, Matt Feldick was kind of spoon-feeding me there. One of the things about coming in for Aravaipa after dark is that they shut the lights off and they make me kind of find my way in the dark and trying to figure out where all the new buttons are because, as we mentioned, we're getting feeds from all over the course. And so we're trying to keep an eye on everything all at once. I mean, right now we know for a fact we've got Jamil following Joe McConaughey. We have Jason Coop, and then via the drone shot approaching a crossing. And then, of course, we've got 2021 sweetheart of the audience, Stan the Man Barry at Whiskey Row. So we have a lot of things going on in a lot of different directions, and it is a team effort. So even though Matt has stepped away from the microphone for the moment, he is still here and he is still helping. And even when he isn't helping, he's literally right outside the door, just in case something goes wrong or we need some help, or just because he loves being around us.
Yeah, he's giving the vocals a break, so
he can't.
Hats off to him.
Sometimes that's big enough. That's one of the things about working and doing this is that once upon a time I worked in media and in radio in particular, and the longest we would ever be on a shift is 6 hours, and that meant we also had a lot of music to play or commercial breaks. This is a completely different animal.
Oh, absolutely. I got to tell you, I was a little nervous about coming in here just because I know the feed with the sound has been kind of like mucked up this year, and it's unfortunate. But trying to fill that dead space down, the downtime and everything. I know people don't like the silent treatment, so hopefully we're not rambling too much and keeping it fun. And I'm so excited and happy to be here. So
we're lucky
pleasure.
And we're very fortunate that we have as much video to rely upon.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things, for instance, for those that have seen maybe other live streams. And this is a shout out to what Dylan, Corinne, and Billy did at Western States last year. For the first 50 miles, they didn't have a lot of the video. They really kind of just had to roll the way we're rolling from a conversational standpoint. But they didn't have all this. They didn't have these gorgeous shots.
Yeah,
so,
we were literally emerging from a black hole of death, and
yeah, I mean
everyone's like, why is everyone taking so long?
I mean, we're just so fortunate to again, great drone shots. I believe that's Troy still following along with Jason Coop, who is currently our second male and third overall here at the Cocodona 250. Annie Hughes, I believe I heard, was not very far behind him at all, give or take maybe a kilometer or maybe up to a mile. So I know that they're very close.
Yeah, according to the last ping here, I mean they're just they made it
Ah,
past Schumann Mountain. Annie not far behind according to Bryce. So thank you, Bryce, for that update.
yeah, it sounds like there is a potential for us to, depending on how far the drone zooms out, we might even see them both on camera. I mean, they're only a couple hundred meters apart from each other at this point.
Yeah, and the scope of the scale of this race is again, it's at this point in the race, it's nothing. So there's so much can change, and I was really surprised even this morning. I mean, going out and running with Joe for a little bit, and then cruising over to Mingus, and then down into the Fane area, and seeing how much time a lot of the runners have made up. So
Yeah, there's been, a lot of excellent movement at runners on day two. So, hats off. Do you, I guess, if you want to kind of go into, obviously you said, you would love to run this race today, simply because it was a different course. What kind of things might they have to worry about that you didn't have to worry about last year on day one, if there is anything? Or is it just that much easier?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing would be going out too fast.
Oh,
Just the first part of Cocodona, the traditional course from last year, you can go. A lot of that first 11 miles is very runnable, and it's easy to go out and hammer it. But most people were very conservative in knowing how hard that climb was. I mean, 10K and 30 miles is it's in that heat. It's nothing to slouch at. So this year, seeing how runnable the terrain is, and a lot of it was fire road. That's you don't have to look down and see where your ankles or your feet are going. You can just kind of look up and just zone out.
yeah.
But again, you start picking up that speed, and then you start thinking, I'm so comfortable right now, and that can wreck your quads. It'll take its toll over time. So I was talking about it with Jeff Browning last night. I think that might have been one of the things McKnight was experiencing. Yeah, I know he had some like nutritional issues, but a lot of it early on was super runnable and not kind of up his alley. I mean, he does stuff that's normally 40K plus in vert and
Yeah.
long excursions. So having something that's, I don't know what the vert count is for this year, like 29 is what I'd heard somewhere
Yeah.
right there. But much more runnable in the early sections. And he's got the heat. That's kind of his factor he has to deal with. But he pulled. He went through Whiskey Row and he took his time, and he seems to have turned it around. So I've no doubt that he can make up that time.
Yeah.
But he does have some stout competition to go against.
For sure, yeah. It just seems from what you're saying is that it's just as important, if not more important, this year to stay disciplined and not and run within yourself and not, like you said, not go out too hard too fast. You might be feeling great at mile 25, mile 50, mile 70 even, but then you all of a sudden, realize that you've kind of done that damage to your quads or to your legs or kind of given your core a little bit of more of a beating than you had hoped or expected.
Yeah. That's why I'm a big fan of the European cheating sticks. No, the poles. I mean, it's funny. I hail from Europe myself, and the Europeans, they look at Americans as like very cavalier and not using poles. I gotta say, it's like they look at us differently. So you go over there and you run. If you don't have poles, and I ran UTMB without poles. Not by choice. I lost my poles at the first aid station. Someone picked them up and everything, and that was a tough race. And people throughout the race were like, "Are you crazy? You don't run without poles?" I'm like, "No, I have poles." I'm like, I would love poles right now, and I've had many pole debacles over the years, but I talked with Eric Sensman about it on I think it was Thursday or Friday, leading up to this race, and about using poles, and I think a lot of people kind of missed out on those early miles by not using them. I think they're great to use them not as a crutch, but as a stability for sure. On some of those downhills, they take it off 20% of the weight on your joints.
Yeah.
That's huge in the long run. So
Yeah, it's disbursement of the exertion.
yeah,
Even just that little bit, has to definitely make a positive impact.
I mean, you really feel them working on the uphill, but don't discount those downhills. I mean, and again, you have to train with them, and you have to know how to use them. I mean, to me, I love to ski, and I feel like I'm just downhill skiing when I use them. I'm very fluid with them, like turns. I use them to pivot. And again, I have a long stride. I don't have the benefit of taking these like tiny little steps sometimes that others have, and I really rely on them on some of these tight turns.
We're going to pivot back to the aid station cutoff list right here. Obviously, all runners have to be through Skull Valley already at this point, and they have until 9:30 p.m. local time, so roughly 3 hours and 12 minutes to get to Whiskey Row. I don't know, is everybody through Whiskey Row at this point, or do we have that?
I think
okay.
Yeah.
So Stan Barry is indeed the final runner to head through. Kind of okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm getting word that Stan was last to leave. He's still there.
He's hanging right there by
Yeah.
the gates, according to the footage.
He's been kind of just hanging, out in front of the aid station, which is, he is the only runner left to leave. So we're actually in really great shape at this point for the cutoffs because, Stan, if he is the final runner, to make his way out of Prescott, he has, to make it to Iron King by 3:30 in the morning, which means he's got 9 hours to go, 15 miles.
Yeah.
So, this race, as you mentioned earlier in the day, this is a race that anybody can do if they prepare properly and
Sure.
make the right decisions in terms of giving this race the
looks like he's
attention it
out.
deserves.
He heard us talking.
He heard us talking.
I was wondering if he was just going to wait for the sweeps and just like run it with them. So
yeah, he.
No, he's got some motivation. That's good. Good on you, Stan. Get out there.
Wait. Did I just hear you correctly? Is that I was told by one of our live stream or not live streamers, but somebody following along in the chat that after a couple of sips of scotch, that your accent tends to peek out a little bit.
Yeah, it's allegedly. I'll let you spell Anya. Thank you. I have been working on this ball of monkey shoulder here, so having a little fun. So
no, it's been great following you and Matt today, and I've loved having you on here, and it's been great to see the interaction. Let's see, Billy Yang asking if we can provide a quick synopsis of the top 5. Let's see if we can zoom in on an updated live tracker here. We will.
I think Alex Myers had it down. Mike Verstegen first. Anton Kaprichka in second. Killian Jornet in third. Chicken Joe in fourth. Strong run by Chicken Joe. And Barney in fifth place. So there you have it, folks.
Yeah, that's pretty close to what we're seeing. But if you want the real scoop, what we've got here is Joe McConaughey has just passed the 150-mile mark. Jason Koop about 13 miles back. Jason Koop, Annie Hughes right behind Jason Koop. Jeff Garmeyer a few miles behind them at 133. And Michael McKnight actually just 3 miles or so behind Garmeyer as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, those are not exact. We have to verify, who has been pinging and when. But there's still a long way to go, and there can be a lot of jockeying. I mean, we see some names down the list. For instance, I see that, last year's 5th place finisher, Josh Locke, has started to sneak up and is now in the top 10.
Yep.
He'll do that. That's what he did last year. He, started out very conservatively, and then by the second half of the race, he was gaining ground on everybody.
Yep. Well, when hopefully when I go pace him tomorrow, I'll break out the whip and we can make up some time.
Well, the nice thing about that, Pete, is that it looks like he's going to have something left. So
Yeah.
it could be a very good good run for you and for he.
Yeah, I would love to pace that last Flagstaff section with him coming in. Be really something special for me, especially with no stress on my end. But just Josh is like for the locals out here is just incredibly strong local runner, and he runs so incredibly smart all the time.
Of course, as we know, Kevin Goldberg is actually in 6th right now. So I know for a fact that if we don't recognize Kevin, that we will hear about it from the folks in the crowd. So
Sensman about to drop the hammer and make it in the top 5. Let's hope so. I hope to see Coach Eric out there. And, again, he's been running a smart race as well.
I got to admit, I am actually really impressed with what Eric has done so far this race because, if you look at, some of his prior races where things maybe, went sideways eventually, it was because he did go out too hard. I believe it was the 2018 Western States where he was as high as 3rd place at one point in the first half of the race. And then he kind of had things, go south from there and, had a 24-hour finish, which for, a lot of people is a very solid, respectable result, but was not what he expected.
Yeah. He's incredibly talented, fast runner. I admire him for taking on this challenge. It's out of his wheelhouse. I'm one of those runners too, like signing up for things out of their comfort zone, and good on him. I mean, he's just I know when he was running for city council, he hit one of his things. His platforms. He's like, I'm going to run every street in Flagstaff, just so I know like every section of the city, and he did it. And that much ground to cover on the asphalt is no easy task. Day after day, and I think that probably prepped his legs pretty well for a long day out. So I'm getting a message in here. Sensman for mayor.
Yeah,
next time.
well, he does know his way around the streets of town. I mean, I had done just because I was bored during the COVID time that I ran every street in my zip code, and Sensman did it and took it to a whole new level. I mean, not that Flagstaff is a huge metropolitan area, but there's a lot of hills in your town.
Yeah. Not if you tilt your head back. That's my famous saying. Like, hills don't exist. If you tilt your head back, everything is flat. So that's how you just skip the vertical.
I'm gonna try that sometime. I'm gonna give that a shot and see if it works, and then I'll come back and find you when I find out that it doesn't quite work. Well, if Sensman is going to run for mayor, we do have people, saluting Kevin Goldberg for city council. So we might have.
We get on a platform together. It'd be great. So,
so if we were to put together a local government like Parks and Rec style out of all the Cocodona, this is definitely like day 4 Aravaipa After Dark material here. Talking about who would be an excellent mayor that's part of the Cocodona 250 this year. Oh, we've got eyes on Annie Hughes, actually. Is that a pacer? That's not Jason Coop, so that is a pacer. So
yeah, she's still moving so well, still running, just still. I pay, like, this point in the race, I really pay close attention to their form and how they're, especially when you look at their gait and if they're clipping their heels or the back of their calves, and the front runners just running so fluid.
Yeah, Jean, I do believe that is Annie following, but I don't think that that's Coop in front of her. I believe that might be Annie's pacer. I'm not quite sure who is pacing her right now, but
I know Ryan keeps hearing the whiskey bottle squeak open. There you go.
I was going to give you the plausible deniability there, but
we're working on it.
Well, hold on.
Steve's in the studio now too. He's got Rye on deck.
Oh, he has this this collapsible how shall we say whiskey glass. I guess it's good for throwing in your pack as a, if you're doing some through hiking or running, that you don't have to worry about carrying a whole shot glass.
What were those pop-ups called in the 80s? Remember, you flip them inside out, and you just set them on the table, and they just bounce like 3 feet in the air.
Poppers?
Was it so they call poppers?
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah. That's what it reminds me of. But,
Okay.
Steve's got one, and he's flipping it with some whiskey in there, catching it in his mouth. No,
So per Sarah Newberry and Hillary Johnsrud, Olga King is pacing Annie Hughes. So thank you very much for that. And as Amber mentions, Pete, quote, "This is how I ultra," end quote, Mortimer. So obviously somebody who has seen Inaugural Year, the film of the first Cocodona 250.
Dylan Harris, who directed, produced that movie. Hats off to Dylan. He was really nervous when he came up to me. He's like, "Hey, I hope it doesn't make you look like an alcoholic, because every time we were filming you had a White Claw or beer in your hand." But this is nothing new. I like to enjoy these endeavors and have some fun. I'll never forget my first 200-mile exposure at the Tahoe 200. It was, I think, the first major aid station I came into. It was nothing like I experienced before. They were wheeling around a radio flyer filled with donuts and pizza, and I'm pretty sure there was a bottle of vodka just sitting in there. And I'm like, oh, this is how we ultra. So and they had Fireball and PBRs right like on the last ascent before going to the finish line. So,
some races do, have that more laid back feel. I mean, if you're running a faster race or, something, highly competitive race, you don't necessarily want to, partake. But like, for instance, you consider something like, Haviland 100 here, or, the Crown King Scramble, another one. Some of those races that are much more laid back, kind of almost maybe a throwback feel in the case of Crown King. There are aid stations that are dedicated to making sure that if you decide you want to have a drink at mile 24, go have a drink.
Yeah, and, you get one life, live a little, whatever it is, whether you like to drink or not, just enjoy the ride, and that's what I've tried to do over these past few years. And I've certainly gone from taking way too much time at aid stations over the years to definitely going and trying to get it done, but I still like to have a little fun along the way.
E.T. asking, how late does Aravaipa After Dark run? The answer to that is as long as we're willing to keep going. Tonight, I believe that our expected out time is 11 p.m. or give or take. Obviously, like for instance, last night we stayed on a little while longer as when Stephen and I were in studio, we all of a sudden caught a mad rush of runners hitting Whiskey Row.
Yeah.
Like we were ready to sign off at 11, but then no less than 10 additional runners hit like in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Lest we forget the Versteeg cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's
night,
right.
Where he allegedly dropped. But according to the chat, he's still going. Still running strong? No, he's not. He's still done. He's done.
No, I mean, and it was unfortunate, but that was actually, it's kind of weird how, last year we stayed on late night one because Versteeg had hit Whiskey Row and he was in the lead.
Yeah.
And obviously this year when we were on night one and we saw Versteeg, and all of a sudden it was simply because he was not having the day that he had hoped. Yeah. It looked like our drone might be heading down for a nap, so we're going to head over to Mingus Mountain and see if we can catch some runners here. I see, let's see if we can recognize some of the runners.
While we're waiting.
Sure.
Project Josh asks, can you give some advice for training up to a 100-miler? Is it just about time on feet and long runs? I've seen some other stuff about heart rate training as well. All those things are important. I think, over the years I've met people that had run a marathon. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing my first 100-miler, and God bless him. They may never do a 100-miler again after that, just because it's probably a little too far out of the wheelhouse. But yeah, time on feet, and there's so many things that go into a 100-miler, let alone the 200-miler. And the time on feet is huge because you just don't know until you've experienced an ultra, like how it feels on your tootsies, on those little toes of yours, and your, depending on the terrain, all the slosh around in your shoes and your socks and the hot spots and the aches and pains. You go through a whole slew of things that you've never ever experienced before. And after, I've known many friends that have trained for them, and I kind of, goaded them over the years, like, hey, you should do a 100-miler, and they slowly worked up to it, and they did it. But the true tell sign, if you enjoy it, is if you sign up for another one.
Yes.
So,
I still have not completed a Trail 100, but it is on my to-do list. I had a couple of experiences where things went sideways very late, and I wasn't able to recover. But I learned later on, just from running other races and talking to other people and getting to know people in the community, that that's just a part of the process.
Yeah.
It doesn't always happen right and perfectly for everybody the first time out
Right.
there.
Yeah.
So I did get discouraged, and I did kind of, have some issues. But actually, this morning I did register for my next Trail 100-miler. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh yeah, what's that?
I registered for Hennepin.
Ooh,
So
nice.
heading back, my parents are actually from about 30 miles from the start line.
Awesome.
From the Hennepin 100, and because I ran Black Canyon this year and did not have a good year, I still need to get that Western States Lottery ticket.
Yeah.
It'll be year 5 for me. So as Matt Feldake notes, yes, that race is a Midwest race, and as a Midwesterner, it's definitely a different animal, though. I'm kind of curious because the total elevation gain for the Hennepin 100 is like 800 feet.
Yeah.
It's about as different from the trail races I'm experienced with as possible.
Yeah.
So flat, runnable terrains.
Yeah. Challenging in its own right, though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Different animal, different beast.
I haven't done a lot of flat hundreds. I think the last one I did was Rocky Raccoon, was like my flattest, just to kind of see, and it's a whole different race. You just it's more like running a marathon like 4 times.
Yeah. No, that's exactly
just tearing up those quads and calves. You're not using as many stabilizer muscles and.
But as you talked
breaks.
about, it's a challenge in its own right because you compare it to take an event that's here across the years.
Yeah.
Now, granted, across the years here in Arizona is a looped race. It's a 1-mile loop with no elevation gain. But I can't tell you how many runners have come in there who are fairly talented on a local level, middle to upper pack, maybe occasionally sneak onto a podium, come in and they want to knock out 100 or 120 miles in 24 hours, and they get out there and they're just they're crushing it after 6 hours. Maybe they're at 30, 35, 40 miles, and then they
all of a sudden
like they might be at 40 miles after 6 hours, but they're at 65 after 12 and they're done. And they've encountered some kind of injury because they didn't take into account that it's a completely different kind of stress.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's actually better to have that up and down because it forces you to work a lot of different muscle groups.
I think so. I'm a big fan of the vert, so having that little break up, get some hikes in there is just it's more my style. But yeah, for sure, it can tear you up on those long stretches. And I would say anyone that wants to train for 100-mile, do a 50 or 100K first. After that distance, it's all nutrition. So you can work your way through a 50-miler or a 100K. But yeah, those last 40 miles, every time. And I've done plenty of hundreds, and it's like I still consider myself like working them out, like still figuring them out and trying to get better at them.
It's a different animal when you step up to that point. I mean, on a personal level, I've not. I mean, I've been able to finish, multiple 100Ks, not necessarily finishing them quick, but getting them done in whatever time frame I've been shooting for, modest goals. But that extra, that extra 40 miles, makes it an entirely different race.
Absolutely.
So, it's just part of the journey and part of the progress and the process. So, looks like we've got Enzo flying out onto the course as well. Hopefully, we'll catch a sneak peek of some more of the lead runners. We are kind of switching the drones in and out here fairly quickly, which is nice because we're getting a chance to, obviously see a lot of these, beautiful shots. I'm not exactly sure where on the course he's at, but if he was, if he's anywhere near Troy, who was just filming, they should be, on the outskirts of Sedona prior to Sedona on the course. So we've got a couple of runners.
Do a little refresh on the runner screen here. See. So yeah, looks like Joe is he's crossed the Castor Canyon water crossing there. He is making his way up the trail. So.
Okay, so he's actually
that must be. I wonder if that's them going up.
Okay, so so Enzo is actually flying above where McConaughey is. Yeah, that is him right there.
I was gonna say it looked like a really exposed climb there. So that's that's gonna be his climb going up Castor Canyon to Shedebly. And again, like I said earlier, I hope Joe takes a moment as the sun's starting to set to look to his right because there are some amazing views. I don't know if can the drone hear me?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that. The fact that he's not suddenly running means that he probably doesn't hear us at this point. So,
yeah, he's smart though. That's a steady climb going up there. Some amazing views, and I hope we get some good pan shots here from the drone because going right now he's looking north as they're cruising up the trail. So if they can get a good south shot, they can probably get a good look of the Hangover Trail looking over the rest of Sedona here. As he's panning around, it's like he can hear me. This is amazing.
Amber just grilled up some New York strip and smothered it with guac for dinner tonight. Hashtag for Mike. That is, obviously for Mike McKnight, whose dietary preferences are very well known.
That's right.
We saw him actually come here to across the years and ran 24 hours and hit 119 miles in 24 hours with 0 calories intaken. Yeah. So amazing stuff.
I'm a big fan of the low carb OFM. So
absolutely,
I'm right there on team. It's not team keto. It's team low carb, and yeah.
Well, it works for you, obviously.
Yeah.
You've had
to
great
whatever
results.
anyone does out there, there's whether you're a carb runner or low carb runner, it's awesome to see kind of the results you can get. So
for sure. Laura has a question that you'd be better to answer than I. How much time do people typically stay at an aid station in these ultras?
Oh, so I would say for the 200-mile plus, it can really vary. Early on, people are just kind of motivated to get in and get out. They take a lot longer time during the night segments. A lot of times that has to do with in sections like this where it's cold at night and it's heat and there's a fire and it's anytime there's comfort, you want to be wary of it. It's like the chair. Beware of the chair. Don't get too comfortable. You want to get out there and keep moving. But over the years, I've definitely taken more and less time at the aid stations. Been smart about it. You can take more time early on, and it'll help you later on.
Okay.
Because the extra 5-10 minutes you're going to take early on a race could literally save you like an hour later. I mean, like how you feel. You really just need to take that time and get in your nutrition and get in your sleep, get everything dialed in, and know your comfort zone. if you feel like garbage coming into the aid station, you shouldn't like get up and just like, oh, I'm just gonna keep going through this and like hope it gets better. It probably will not get better. So, listen to your crew, listen to your pacers, and
Do you think that part of it is? I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but do you think part of it is possibly just your mind is in a better spot earlier in the race for the most part? Like you're able to troubleshoot better. Like maybe that's if you take your time earlier in the race, you're not playing catch up with reality. I guess further on.
Yeah, I would say for any ultra that when people are running is the aid station is not the place to do that. It's leading up to the aid station. So that time that you have, several miles out, I'm normally like, if I can get cell phone reception and I think of something like, oh, I need an aid station, I'll just shoot a text to my pacers or crew. You really want to go in there and think like, this is what I need to do, and your pacers and crew should have some idea of that too, but like you really should have a game plan and like really going over and over in your head, because a lot of people come into the aid station and, volunteers, the first thing they ask is, what do you need? And they just kind of have this blank stare. And so, from a runner's perspective, when they come in, I'm more like, I kind of see that like, 1,000-yard stare. And I'm like, all right, let's get you a seat. Let's get some food. Let's just do this, just take 5-10 minutes and just like, let's come back and reassess.
Yeah.
You really have to do that. And there's no better time than to do that in a 200-plus mile race. You're going to have so much time on your hands, and you really just want to take that advantage, and it's going to pay dividends on the back end.
Taking a quick peek on the social media circuit, pictures by the incomparable Howie Stern.
Mm-hmm.
Annie is the first woman and third overall at this point. This picture is just past mile 136 on her way over to Sedona. She's all smiles as always, and always has time for some Mishka. Pats, of course, if you are familiar with Howie Stern, I'm expecting to see a picture. There's Mishka. Of course, legendary photographer Howie Stern.
Yeah.
His dog Mishka being shown some love by Annie Hughes. She is being paced by her coach and his friend Olga, and she's looking pretty good. To be in that kind of spirit at this at this point in the race.
Yeah.
So Annie still holding strong, and.
I love photos like that. Thanks, Howie. Things like that. Really just show what goes on in a race, and like people taking the time. It's not all just like head down and just grinding. There's, the people that are doing this stuff, even the front runners, they're out there enjoying it, or at least trying to. You sign up for this. It's like it's on you. Like.
Well, with a race like this, and you can speak from experience. I mean, you obviously finished second in last year's running, and you've run, other 100-mile and beyond races. I mean, yeah, there are times where you need to run and you need to dial it in, but then, the rest of the time, you can't rush certain things. You can't, be in a hurry, I guess. Obviously you want to be moving fast and you want to be efficient.
Yeah.
But, I've seen you, at many races, being all smiles and, kind of joking around. Then all of a sudden I turn around and, oh, yeah, he's down the trail. But you know how to pick and choose your spots very well. And I think that's probably a very important skill set for an aspiring ultra runner.
Yeah. It could be also like, slightly on the crazy spectrum, but
well, the fact that we're out here, we're out here doing these races, and kind of speaks to that. But then, the fact that we're also commentating these races, what do you think? This is, I believe, your first time in the studio for this extended period of time. I hope you're enjoying it.
So nervous right now. I'm having a great time. I'm thankful that. Aravaipa let me bring in my monkey shoulder to lessen the tension. No, I really am. I didn't get to experience the live stream last year, and I kind of watched some of it after the fact, and it was fun to watch, but it's not the same, And for people that were following along last year, and they were not even in the ultra running circuit or like tuned into the ultra running world, and they were just following along, and they were just riveted by the footage. And I think that's something special. I mean, I've watched this sport grow and grow since I've been in it, and it's going to grow exponentially over these past few years. 122. I see you out there
Is that bib number
giving a
122?
wave, yeah, out of the Mingus aid station. So, but yeah, it's growing exponentially, and I think I hope that this stream. I mean, people were watching it last year. I think signed up this year the race, like seeing how awesome it is, and I hope they have that same outlook again next year. So
Yeah, I mean that's how an event like this grows is they get to see it and then they want to be a part of it. Bib number 122, was that who we just saw in Mingus? And that would be Benjamin Calvert.
all right, shout out to Benjamin.
Yeah, from Potter Valley, California.
All right.
So he's well ahead of where he needs. I don't know what his goals are, but he's very safe as far as being ahead of cutoffs on the course.
Working on that.
So
Getting ready to go that downhill descent.
everybody looking good. TJ Gardner, good evening to you as well. Let's see. Can we confirm there's a nacho bar at Mingus?
I didn't see one earlier.
No? Oh, actually, I should pay attention. The Mingus plan was lasagna, pancakes, ramen broth, and salad. So, no, there was no nacho bar, but there was a lot going on there. So, we actually had pizza when I got in here. I was pleasantly surprised. I just hadn't been.
Barrows. I got a Barrows up in Flagstaff. It was my go-to pizza place when I lived in Valley.
You have some
here.
legit pizza in Flagstaff.
We
I
do.
mean, of course,
Pizza
Pizza
Coletta.
Coletta is, for those who have never.
Thank you, Caleb.
If we're talking about pizza discussions in Flagstaff, Pizza Coletta is number one. It's a great place to eat because the food is excellent. Number two, if you're a trail runner, it's where you go and to see and meet other trail runners because we all go up there whenever there's a trail race in town.
Pizza Coletta, so they have a spot downtown, and I'm kind of a pizza snob, having lived in Italy for many years, but they are probably the closest thing to Italian style pizza that I've ever tasted. I'm luckily in my town now. But they also have if you go to Dark Sky Brewing, they have another area you can get pizza down there, and they just opened their outdoor patio on the north side there. So they are expanding, and Caleb knows what the people want. So also an ultra runner, local to Flagstaff, and I look forward to racing against him at Trans Rockies this year. So yeah.
So it's all kind of a crew there that because I know obviously the legendary Coconino Cowboys are I don't what their status is, but they're legendary for going there for for regular meals. I know that. So but yeah, whenever you're in town and you want to have pizza, there's that, and then there's another place I can't remember the name, something Olives or like.
Fat Olives.
Fat Olives. Yeah. I've never been there, but I've heard good things about it. So
that's okay. Again, I'm a bit
and
of a
this
pizza snob.
concludes Flagstaff Pizza Talk on Aravaipa After Dark.
Sorry, Fat Olives. A bit skewed towards Pizza Coletta and Dark Sky.
We all have our preferences.
That's right.
Yeah, no.
Because it's better.
Question for Pete: did you run the Moab 200, and if so, how does it differ?
The Moab 240, I have not. That is, the only Candace race I haven't done yet. Only because the only reason I haven't done it is because it was in the desert. I know it's Utah desert. It's a little different. There were so many others out there. I wish I had more time to do more 200s. I mean, I think that's all I would do if I could. But yeah, no, I haven't. I've done Tahoe and Bigfoot, and then Dragon's Back race across Wales as well as Cocodona. But my next 200+ mile race, which I was supposed to do this year, is going to be a 268-mile race across England. It's the Montane Spine Race.
Oh,
so ending on the border of Scotland. And I was really hoping to go out there this year because Jubes.
Jubilee sighting.
Yeah, she's looking good.
That is a Jubilee sighting right there.
So yeah, that's my next race, 200+ mile race next year, and then hopefully 2024 is God willing, Tour de Jean. So we'll see.
Oh, a lot of races coming up for you. Let's see. See if we can take a quick spin around here. We've got a dead horse cam. Not a lot going on there just yet. Obviously, as day turns tonight, we will definitely have more action there. At that point, at one point last year, dead horse was the happening spot on the course. So once the runners start to if we're trying to go to the tracker, the full one is.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. It's actually this one right here. We'll go back to the Mingus static cam. We've got a couple of runners in there. See if we can recognize any of them.
Yeah, I mean, according to this last ping, Coop and Annie still on lime kiln, with Jeff right behind and McKnight. I don't know how. Oh no, this was after lime kiln. I'm sorry, this was after dead horse. So leading up to just past dead horse here, Matt Smith, Cole Crosby. These are all folks doing the lime kiln trail right now. Lauren Jones, Adrian Baggerin, Mark Vogel, and then a slew of folks still at the dead horse area. It looks like Peter Ward had just left. Dominic Grossman is there, as well as Sarah O. Osazuski, and Eric Sensman, Tyler Welch. Yeah, a lot of Flagstaff runners chilling out there right now. So
I don't know. I was told that Eric Sensman was still sitting on the side of the trail back about 50 miles. I don't know if that's what somebody in the chat kept saying. So, but no, it looks like he's doing very well. Yeah, it looks like that. That dead horse has some action going on, some action at Mingus as well. Checking to see if there's any runners we might recognize. But yeah, there's a lot of people up there right now at Mingus, at the kind of the top of the world at that point in the race, So.
And shout out to Ryan Griff said Carrie just made it to Jerome. That was a little bit old, but Carrie is looking strong. She's one of those. I knew going into this race she's going to be one of those runners that really surprises everyone. And again, she laughs and doesn't consider herself an ultra runner, but she just crushes like one. So it's going to be really exciting to see how she does.
So apparently, T.J. Gardner said Whit Wiserum said Cocodona was much harder than Moab after the race last year. But was it harder than pacing this year's Cocodona?
Yeah.
Our top 5, as Brendan notes, are all past the halfway point in the race. So I would say it's all downhill from here, but we know that it's nothing but uphill from here.
Yeah.
By comparison, of course, they've got to get up on the plateau itself, which if you could describe how that goes when you're heading up to heading towards Fort Tuttle and those final couple of aid stations.
So, for Joe going up there this year, it's going to be a lot different than I experienced last year. I mean, he's going to have single track leading up to, he's almost to, it looks like, he's almost to Schnebly Road. He's almost to where the climb taps out and then drops down to Schnebly for a little bit, and then he's going to follow that all the way up. That's a really nice, easy fire road going up. Again, I think the exposure to the pines is going to be a lot faster this year than comparison to last year going up actually Kazner Mountain, which suffered a fire from years past.
Yes.
And zero shades. I mean, I think I took a 5-minute nap under a shrub last year up there with my buddy Nick. And but, yeah, I think the the faster that all these folks get to the pines, the better. They're gonna have some shade, and I hadn't had a lot of exposure, to be honest, running the Munns area until we recently had our Aravaipa racing camp up there, and I was like, why am I not running out here? These trails
I'll be
are
honest.
so awesome.
I mean, I'll stop at Munns Park on my way to Flagstaff to go and get some gas or to go and, grab a bite to eat. But I've never actually stopped in Munns Park to do some trail exploration.
Yeah. As a runner, it's kind of a blip, you just kind of like pass it and move on. But there are some really amazing trails out there. And I think carrying them up all the way on the side of the I-17 there, getting to Tut Hill is going to be, I think, a much nicer trail for them coming into town as opposed to what we had last year.
We had somebody asking a question on what we're seeing on the screen right there, asking if that orange plaid shirt is a running shirt, and if they can get it. Honestly, I don't know. However, I do know, shameless plug, that we do have some Cocodona 250 gear available in the shop. And while we don't have an orange plaid long sleeve, we do have the men's Cocodona long sleeve with the Cocodona logo and everything. I would show you
one up today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
Apparently, pretty much everybody in the room is wearing their Cocodona swag. We've got,
good.
Pizza's over there in the corner. So, Stephen Crawford is wearing the shirt. I'm wearing the shirt. Matt has his Cocodona 250 hoodie. So we've got, if you want to support the event, this stuff is all available on the Mountain Outpost shop. We do have some other things as well. I see that the stickers are sold out, but we will have those back in stock, I'm sure. We've got tank tops, tri-blend tees, a little bit of everything. So, but that's just one way you can support what we do here at Steep Life Media and with Aravaipa Running, this airing of the Cocodona 250. Pete, it has been an absolute pleasure.
Cheers, mate.
Loved having you in the studio.
Yeah.
I hope to do this again with you sometime.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we'll
Aravaipa, everyone that tuned in. Thank you so much for having me. Again, I hope to see everyone out there. Hopefully on Eldon. Peace, mates.
Yeah, if you're a runner and you are on your way up to Eldon, know that Pete Mortimer will be there to grill you up something nice. So, Pete, thanks for coming in. Aravaipa After Dark continues. We're going to have Stephen Crawford join us. We're going to take a quick break, and we will come back right after this.
In 2019, I set out with my friend Anthony Culpepper and a support team to pre-scout what we were planning to create, which is the Cocodona 250. And we set out the same time frame as what would be the future race, so the first week in May, and to experience the conditions and the trails, and we really didn't know quite what to expect. A lot of this was uncharted and unscouted. We had the route in mind, but we didn't quite know what to expect. And what we ended up with was
Sorry about that, everyone. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty there. So you should be getting that stream back up here in just a second. I appreciate you tuning in. It also looks like we have a string bean cam, so I'm actually going to send it over to that in just a second. As soon as I get this fixed. This is Matt. I appreciate all of you bearing with us here. And we do, oh my gosh, we do have a view from the string bean cam. He listened to Pete Mortimer's every words earlier and is just showcasing some of the views that he's getting to take in as he climbs up Kasner Canyon. It's overlooking kind of the Hangover Trail in Sedona over there. And there we see the string bean himself, Mr. Joe McConaughey, absolutely crushing it. If he doesn't slow down, we're not going to have filmers anywhere. So if Joe wants the world to see his beautiful face in the wee hours of the morning, he's gonna need to slow down for me.
Or Jamil's going to need to keep up.
But yeah, we have Joe right here and his pacer. Again, absolutely crushing it, and again bringing us some of the views as they climb up the Kasner grade or up the Kasner Canyon. So runners last year took a Jeep road out of Sedona and climbed Kasner Mountain, which had a lot less vegetation. Still had pretty nice views, right, Steven?
It was gorgeous at sunset.
I think that's the key, is you hit it at sunset, so that that exposure on the climb maybe wasn't.
Well, I had that
bad.
all day long because I left the Sedona aid station after sunrise and just spent the entire day going across that desert floor with the pink Jeep tours and other Jeep tours. and the dust was an issue, but frankly, the dust had been an issue the entire time, so it didn't faze me as being extra nasty. But yeah, we were exposed in that heat, and I knew that was coming in because everybody was concerned about the heat on the first day last year, and I was like, I'm more worried about Wednesday and Thursday with the heat in Sedona, and yeah, that was a good call because it was concerning. So, but yeah, once you got clear of Black Tank and started working your way up, it was gorgeous, and seeing that sunlight reflect off those red rocks. If you've never been in Sedona for a sunrise or a sunset, go do that. It's just beautiful. And he's got a lot more vegetation than we had because we didn't see any vegetation until, well, even when we got to the top of Kasner, we had to go across a ridge before we really connected to the plateau proper, and then it was nighttime, so no one cared.
Yeah, definitely more vegetation on this climb, and it says that, or Pete said earlier, rather, that there was a fire not long ago that maybe had wiped out some of that Kasner Mountain area.
Actually, the road that we used was the fire line.
Yep.
I was in the area that weekend when when the Backbone fire started. I had driven up to train for 100 coming up in the Kaibab, and so I was training on Humphreys as a thunderstorm came through, and that's the one that ignited the Backbone fire on that Friday afternoon, evening. And then I ran the canyon in the morning, and on the way home, drove through another thunderstorm as I was heading home, and that's the one that started a series of fires. In fact, that's the one, that thunderstorm, if I remember correctly, started the fire near the Whitney Portal in California, and as it came across California and Arizona, it just kept dropping lightning strikes that were starting fires, and it started like 3 or 4 small fires that merged together, and if I remember the incident report correctly, they used the course effectively as a fire line.
Yeah,
that was around Turkey Butte, the Turkey Butte area.
Look at this view.
Man, that's gorgeous.
It's not
and
bad.
That's what's nice about the canyon this go around, because you get that nice shape like that. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I think that this is why Joe has, not been taking long naps. He's been, I don't want to say he's been pushing hard because he seems very within himself, but I think he was trying to get up Kasner here so that he could experience that sunset view. I'm sure that's what he wanted.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, because after all, it's for the gram, and we know that there is a good number of runners who, for Western States, they run up the ski slope as fast as they can so they can be on top for that sunrise to get that beautiful Instagram picture. And then who cares what happens with the race afterwards? Whatever happens, happens. But here, he knew that if he was here on Tuesday night, he could have the best Instagram of Cocodona.
I think that's what he was going for. And we will be having some more runners coming in closer to Sedona here soon. We do have a cam down there. We've got some cameras over at Dead Horse as well that we will be checking in on. And let's just take it over to Mingus for a minute here,
Yeah, this is the mid-pack party right here.
as we do have a bit of a party here.
Yeah, today, as I've been trying to work and check in, I unfortunately had a series of meetings where I was like couldn't even listen. But I was trying to keep an eye on what's going on, and yeah, this is kind of like how it was last year, just a little bit earlier. Tuesday was a party at Mingus last year. I kind of came in a little. Everyone last year was a little colder, and people were a little bit more tired, so they all were heading out to their cabins and just getting showers, taking a nap. There was a lot of napping going on when I came through, and I was just in the mood to keep pushing, and so I kept going. I had gas in the tank, and I was like, I picked up my pacer, Stephanie Reed, and she got me off of Mingus, and yeah, it was. And I got to see it again. I couldn't take an Instagram picture, but I saw the most beautiful sunrise from the Jerome aid station on Wednesday morning last year.
And here we are just outside of Sedona, near the airport loop there, as our good filmer Josh awaits the next runners. We also have our drone in the air.
This is going to be some of our last drone shots, and I hope they get us some great sunset pictures. Oh, can we get Josh's Sedona airport shot for that drone?
Oh, it looks like, yeah,
there it
looks
is.
like it's just.
I mean, so I might have been in Sedona last week for a wedding, like my daughter's. She had a wedding about a mile and a half from the course. And yeah, it was a sunset wedding, and it was just gorgeous like this. The Crooks Fire, the runners have gotten very lucky this year with the fire, or this week I should say, because the smoke was all the way to Flagstaff last week, and I've been watching the smoke reports from our local state agencies, and the smoke has not been coming on the course in any way, shape, or form, it appears. So the air quality that was a concern for some of our runners last week, and it not being a factor as far as I can tell. But yet, that high level smoke is giving you some of that nice color right there in that sunset.
Yeah, and we do have our overhead drone shot here, as I believe he is awaiting the King Tiger himself, the big cat. Jeff Garmeyer should be popping on here soon. And I'm going to hand things back over to the great Christopher Warden after that minor technical glitch. So here we go.
So that's what happens when somebody who doesn't know how to drive grabs a hold of the wheel. Chris Warden back here with Stephen Crawford on Aravaipa After Dark at the Cocodona 250.
It could have been worse. I could have been driving.
Well, I mean,
you run this setup far better than I do.
Well, I just try and keep things up as long as I can. We're going to head around. We're going to kind of do an around the world of the course first, but we're going to come back to the studio really quick because we're dressed excellent.
Yes, we are. We're styling today.
We are wearing the Cocodona 250 flannel shirts, and would that make this the Cocodona 500 flannel shirts? Because there are two of us wearing them, or.
Good question. Now here's an important style guide here. You may have seen Jamil wearing the shirt, and the problem is his hair comes down and blocks the logo. But when you have a beard like mine, it covers logos on shirts, but you see the logo is still highly visible. So that's a very important thing when you have a beard, to make sure the shirt logo is visible, so people can know you are a Cocodonan or a Cocodonut.
Yes, absolutely. We are gonna head around. Let's see. I believe that we've got a couple of shots. We've got Troy out there flying the drone. Looks like that.
Keep an eye on that sunset.
Is that the Josh Cam in Sedona as the sun starts to set in Sedona? Let's see. I think we've got cameras over at Dead Horse as well. Troy is looking for Josh Garmeyer and should be seeing Coop shortly, so we will actually spin back
Nice.
there as well.
Is that what we
that
see
was
on the
on-
drone cam?
So was that? Oh, there we go. That is Troy right there, or Troy's
Look at
camera right
that.
there.
It's been really amazing to watch. I tagged it early in the chat this morning. Moving day on the leaderboard, and it definitely has been that. We've had some surprises, and we've had some, well, a lot of sustainability there at the top. I mean, the top 3 have been amazing.
Well, 4 of the top 5 have actually not really moved much since we went off the air at Whiskey Row last night.
Yeah.
The one big difference is that Michael McKnight is just behind Jeff Garmeyer, who has steadily worked his way up through the day 2 of Cocodona. So, Rob Rich asking if those shirts come in short sleeve. They do if you roll the sleeves up.
That's right.
I have my sleeves rolled up. Steven has opted for the buttons and the full long sleeves. So.
I haven't gotten that far yet today.
Hi, who is that in the there was somebody looking at the camera. I'm not sure who that is. You got a bib number
Gotta
for
show
us?
us the number.
Yeah. Oh, is that Dominic Grossman?
Oh.
Oh. Dominic Grossman having a little bit of fun out there. I guess he's entitled to after he's 116, 117 miles into the race. Excellent mustache, as we've said that he is among the mustache leaders in the Cocodona 250. Let's go back to Troy's drone shot. Do we know that is he following Jeff Garmeyer there, or was that it's not perfect resolution? So we're kind of working with what we've got here. Okay, so that would be potentially could be Jeff Garmeyer then, who he's got eyes on right now. So, and that runner is heading off into the distance. We'll see if we can maybe spin around. I do see some action at Mingus. We've got several runners on camera as well. Or we can go back to we just missed Dominic at Dead Horse again, kind of clowning for the camera, which I'm all about. I mean, if these runners want to get their moment, if they want to clown around, oh yeah, we'll.
I've been known to clown around in front of a camera or two during a race.
Okay, so we confirmed we did have eyes. That was Jeff Garmeyer on the drone. So. It looks like, is that Michelle Wager on the right-hand side in the black at Mingus? Looks like it might be. Yeah. Is her tracker showing her as being at Mingus Mountain right now? I guess that's one way we could
I'm looking her
verify.
up now. Whoops, that was wrong. Yeah, so I've got her. Yeah, it looks like the tracker has her. Looks like on the way up to Mingus still.
Okay, so it's entirely
past
possible
Mingus,
that is
past
her.
Mingus. She may have already left.
Okay, so that's not her. Well, maybe if somebody is actually up in Mingus and following along, you can help us identify some of these runners. We've got some really pretty sunset visuals. If we could get some resolution on that, we'll come back to that in a little bit here. Looks like Troy still has eyes on Jeff Garmeyer just in the upper center part of your screen.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been watching Joe and throughout the day, and the metaphor. I've had a lot of sports metaphors come to mind, and one of them that I've been thinking about is the NASCAR, one about he's hitting that pit crew and splashing just a little gas in his tank with those little power naps he's taking. And, and if he continues that, then he's going to put himself in a great position to be on top of that podium in Heritage Square. The question is, are they splashing enough gas into that tank, and will he run out prior to getting to Flagstaff? And if so, is that when we're going to see Jason retake the lead? And let's not sleep on Annie here. I mean, she's still in striking distance to take an overall win.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt that this race is, obviously both you and I were very hesitant and reluctant to go too far into the prognostication game. But the one thing that we can agree upon absolutely is that this race is entirely still undecided. I mean, even though McConaughey is having an amazing race and is 13 miles ahead of Jason Koop and Annie Hughes, that does not mean things are a done deal by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and that's just it. We look at races like Western States, and we know that there's always a prognostication going on there where they're getting crowdsourcing like you do March Madness for basketball, and everyone's doing their entry on who they think the top 10 men and women are going to be. And the problem is we don't have enough data to really make good decisions yet, because as we talked about yesterday and as has been throughout the broadcast, we are bringing in a lot of athletes from different areas with the fastest known time background, with the slack packing background, with the ultra running background. There are so many of these types of athletes coming together in one spot that it's really hard to identify who's who. And yes, folks, as we're watching sunset, I believe it's now officially Aravaipa After Dark, as the sun has officially set here in Phoenix.
We need some kind of graphic, like maybe a wolf howling off into a little sounder or something like that to make it truly official. Because really, Aravaipa After Dark is something to behold. It is. People ask, and what is Aravaipa After Dark? And it defies description, mainly because I really haven't figured out what it is myself.
Yeah, I don't want it to be described because it needs to be characteristic to the day, to the situation, and the race.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the way that Aravaipa After Dark operates for an event like Cocodona can be entirely different than Aravaipa After Dark for, say, Javelina.
Well, that can only be done in person.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry, you can't get that on the live stream. We would be on OnlyFans because
yes,
we
would be in much trouble if we tried to do the same things for those two races. As you can see, Jeff Garmeyer and his pacer hitting that water station. What is that they're crossing right there? Are they crossing 89 or?
No, let's see, where is he at on the map? I'm trying to think if I. That is actually down the street from where my daughter got married. That is probably around Upper Red Rock Loop Road or lower.
You guys remember where Steven's daughter got married, right?
Yeah, she got married there just last Wednesday. So you guys all remember that. And if my wife, who I know is watching off and on and I think is now at Sedona as a MedStar, this is right there at the Upper Red Rock Loop Road next to the high school. So this is where I remember this spot vividly, as this is the story I was telling last night about the bloody nose. That's where MedStar met that runner to help her with her bloody nose at that point.
Oh, okay.
And so I recognize that intersection despite it being a little bit lighter than when I came through.
Do we know if Bloody Nose Runner is running the race this year?
I did not look her up.
Or maybe she's watching on Aravaipa After Dark.
I hope so, because that, again, between her, that was just a gorgeous picture of tenacity. I mean,
we say that in the most glowing terms possible. We're not cracking wise at her at all. I mean, the picture, and if I can pull it up here on the gram really quick, I will. But I mean, her face just, was a show of grit. I mean, literally, it looked like, her face was. And
it was enough that I could see the blood drops on the trail in my headlamp. And lights, and I'm like, what's going on here? And in the end, it was fine. Look at him go, though.
Speaking of what's going on here, we've got our Josh cam in Sedona. Let's see. Is that Josh Walker that is on the Josh Cam, or is there another Josh? Kind of curious. But we've got. Okay. We don't have a great resolution on that. We might see if we can come back to that after, if we can get a better shot of that in a little bit. Of course, as we see runners that are hitting the Mingus Mountain aid station, which is one of the high points of the course in the very early going. I believe, is that the highest point before they actually hit the plateau itself?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That with the even the climb after Crown King, because people forget there's a climb after Crown King on the primary course, and so even now this would be the second highest point on the course regularly, with Eldon, of course, being the highest point.
Oh, I'm getting word that was actually Jason Coop that Josh was running alongside.
Oh, excellent.
Good on you. Thank you very much. See, this is the beautiful thing about our live stream audience. They know the runners just as well as I do, if not more, because they've been actually watching every single minute. And obviously I watch when I'm at my day job, but I also had to attend a couple meetings today, and that is on the airport loop in the Sedona area.
Like the one section that we didn't run last year because it's the nice section.
I've heard great things about. I've actually never run the airport loop up at Sedona, but I've heard wonderful things about it.
Don't run the other sections. This one's good.
Duly noted.
Yeah, the other sections were just not. Yeah, on the east side of the airport they were there. Of all the trails I have run, those were one.
So Maria asked or said, where do we go to donate? You can donate within the chat, but also, as I mentioned, while donations are great, I think that I think it's best that you support the broadcast by picking up some Cocodona swag. And you can do that at shop.mountainoutpost.com. I know that the link is there on YouTube, and you can pick up some pretty cool Cocodona gear. So that's what I encourage you to do. I think that you can rep the wear at your local runs and your local races. And speaking from experience, I know for a fact that if you're wearing a shirt from an Aravaipa event and you're wearing it somewhere else in the country, it's a heck of a conversation piece.
Oh man, yeah.
People get excited to see the gear, so I strongly recommend buying some.
I've traveled to a couple of races, and it does get noticed quite a bit, no matter which coast you're on in the U.S.
Absolutely.
Just watching Josh go through.
Philip had a question and asking about the cutoff for Whiskey Row, 35.5 hours. That would be.
Well, that should have been 9:30 p.m. tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it that way because
everybody's through.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry about that. The next cutoff would be Iron King, and I believe that shouldn't be an issue for most of the runners out there, because I know that our final runner to hit Whiskey Row, Stan Berry, did leave there at least an hour ago. So
Stan has until 3:30 in the morning to get there.
Yeah, and that's 14 miles.
And that means he has to run about a 26 minute pace.
Yeah.
And then once he gets there, the Fane Ranch cutoff I have is 8:30.
Yep.
And that is a 57-minute pace between Iron King and Fane Ranch. So it is my expectation that Stan's going to get himself to Mingus and probably take another good reset like he did at Whiskey Row. It was great to see him take the time he had on the clock to do what needed to be done. And my expectation is he's going to do it again at Mingus, and he's going to stay several hours in front of the cutoff for quite a while. And I mean to Heritage Square. He's just going to keep doing it.
Keeping up on the action around the course, let's see if we can go and check to see some of the same folks at Mingus. Obviously, the cutoff for Mingus Mountain at mile 91, mile 92 is not until 1 p.m. tomorrow. So runners will be coming through there for the next 12 hours.
Oh yeah.
So they've got all the time in the world, and I think that a lot of people you know, are that are that are out in the course this year saw how things unfolded last year and are making sure that they take their time and they don't rush things. So
Yeah, and the nice thing about Mingus is what you're seeing here is the dining hall. That's just the beginning of what the runners have available to them. They have a hot water shower house available to them. They have cabins where they can go snore and not bother anybody else because they're separate bunk cabins. So, whereas in other places like Whiskey Row, you're in one big room. And so in this case, these runners, again, they can roll through there at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and say, you know what, I want a 4-hour break, and then roll out at noon with an hour to go, and everything is fine. I don't know if I'd cut it that close personally, but that is an option on the table.
Hey, all you got to do is finish.
Exactly.
As we've seen, it doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't have to be fast, it just has to be. So here's another vantage point of that's Dead Horse. I believe that's Jessica that's on that cam. Thanks for being out there, Jessica.
Yeah, the runners who are going to be, who are coming into here, they have just gotten soaked in a very cold river, and that will be tougher on the ones who are going to be coming in after sunset. And you see what appears to be some propane fire pits. I suspect those will become quite critical here once the sun goes down for those runners to rewarm their feet and start to get their shoes dried out. If you're going to do a shoe swap, this is the place to do it because you're going to have wet shoes at this point.
That makes sense. Adding a little levity to the situation. Back at Aravaipa headquarters, our administrative assistant, KPAT713, is feeling a little bit lonely with everyone gone, walking around Aravaipa headquarters all by herself. I mean, she could be hanging out with us upstairs covering the Cocodona 250, but she's doing cartwheels around the helipad track. So
it's like she's in every room but this one.
So yeah, we're having fun with everything here during the Cocodona 250. Did Brianna make it to Dead Horse yet? I do believe that she had.
Got it coming up.
Or if not, she's got to be very close.
Oh, I have her in Dead Horse, it looks like.
Okay.
My tracker, if she's not there, she's almost there. I mean, it looks like.
Yeah, Dead Horse is at mile 117. And
it looks like she's in the parking lot somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say our most recent tracker has her at 116.6, 116.7. So if she hasn't made it to Dead Horse, she's literally, like you said, she's right there. So
yeah, if she's got so that parking lot, the way that's set up, because I wouldn't be surprised if she's hanging out at a crew van there right now.
Yeah, I wonder if we could. I don't want to upset the apple cart, but I'd be curious to see if we could get like a different, more intimate vantage point of Dead Horse from one of our cams there, because it looks like we've got multiple cams there. Heading back onto the Josh cam, some beautiful views of Sedona as the sun begins to fade off into the distance. Or I guess that would be more like the world turning, not the sun fading off into the distance.
That's right.
You get what you pay for on Aravaipa After Dark,
we're
folks.
We're turning the sun down over Arizona.
Yes.
That's what's really happening here.
Okay. It looks like the Bloody Nose runner from last year was Laura Kaplan. So thank you very much for clarifying that. I always feel bad when I don't recognize everybody, but I'll be honest. There's a lot of runners that we cover on these races. So we do what we can to try and give everybody their moment in the sun. And that's one of the things also that I do want to make sure that everybody watching realizes this year. When it comes to a race that's 200, 250 miles, obviously we're going to be covering this race for 5 days. And we are going to be leaning towards the front end of the pack for the first 2 or 3 days because that's just the nature of the beast. We want to make sure that the people in front of the race are going to be recognized and appreciated for their efforts. That doesn't mean that we don't recognize and appreciate everybody who toes the line in an event of this magnitude. But with 5 days of coverage to handle and 230 or so runners to follow along the way, we do believe everybody will get their chance in the sun eventually. We try and cover as many people as possible, and so we're grateful. But we will have a lot of time on midday Thursday, Friday, into Saturday morning to cover the middle and the back of the pack. So,
I mean, and I'm a mid-pack runner myself, and so I'm going to be every so often taking a look, especially once the sun goes down and we don't have views like this of Sedona to look at.
this is beautiful. Thank
you
you
know,
so much, Josh, for
Yeah.
for these views. I mean, that is what it's all about. This is what the runners see when they're hitting Sedona, when they're running, in and around town on those trails. I mean, it's
Yeah.
different than anything else you'll find. I mean, there are other places that have, equal beauty, or arguably to some people, maybe more beautiful views. But Sedona is very distinct in what you see when you're up there. I have not done a lot of running up there. I've done some hiking, and I've had family that have lived up there for 30 years, and I've gone to visit them. So a lot of my appreciation of Sedona is from the streets and driving through in my my late aunt and uncle's backyard. But Sedona is truly a beautiful place, and if you get the chance to experience it, I highly recommend it. Although I will also recommend that you do so during the week, because sometimes the weekends in Sedona can get a little bit crazy.
Well, you gotta watch out for those cougar sightings, and I'm not talking the four-legged ones.
Oh, well, I was. Aravaipa After Dark is brought to you by Aravaipa Running, where we are here covering the Cocodona 250. Thank you for tuning in. I am Chris Warden, and this is Dr. Stephen
This
Crawford.
was.
His credentials are currently under review right now, but let's see. Let's see who we've got tuning in. Rob Ricardo, thank you very much for tuning in. Crooks Florida Trail Runners Podcast, around mile 98, the first Floridian to pass the 100-mile mark. Hey, FDR Podcast, how many Floridians are there in the race this year? Just kind of trying to keep track of everybody along the way, and as I mentioned, give everybody their say. So,
I was thinking about Skylar while you're looking that up and get that information. I was thinking about Skylar earlier and going, if this was a cross-country meet, right now Colorado's looking pretty good at the top of the charts to take the most points out of any state.
oh, let's see. They're coming up with different names. Are we doing shots whenever Verstiga's mentioned? I'm not. I definitely don't have
That was the
tolerance to do
conversation
that.
this morning, and we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
I somehow got in the middle of that.
Go back to.
And that was before work.
Yeah, there were plenty of mentions. Well, that was I was just speaking with Pete Mortimer off the air out in the hallway before we came back on here, and it was pretty amazing how things were left on a cliffhanger last night. I mean, we the last views that we saw were of the defending champion basically calling it a night, which obviously String Bean had gotten out to a lead, and you had some of your other heavy favorites up towards the front, but by and large it left us kind of wondering, oh well, what's happening tomorrow?
When I saw him holding that bib in his hand wearing a puffy jacket, I immediately said, something doesn't feel right here. And
Yeah.
I didn't want to say anything beyond that because, like I said, there's a lot that can happen, and we're seeing that with the leaderboard. We're seeing where a couple of people may have gone out too hard on this flatter, faster course, and they may have paid a small price for it today.
Yeah.
We've seen some who have just been running their race and they're chugging along, and there's still a lot that can happen here, and I don't want to sound like a broken record on that because this is where the sleep strategy comes in. This is where we're going to find out whose nutrition was dialed in exactly where it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we're going to find out who said, oh, I can do this on 5-8 minute naps or whatever the case may be. I can, or less. it's going to get very interesting, and I'm waiting to see how things will play out over the night. They're hitting some colder temperatures, and that's something else. As you know, when we look at the Mingus cam, you're seeing runners beginning to put on layers, and that's a very smart move, because as they come off of Mingus and heading into Jerome, there's going to be some exposed areas, and they're going to want to stay warm. And that's going to be an issue, because like right now in Jerome, we're looking at a temperature of 67 at the moment, but it's supposed to get down into the mid to low 40s.
Yeah.
When I look at Cottonwood, which is where Dead Horse is, we're looking at a temperature of 73, but it's supposed to get around 50. And again, they're going to be coming through a cold river, and that's going to, as they come into there. And for those who we're looking at, like Joe and Annie and others, you know, Munns Park is already 59 degrees, and they're supposed to get to 37 overnight.
Yeah,
So-
Munns Park is up there. I mean, you're basically at, you know, give or take a few hundred feet short of Flagstaff proper in terms of elevation.
And we're discounting the wind. Let's make that very
Yes.
clear. We're not talking about the wind yet either. The winds, I think the feedback you're going to hear from the runners is how windy it was this year. A lot of the Facebook posts and videos I've seen, and the videos you've shown from some of the aid stations have shown those flags just blowing. And I think that's going to be a very interesting factor to hear after things are done.
We'll take a spin around to see what we've got going on at various locations. We've got a couple cameras at Dead Horse right now. We've got the Jessica cam, the Connie cam, and then
And I know that people are watching us at Mingus. I don't know if they have audio, but I'm getting texts from people in Mingus right now. So
Anybody in particular, like runners or like are
actually,
there
the crew
volunteers?
chief, if for those who remember Sonia Glover from Javelina 100,
Oh, yes.
with the 30-hour and 7-minute finish, she's texting me from there. So all those folks, they're paying attention to us, and they kind of know what's going on, and so they want to hear what's going on at the front of the race as well. So I know a lot of folks are looking for their athletes, and so what do we have on the front to talk about?
Let's take a look at the front of the pack, actually. Let's pull up the tracker here, and we'll take a look. Of course, on the leaderboard, Joe McConaughey is 154 miles and change into this race. He's getting ready to cross I-17 and head over towards Munns Park. Of course, he will not be crossing I-17 directly on top of the interstate, but giving chase would be Jason Coop and Annie Hughes. Jason Coop about 14 and a half miles back. Annie Hughes about a mile and change back. And then Jeff Garmeyer is in fourth place at about 137 miles. And Michael McKnight is at about 134 and change. And I know that I absolutely have to remind people that Kevin Goldberg is in sixth place right now. So if I did not say that, I know that the chat would.
Who's Goldberg? I've never heard of him.
Well,
And
I know that his mom is saying.
I've never seen him mentioned in the chat either.
Kevin Goldberg's mom did want to say good night, Godspeed to everyone running. Kevin Goldberg, be careful. Love, Mom.
Yeah, and
So,
thank you guys so much for your support. I mean, it's great seeing, you know, the family. I remember my family. They're probably watching right now, even though I'm not running this year. But it's great to have that family support no matter where you are in the country. So I'm glad you guys were able to tune in as long as you have. So
That was one of the best things about last year's race was getting to know Stan Barry's family.
yeah,
We got to know Barry's family very well. His wife and daughters were watching, and as we found out, it was his anniversary during the race, and that his daughters were going to be coming out to run Javelina 100 at the same time. We just got news that Jason Coop is getting to Sedona aid. Is that?
yeah.
All
He
right.
should be getting close to the culvert pipe, and then that will take him very close to the.
Yep, there we go right there. Jason Coop. So, yeah, we'd expect him at Sedona aid fairly quickly. I don't know if we've got any
I don't know if we have a camera there.
cameras
Unless
at
that's that
Sedona,
lower
but
one on the bottom.
I know that one was following Coop for a while. That was the Josh cam. So
And if Josh took the airport road, he can probably meet him coming into Sedona.
more runners hitting. Oh, I can actually see Sonia Glover in the background of Mingus. She is just left of center
Oh, yeah, there she is.
in the back there.
Next to the bulletin board.
Yes, making sure that all of the runners have what they need and have ample space. It does look like business is starting to pick up there.
Yeah. And I know folks have been talking about the food there, and that one is the one that has scheduled for the lasagna bar. So this is a great place to fuel up. And then, you know, while Jerome has some good food as well, don't get me wrong, the taco bar at Dead Horse is definitely the next place you got to get really excited about.
But the difference is that Dead Horse has that open air feeling to it. So and it is gonna get a little bit chilly up there, I think. So.
Yeah, it is. That it is.
And yeah, there were some people making predictions, prognostications, thinking that obviously we do have a race leader with a significant buffer on the rest of the field, but I'm not saying it in the interest of being cowardly. I just think it is too early to call at this point. So
Yeah, there's we got Sedona cam, I think.
we do have a Sedona cam. That would be is that the Josh cam? I thought that we had somebody. Yeah, that's the Josh cam at Sedona Airport. It's just too dark of a shot, really, to get good resolution, but it seems like he might actually be following.
As soon as we say that,
Annie.
that's
no,
Annie.
he's following Annie Hughes.
And that's, okay, so they're going across the road.
Yeah, that would have to be Annie Hughes if he is up at the Sedona Airport.
So that puts him about a mile and change behind Jason now. So Annie is sitting in third overall.
Yeah, we're not getting a good shot there, but it is, as you can see, on the tracker, the two of them are, approaching Sedona, the Sedona aid, and, still a long way to go. We did have a question on the chat asking about the denim cowboy and if the denim guy is still in. As far as I know, he's still in. He is simply just not wearing all denim at this point anymore. So, yeah, his name is Tony Tadieski, and I know that he is still on course. So we'll go back to the Josh cam. It doesn't. What we're seeing is a little bit different than what you're seeing, and unfortunately, it's just not coming through on our shot. So we do have a camera actually in Sedona now.
So that is the Sedona aid station itself.
Is that Lewis who is? Oh, it's Rob? Rob Martin. Hey, Rob, can you possibly maybe spin that camera around and see what we've got going on around? Thank you very much. See, our people are the best people.
And that's that big fan that if you saw the Run Steep video of
those are some
day before,
tights.
That Parker that blacktop gets hot in the day. I was glad not to go through there.
Yeah.
I was there at night, thankfully.
Those drop bags being put on the on that black asphalt. I do remember that last year because it was so hot. But yeah, you can see the people at Sedona's aid station getting ready. Okay, and we will see if we can catch some of the
we
runners.
Should see Jason come through here shortly.
Jason and Annie as well, I do
Yeah.
believe, should be hitting Sedona very quickly.
Jason is about to go along Oak Creek, and that'll take him under 89, and then the Krusty Trail. Which I don't know. Like I said, I heard you guys talking earlier. I don't know whose name. I remember seeing that Krusty Trail sign. I was like, I really thought of Krusty Burgers. But then again, it was approaching. It was around midnight. I was getting hungry again. So yeah. And that's a really great spot for crew. There's two parking lots, and there's one adjacent to the aid station, and then there's like a little set of trees, and one adjacent to that, and you have a beautiful view of Sedona and the Red Rocks from there from a crew standpoint, but also you can see the lights go down below you before it comes up the hill and towards you. So. That's one of the things that I noticed this with Joe, and I had a similar experience. When you come out of here, you're kind of like, which way do I go? Which way do I go? Because there's this weird path that's not really a path going straight down to the road. And
there's Jen.
You're good there.
There's Jen Gustafson from Aravaipa Running. She works very hard to make sure that all of the remote aids, along with Patty Curry, basically, she is one of Patty Curry's left or right hand, depending on how you look at it. But she's out there after having, some knee surgery, and she's just, doing what she can to help things go as smoothly as possible. So, thanks to Jen for being out there. So, she's working hard out there. I know that for a fact.
She's been a definite positive influence on so many runners at so many races and in between as well. Here's the blacktop we were talking about. You can see how they had things set up in a parking spot. And like I said, again, from a cruise standpoint, there's actually a hotel right across the street from the church that we're using. And so some crews will get hotel rooms. And while that's a great place for you can check your runner out and go get him cleaned up real fast, or him or her, and then get him back out. But that's another thing to consider as well.
Yeah. And as we saw and a couple people have mentioned in the chat, the people with the tiger and there's the trail where
that's
it comes
the trail
out.
I was talking about. Going, where do I go? Where do I go? Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No,
I was going to say, as you saw, you had the leopard and the tiger prints. I'm operating under the assumption that those are Jeff Garmire's people.
I'm just going to make that assumption as well. And if they're not, then they're definitely fans, or should be.
Mike was asking which aid station this is. This is indeed Sedona. Is that?
That is aid station number 14, mile 144.9.
Yeah.
This is another one that has full services, so where you can go inside. So you can go, because again, they're using a church with a gym, there's showers. You can sleep in the gym.
I do remember several runners taking naps up there.
I think Jamil was one of them.
Yes. Hello, those of you up there in Sedona. Can you give me a thumbs up if you are indeed Jeff Garmire's crew? I'm just taking a wild stab in the dark at this, but yes, it is. Yes, we guessed correctly. It is our detective skills at work. And of course, the Sedona aid is what is that? It's 145-ish miles.
144.9, yeah, so 145. So 105 to go after this.
Yeah, they're more than halfway done.
Just a 100-miler or so.
Yeah, at that point it becomes just a 100-miler. So this is. And of course, being right in the middle of Sedona, the quality on the video is absolutely outstanding. So, yeah, this is Sedona. Again, this is one of the more fancy aid stations set up on the course. So there's a lot of luxury compared to some of the other more remote aid stations. I mean, you compare it with something like, say, Dead Horse. It's where it's a little bit more outdoors.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Dead Horse is it is a state park. So what you don't see in this shot is there is actually a permanent restroom there that's lit. So
True.
It's not like you're having to use porta potties or Home Depot buckets as you would at some of the aid stations. There are makeshift porta potties. And so that is just something, as a runner who, once you get aware of what's where, you sometimes for better or for worse, say, oh, I want to get to Whiskey Row where I will have all these conveniences. I want to get to Mingus. I want to get to Dead Horse or Sedona or Fort Tuthill. The problem is if you get so focused on those, you may ignore the ones in between and miss opportunities to correct errors when needed. I'm going to say, who's that?
James asking if there's room to park at the Jerome Aid Station.
There is a very small parking lot there. Parking is limited from what I recall. Who do we have in that bottom corner?
Who is that? That is, that's a Shelby. Let me see if I can
Yeah, because I'm
pull
not
up
sure where she is.
her camera. I'm not sure where she is either.
Don't know where she is or who she's got, but we'll figure that out here in a second, hopefully. It's some runner action. And I'm keeping an eye on the map. And Jason, when I see him get on Krusty, we'll flip back over to Sedona. Sedona.
Shelby Koros. Let me see if I can find her camera.
Yeah, it's interesting in the chat. They're talking about who pays for the cruise stuff, and I will tell you, it depends on the race. For an example, there are races like Badwater where traditionally the runner does pay for all the hotel rooms. They pay for the van. They pay for all the things because it's a little bit different. Whereas a lot of other races, they may pay for part. They may. It just depends. A lot of races we have in this area, you tend to see runners just jumping in and helping each other and not having like their hotel room paid, but maybe they end up getting a nice gift card to cover their gas or something. So it's interesting to see some of the pacing, some of the crew stuff. For example, I'm just driving out tomorrow to support a runner, and I'm getting a T-shirt out of it. I'm like, cool, that's nice. T-shirt's cool.
I'm not sure who this runner is, but Shelby Farrell from Koros is on the case, making sure that we've got eyes on as many people as possible.
And for those of you wondering about Versteeg, he does have another hour and a half to get on his pogo stick and hop out of Whiskey Row and back on course.
Steadicam should be up at Sedona. Thank you very much for the update on that, Matt. We will be heading there shortly. As KJ was saying, KJ literally created a YouTube login just to participate. Thanks for doing that, KJ. Oh, that was Brianna.
Okay.
And KJ is loving the support and excitement of this community. So are we. KJ. So thank you for being a part of this.
And for those of you wondering about Brianna, she is currently hanging out at a little place we call Dead Horse. So she's around the midpoint-ish of the course. Or
Is
what
she
traditionally.
in third or fourth place female, I believe?
Good question. I just brought up her directly.
Annie Hughes is in first. Lauren Jones, Sarah Ostaszewski, Rhoda Smoker. Brianna's in, or looks like she's in fifth, I think.
Okay. I wish my icon would move on Jason. He hasn't moved in a bit. I'm like, is he? Where is he on the course? He should be getting close to Sedona at this point.
Let's take a look at we've got a camera. Whoops. I think we have Lewis Cam.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah,
there we
you're
go.
seeing, and I remember one of the questions that came up earlier today was about mandatory gear, and this is
Here we
where
go.
We may actually have some of those gear requirements coming into play as we're waiting for runners to come into Sedona. So for an example, there are sections that, and I'm quoting from the runner's guide, sections that cold gear and or rain/snow gear, won't be that much of an issue this year, may be checked, and that's a big maybe, depending on weather temps and the time of day, include Sedona. So because of the temperatures and when you're leaving here, they may ask, do you have cold weather gear for the next section? And obviously different people will have different tolerances and such. And so I'm not sure how they handle that and what they define, exactly as cold weather gear. Because like what I might carry may be something much heavier than somebody else.
This is true. Yeah.
So those are things that, I think if you were to head out of Sedona shirtless, they may ask, do you have a jacket in your pack? Just one of those things that may come up as people are leaving. And that's one of the things about some of these aid stations. And we may actually get to see that if we see a runner check out with Jen at the Sedona aid station. We may see her pull her clipboard and go down the checklist of things she's supposed to ask as you leave. I remember her or somebody doing that with me as I was heading out, even though it was the morning, because of the water required, just to be aware of the water and heat coming up.
Let's see, while we're waiting on some runners to hit aid stations, Brendan came up with, or brings forth a pretty good question. Let's see. Oops. Wow, we're getting hit with some spam. I will take care of that. What is the best Aravaipa race for a newer ultra runner? And we might have different answers on that one. So
I doubt we'll have different answers because I'm going to say all of them. I'm going to say it depends on what distance you're gunning for. If you're gunning for a 100-miler and you're looking for an Aravaipa 100-miler, right now the one to check out would be Javelina 100. If you're looking for a 100K, I'm a fan of Black Canyon. Obviously, they're big, nice races with good cutoffs. Javelina 100K is also has a longer cutoff, and that may be a better one for you depending on what your target is. If you're looking for 50Ks, wow. I'm not even sure where to start. They're all good.
Yeah, I'm partial to Crown King myself, but I am in the distinct minority in that case. I do know that.
I do recommend Crown King for a lot of first-timers on the 50K if your style is a good, strong power hike and you're okay with that. If you're coming off of a fast marathon mentality or a fast triathlon mentality, that may not be a good one for you because the back half may be a little bit more than you want.
Let's see here. So you might be able to answer this question. You've got this information potentially handy. What is the weather condition? What is the weather like up in Sedona right now?
All right. So the Sedona weather right now, my weather app is calling it 66 degrees with winds out of the west at 11 miles an hour, and the humidity is a very high 10%. We have double-digit humidity in Arizona.
Double-digit humidity in Arizona.
That's very high.
Okay, I'm going to hijack
the dew point's 10.
I'm going to hijack
nice.
things for just one moment.
Who dropped that?
This would be Aravaipa's own TJ Gardner, but what do you think?
If Artworks puts it on a hat or a shirt, I'll wear it.
Aravaipa After Dark. I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much, TJ.
Oh, Coldwater! If Coldwater 50K is a beautiful race, I love Coldwater 100-miler. I had so much fun at the Rumble as part of my training for Cocodona last year, and that was kind of my approach last year, was to run a series of races, and that started with the Coldwater Rumble 100-miler. I rolled right in. I trained right through it, straight into Black Canyon. Trained straight through a number of other races. Oh, the Damn Good Run. That's a must for a local, because if you do any distance over 4 miles, you get to be one of the few people who gets to run over the dam in the lake.
At Lake Pleasant, yes.
At Lake Pleasant. That and just that alone makes it worth it. And again, I'm going to come back to Whiskey Basin. I think it is for me, I think, one of the most accessible, fun races, and it's in the Prescott area. And doing the full circle trail is, I just love that. And I think it's in April. It's just so much fun.
Roy mentions another race that is newer but become quite popular, Copper Corridor out in Superior.
I jumped in at the very last minute this year, 2 weeks after doing the Black Canyon Double, and that was so much fun. I'm really glad I finally got out there. That is a beautiful area.
Jan Rice mentioning McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
Oh, great 50 miler.
I
And notice how I keep going with the long distances.
Yeah. Rob Ricardo, friend of the family, Elephant Mountain. If you're looking for a gnarly adventure, best 50 miler in the country.
Which one?
Elephant Mountain 50K.
I have not done that
Or
one
50
yet.
mile.
Yeah, that's
50 mile. Yeah, which is a newer event. So, Adventures of Pinky and the Poof, Heavily in 100. Also mentioning Across the Years.
Oh, that running festival.
I mean, Across the Years is fun in a different way. It's not the most scintillating course, but it's definitely a festival unto itself. So if you're looking for a multi-day running festival where you can, accumulate a lot of mileage across the years, is cool. And you get to see the same people there every year. There are people who I've met that are, in my opinion, running legends that have been running that event for 15, 20 plus years. People like John Giesler, East Coast running legend. And people like that. Heck, Ann Trayson showed up there
yes,
2
she
years
did.
ago.
I helped out with her.
That
crew.
was mind blowing to get to
Well-
see Ann Trayson out just having fun.
And that's
She was
just
wearing a
it.
unicorn onesie for most of the
Exactly.
race.
And I think that's one of the things that fixed timed races don't get the respect they deserve. If you have a goal to run your first 50K and you're afraid of cutoffs, come do the 24-hour.
Mm-hmm.
You have a whole 24 hours to do it. Get it done. Go home. Declare victory. If your goal is to do your first 50 miler, I had a mental hang up on 100 milers, so I signed up for the 48 and ran my first 100 miler at Across the Years, and then afterwards I was fine doing regular 100-mile races. It was such a frustrating thing for me to do a 100 miler and then
Couple more quick ones. Epics saying Tusher's 100K is absolutely amazing.
I'm doing that this year.
I wouldn't know
I'm
because
in.
I had to DNF the marathon.
I'm doing the
So
100K this
hard.
year as a training run for Mogollon Monster.
It's so hard. TJ Gardner mentioning the Mesquite Canyon 50 miler. That is a good end of season kick your butt kind of race because it's usually really hot by that point. So
Cave Creek Thriller 50K is a fun one too. I love running across
Thriller
the
is
North Valley from
yeah.
Lake Pleasant to that's just again living here and going to all these regional parks. I recommend doing the different passes they have. Doing all the night runs in the summer to go visit the parks. Do all the day runs in the fall, winter, spring, just to go to every park in Maricopa.
yeah.
And of course, you can't beat the weekend in Silverton.
So yeah, you can see the numbers kind of pile in at Mingus.
Yeah. In fact, my runner just walked in the door, I'm told.
Oh.
So the one I'll be pacing. So she's out there. I keep waiting to see Jason's icon move, and it's not moving on my screen. So he's got to be coming to Sedona, and you can see them on the static cam, which we can see and you can't.
Yeah.
But you see them looking out for the lights, and so we will definitely be switching to them the second we have something to show you, or we think we're about to have something to show you.
All right, Rosa asking if we can confirm that Rhoda Smokers made it to Dead Horse. Here's the thing, Rosa, your guess is largely as good as ours in terms of where the runners are at specifically. Now, we might have eyes on runners because of the camera angles that we have, but the tracker is going to know. We're actually using the same tracker that we have the link for on the YouTube page.
Yeah.
So, please, I encourage you to use it because anything that we would tell you about specifically where a specific runner is would be coming off of that. And it's not that we don't want to share that information. Obviously, we have that there for you. It's just that, that's literally where we're grabbing our. We don't have any sort of back channel information on where runners are at unless we have some sort of breaking news. But by and large, we are using. Hello, who is that? Do they know that they're live?
They do now.
Yeah.
And we see pacers getting on deck in Sedona.
Yep.
So
yeah, we see a couple of pacers getting ready. We can slide over to the Sedona static
he's
cam
got
really
to be
quick as
showing
well.
up any minute now, because we're looking at the tracker, and and we're making some educated guesses on what's happening. You can see camera crews are all there. Someone's pacer. I wouldn't be surprised if that's. I'm not going to make guesses. I just see pacers. So all because I see a bib and a pacer doesn't mean. We just know it's going to be someone's pacer. And like I said, the tracker is telling us they're not showing any movement, but they're showing they're very close together. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come within a few minutes of each other. Knowing this stretch, I would think that once they go, once they should be able to see each other's lights, is my thought. And if they can't see their lights yet, my expectation is as soon as Annie gets on 89, I think she'll see Jason before he makes the turn up the driveway and then up the hill to Sedona.
I guess I hope, Brendan, that we gave you some good ideas. Of course, our own Andre
we
Lee.
read the entire calendar.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty much. I would say half of the Aravaipa races locally got named, but Andre Lee had a great suggestion.
Yeah.
Run them all.
And that's why I said get the Desert Series pass and the Night Run Series. Man.
Andre is one of two people who has actually run more Aravaipa races than I have. So there's only two.
My goal is to, by the end of 2024, run the longest distance of every Aravaipa race.
Just kind of checking them off as you go?
I'm going to make a better effort. I'm hitting some this year, and I'm making a better effort next year is my thought.
We should call that the Jeff Foot.
I came up with one called the Aravaipa Slam, and that's to do all 100 milers of Aravaipa in a single calendar year.
Are there 4? No?
There's about to be.
The Aravaipa Slam.
Then,
where's Matt Feldake? We need to get him in here on this one.
And then if you want to do the Aravaipa Grand Slam, you have to do the 400s because there's going to be a
with
400
Cocodona
and Black Canyon, every buckle race. Every buckle race. That
Whiskey
includes
Basin.
Tushers.
That's a rough turnaround. Whiskey Basin to Cocodona.
This year it was. Last year was a perfect training run because last year it was Whiskey Basin followed by Damn Good Run, and then 2 weeks later was Cocodona. So that was my taper right after that.
Let's see if we can recognize any runners.
And I have a feeling if Jan just heard me say all those words, she's probably smacking the web stream out of Andre's hand or wherever and saying, no, you cannot have those bad ideas from that evil, evil person.
Oh, they do have the live feed playing at Mingus, so they do pay attention. Jubilee Page sighting as we see her walking across. Yeah, there's a lot of energy there right now. There's a lot of action. And
God, I love it.
Yeah, Mingus is pretty great.
It's funny.
So.
What we're seeing is this relief, this reload, this recharge at Mingus, and at Sedona there's like a little tension going on. It's like, where's my runner? Where's my runner? Because they're at the pointy end trying to either get to the front or stay where they're at. So.
Well, that's the difference between a front of the pack and a back of the pack situation. Yeah, because like if you compare, obviously, these pacers and crew people are like ready to go. Whereas, at Mingus, I'm not saying that these people don't have a sense of urgency, but it's just kind of a different energy, I think.
Well,
Whereas
they're refueling. They're at the gas station and they're checking the tires. They're cleaning the windshield. They're making sure that the tank is full of gas and all the good things. And a couple of them had a nail in their tires, so they're getting that tire fixed. I've messaged back and forth with a couple of runners who have dropped, unfortunately, today, or just watching on social media, and it seems to be that the theme I've heard for the suffering yesterday for a lot of the mid to back of the packers was stomach issues.
Yeah.
And a lot of good folks, multiple people I know, multiple good people I know out there are saying I had the body, I had the legs, but the problem is that the stomach just wasn't, for whatever reason, didn't cooperate yesterday. And some folks have had, like I mentioned, the tire. Oh, we have a runner coming in Sedona on Lewis Cam.
On Lewis Sedona trails,
we have
that would be Jason Coop.
Let's switch to that. So he is. So this is that route up that driveway and then up the hill. Or actually, no, he's still down. He has not yet got to the road yet. So that's that crusty trail and everything you heard the great Peter Mortimer talking about earlier today. Man, that was great having him talk about these trails because he lives on these, and
Yes.
and yeah, he just brought so much. And again, everybody who's been on the stream the last 2 days, man, they have been fantastic.
Absolutely. Nick Hill.
There's the parking spot. They just came up the hill, and he's gone straight to his van. It looks like so
Yeah.
he's in his van. So we saw this routine last night.
Yeah.
At Whiskey Row, he's gone to his van. He's going to go sit right in his van in that chair, just like last time. He's taking that pack off, and
Looks like he's got a pizza that he's working on.
yeah,
I think that when you're, he's probably so dialed in that he, knows exactly what he wants, and he doesn't want to, mess around potentially with aid stations. Not that our aid stations aren't worth, messing around with. I think that Patty and Jen do an excellent job, but.
But when you're at this caliber of a runner, I mean, I'd love to own a Class B camper van like this. I mean, I tried the RV, and it was a lot of fun to rent one last year, and while it paid for itself in Dead Horse, at the same time it couldn't get everywhere I needed, and to have something a little bit more compact that you can organize. And the U-Haul we saw, I love that use of the U-Haul van, but more importantly, I love that shoe caddy with all the things hanging down with all the gear in it, and that's something that have all of that organized from race to race to race, so you don't have to reconfigure or wonder, what is this aid station going to have? Are they going to have the potatoes the way I like them? Are they going to have pickle juice whenever I want it? Are they going to have all the things I like? And so that's always an important thing. We should see Annie coming up. We're keeping an eye on the Sedona static cam of the aid station to see if Annie, because she should be not very far behind. Again, seeing the trackers, they're not. We're watching the same thing you guys are watching at home, and hers has not been moving, and neither was his till he got there. So she should be popping in any minute now.
Shelby will be pacing Brianna from Dead Horse to Sedona, so just a heads up. Of course, Shelby Farrell from Koros and ran this race last year. Bree has had some pretty solid paces. Shelby Farrell, I believe Mandy Holmes paced her last night, and Mandy, I'm not totally familiar with the resume. All I know is that we covered her because she ran Desert Solstice last year, and you don't get into Desert Solstice unless you're a fantastic runner.
You've got to hit some marks.
Yeah, you've got to be able to run like 130, 135 miles in 24 hours in order to get into Desert Solstice. So. And Bryce Brooks is pacing Bree from Sedona to Munns Park. Nice. So yeah, the all-star team continues.
So is pickle juice literally pickle juice, or the lingo for something else? It is lingo
literally
for
pickle
actual
juice.
Yeah, pickle juice.
Yeah. I mean, you see runners, at least as far as we know. I mean, we're fairly experienced. So yeah, there's actually a product called Pickle Power that is specifically pickle juice. In little. Like those 5-hour, energy type capsules.
Yep.
But they're filled with pickle juice.
Is Lewis bringing someone in, or is he just
Let's
taking that
take a
trail
look.
up? While we're watching that, I'll explain further. I have friends who do PhD work in nutrition and exercise wellness and stuff. So what they don't. There is the reason for cramps is not fully known, but what they do know is, for some reason, getting the electrolytes, the salts from the vinegar brine, gets into your system faster, and it seems to help relieve a number of things, including cramps. But they're still not sure about some of the science behind it. So yeah, there is some. I have had I've had many jars of pickles where there were pickles in the jar. No more juice. Could I drink it all? Especially in the summer, especially when you're doing 115-degree training runs out here.
I can't say that I've ever had that situation, but I actually do save the pickle juice from my pickle jars, and save it for when I'm actually running or training when it's really hot.
Yeah. So I try to eat the pickles down as I'm drinking the juice, and then sometimes that's more pickles than I want. And that was for me at Lane Mountain. We talked about the heat. my Lane Mountain routine that got me out of the hole was I had a cup of iced pickle juice, followed by a cup of iced water, followed by a cup of iced ginger ale. And I did a couple of routines of that, and it just fixed me right away. I was ready to go. What do we see? Besides a beautiful aid
Drew
station.
says they really should have registration for next year open during the live stream coverage. They'd sell out. I mean, I agree. I think, maybe we can make it happen.
I support poor decisions.
Well,
And I mean that P-O-U-R.
The thing is that, yeah, it is a great idea, but we need to be able to breathe after this race before we start working on next year's. I mean, at least in theory. Then again, I am not the Aravaipa marketing director. I know he's around here somewhere, and maybe he's got something in the works. I can't say he does or he doesn't, but
I'll just say I can't imagine the task of getting permits and how that would be. That was the risk last year.
Yeah.
Or should say 2 years ago when they opened registration, going, yeah, we're going to do this race next year. And we're in the middle of a pandemic, and we have no clue if we're going to get permits. And it was and they didn't charge us until several months prior to the race.
I do remember that. Yeah.
And I think that's something, one of the things out here when you're planning events, you have to work around things like this holiday called Easter, which, unlike other holidays, changes weekends every year. Sometimes it's in March, sometimes it's in April, sometimes it's early April. And when that happens, it changes a lot of calendars. And so, for an example, the Whiskey 50 bike race in Prescott was this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, or I think it was just Saturday. So, you got to be careful with how you overlap with those communities and what they have going on. And also some of the mating habits of certain birds and animals. You can't go, they won't permit races in certain areas for reasons like that too.
I was waiting for it. I was like, is there an Aravaipa After Dark kind of attachment to that? When you started talking about mating habits, I was like, wait a minute, what?
I wasn't going to go there, but okay, I see where you went.
Rob has an excellent point. We all eat like the elites. He could have had Freak Brothers pizza for the extra effect it gives, according to legend. I have Freak Brothers pizza all the time after ultras, whenever they actually are out at Aravaipa events.
There's no other better recovery food.
I love my Freak Brothers pizza.
That and chocolate milk.
My favorite Freak Brothers pizza of all time was after my first Black Canyon. That was the year that all heck broke loose on the course.
The out and back year. Yeah, that was my favorite as well.
Yeah. We did get some love in a super chat donation from Brian. Hey, Brian, thank you so much for tuning in. He said he appreciates the broadcast and the ultra community chat. This is fantastic. Brian, thank you so much for tuning in. We're not here and doing this if it's not for the audience that likes to tune in. We're just happy to be here. I've been doing these broadcasts and live streams with Aravaipa since the beginning. I'm just happy to be out here. And, I had a previous broadcasting background, and when it was brought up that this might be a thing, I jumped at the chance to volunteer, and I don't know, I guess Jamil thought that it might be entertaining to have me on here, and here I am. So. Oh,
come on, you're being a little humble here. You have a little background in some of this stuff from your earlier days.
Yeah, no, but I get to leverage my, previous, lifetime experience. I don't work in broadcasting and journalism anymore, but I get to leverage that with something I love talking about with my friends anyways.
Yeah, and
which is what I've gotten to do.
And that's why I'm here. I mean, I
get to hang out with you. I got to hang out with Pete. I got to hang out with Pat last night. Tomorrow night I'll be hanging out with Jackie Knoll and Lisa Pizzoni, some of our local runners, all week.
You got some great people coming on board.
Absolutely. So, we're going to have some fun all week. If we can figure things out, maybe have some guests dialed in from a distance, we will. If not, I will, yank people by the collar to bring them in and have them sit down right next to me. So, that's part of the fun is, being a part of this community. And as Jan mentions, volunteering at Aravaipa races is the best.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, my preferred place right now would be on course. My second preferred place would be supporting a runner directly as crew or pacer, and my third is a volunteer.
Yeah.
But I had some work in the first part of the week, and I was like, I still want to be part of this, and I don't want to just be watching on YouTube and staying up too late watching YouTube. I'd rather be here interacting and sharing some of the experiences I had from last year. And that's just, I want to encourage as many of you who are interested in doing this to look at it and think about some of the logistics that are involved and then figure out how to make it happen.
C. Wilson bought the flannel and the cap, wanted the swag. Hey, C, if you're ever in town, we do our Wednesday night group runs here in town, and first Wednesday of every month we do a raffle where we do give away some Aravaipa and Steep Life swag. So you're more than welcome to join us sometime. Robert Hall with the big donation. we deserve this one. We'll own it. Put this $50 donation on towards course audio next year. Duly noted. We don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. We've had some times where it's gone well and other times where it's gone sideways. But I know that we will do our best to make sure that that things go better moving forward. So we do appreciate your generosity, Robert, and we do our best. So and we know that so we're very grateful. Let's see. Do we have eyes on anybody on the course?
I keep waiting for Annie to pop in. It's the only reason why I'm not saying let's hop back over to Mingus, where the party is at, because she should be literally popping. But my icon is not moving on here, and I'm not. It said it updated 18 minutes ago. So this is again those satellite ping problems that we've talked about throughout the race, and she could just be in a spot where the signal's being interfered with, and we just haven't gotten updates. And we saw this slow update with Jason, which is still showing him in the aid station. I would not be surprised if he crawled into his van. We saw him go in for servicing, for lack of a better term, to take care of what needs to be taken care of. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's taking a nap and saying, you know what, let Joe do what Joe's doing. Good for him. Yeah. I will do what I need to do. And maybe when he comes out, he's got a fire that could catch Joe. Yeah,
Jeremy asking what we're looking at here. We're looking at we've got a few cameras here at the Sedona aid station. We've got Josh, Lewis, and we've also got a static Sedona cam as well. So we're trying to keep an eye on what's going on at Sedona as that's closer to the front of the pack, and then we've also got activity at Mingus Mountain as well. But we're keeping an eye on as many runners as we can. So
so while one of the things about Mingus, so last year we had, and I promise to tell the story tonight. So one of the things that with the pandemic, the food offerings were a little bit different because we were hyper aware of health and safety risks, and I think that's been one of the good things that I mentioned last night with the pandemic, is that while there's now more trash, we're being far more mindful to not have things get cross-contaminated. And so I come through Mingus on Tuesday night. I had just bebopped solo from without a pacer from Fain Ranch to Mingus. I had my earbuds not plugged in. I had the bone conducting ones, and I literally just flew straight up the mountain and just was having a blast. But I get up there and meet my crew, and Jubilee get my hot dog, and Jubilee, as I'm leaving, slides this little silver package in my hand. She goes, "This is a pocket dog." And I'm like, "A what?" And I discovered the magic of pocket dogs. And essentially, it's a hot dog that you put in your pocket, and about 30 minutes later, you're like, "Oh yeah, that's the best thing ever." Oh, I just got an update on my screen. She should be coming across Krusty right now. Annie's on Krusty, so we should see her in the next 5 minutes or less.
All righty, we will head back over there.
But yeah, and that's one of the things is that, with the aid stations is they're not there to feed you while you're there. They're more than happy to let you take a couple of things with you because, sometimes it's just better to eat a little bit as you're moving or eat even a mile or two later because you never know what's going to happen.
Whoops, where did I go? I just completely went on tilt there. Where did I lost my page. Where did I go?
So as we're looking for the video feeds, I did
There
see
we
a
go.
question about the short stop or sleep, and I think that's going to be an individual call. And I think we saw that earlier with Joe in Sedona, where he took what I believe was his second 8-ish minute nap. He's kind of got things figured out where, and we've seen some studies saying, hey, if you hit sleep certain ways, and we've seen this with Courtney Dauwalter with her 200s, it's like 2 minutes is all she needs, and she's woken up after 2 minutes going, wait a minute, what just happened here? 'Cause she thought she was asleep for like 20.
Yeah,
And
it's a talent.
And if you know your numbers and you know how your body normally reacts, you can pull off some really interesting things. And these are things that I'm hoping to learn about myself, because I want to do a different sleep strategy than I did last year when I come back and run this again. And that's just, I think the shorter naps for some people work really, really well.
Let's see. C. Wilson asking, Amber Myers, do they think that Garmeyer and Hughes are going to be stopping shorter sleeping, waiting to see because they push out fast? Maybe they're ready to race. It's one of the beautiful things about this race. We don't know, at least on our end. We honestly don't have any idea on how things are going to pan out here. I mean, we can assume certain things and we can kind of operate under certain beliefs, but it's kind of like a 250-mile long box of chocolates.
Yeah.
We don't know what we're going to get.
Well, my original race plan had me sleeping either at Black Tank or on top of Kasner when the aid station's up there, and instead I ended up pulling into Sedona on Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and saying, no, I'm going to sleep here now because that's what my body wants. And it was the best call I made, because I really I attempted 2 short naps after that and probably got about 15 out of each nap. So, I mean, I went from Thursday morning at that point all the way to Friday night with just 2 short 15-minute naps.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I just called an audible, and it was the best thing I did. And my patient and I talked about it as we went around the airport, saying what's best. And he made sure that I was making the right call for myself, and it really was. And it turned out to be the best call. So, yeah, they may have a plan not to sleep here, and their body may be telling them a different thing. So we'll find out when they get here, because that's just it. There's plans. Oh, who's coming up?
It looks like somebody that was working in aid is just kind of going out and peeking on the trail a little bit. At least that's what I gathered.
Yeah, and taking a look at the map and seeing how Jason Coop, where his marker is in that second parking lot, considering how long it's been in that spot, I'm willing to bet he's potentially, I'm not going to guess. I mean, he could be taking a nap. He could also just be taking a nice, good stretch and such. So there's no telling. I think we have a bouncy light, so that means
we have a
getting
bouncy
close.
light. This is the Shelby Farrell cam. I don't know where she's at, but it looks like she is with Bree Grigsby. Yeah, that would
She
be
should
Bree
be on
right
Krusty, or if she's not, or is she on the road? Or she may be on the road by now.
there. And they are currently. Let's see.
Or yeah. So they should, if those are, it's Sedona. Oh,
On her
she's
way to Deer
Pass. That's right.
Pass.
She's somewhere else. I forgot.
Yeah.
That's a different runner that we were watching. So she's heading into Deer Pass, which is the aid station before Sedona. And so that's Bree, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it looks like Annie should be around that trail intersection with some great. There's some great trail names that they come in and out of here. You've got, we were talking about the Krusty Trail earlier. You have trails like Crucifixion, which is actually a shortcut straight to the church. There's another trail just down from that called Lost and Found, which is a little longer shortcut straight to the church. We're taking the longer way around on the road on 89A to get there. So I love the trail names there, and I'm glad Pete was sharing some of his favorite names earlier. Yeah, we're showing now that Annie's got to be right on top of it.
Of course, Shelby showing off that beautiful Koros timepiece.
Yeah, they should be seeing literally any minute now in Sedona. That Jamil looking into the dark, or that somebody who's just Jamil looking?
I don't know where Jamil would be right now. He could be anywhere. He could be right behind us. He showed up here last night.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He had been out on course all day, and then all of a sudden I look over towards the door, and I see him smiling and walking by in Aravaipa headquarters. So that means he drove all the way from Whiskey Row down here to try and work on some of our technical situations, and then drove all the way back up to be not only filming but running alongside several runners today.
And that's why he is capable of running the Barkley, because he knows how to operate on little sleep.
Well, I mean, we've got a runner here that has in the race that has attempted the Barkley at least one.
And he had Pete earlier.
We had Pete earlier. We have a photographer on the course who has attempted the Barkley as well.
That's right.
Yeah, Howie Stern has,
and these are people who know how to operate, get a job done while not sleeping.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely their wheelhouse. So, this of course is the Sedona aid station cam. And we're going to kind of just try and go back and forth. I mean, the Sedona cam is concentrating on the front of the pack right now, whereas the Mingus cam is, further back, obviously. I mean, Mingus is at mile 91 and Sedona is at mile 145. So you're talking about a 50, 60-mile difference with these two aid stations. And, and
you've got a string of runners who are still on the way into Mingus.
Oh, for sure. And they're going to be going there, they're going to be on that string for, for a while. So
yeah, I mean, fan favorite Hector Rodriguez is about a quarter mile out from Mingus. Local favorite Fan Yang should have just gotten there. I see Anthony Culpepper should have just gotten there. I mean, I look at the name. I saw Jeff Foote is shouldn't be too far. And one of the things about that is when you pop up on that trail, you're still on the forest road, and you've got about a mile and a half to get to the aid station. But it's beautiful forest road. It's just dark and chilly because you're at 7,000 feet.
Yeah. The one thing about Mingus is that you do head back downhill, fairly quickly after you summit there, and then obviously you work your way back up. As per the course profile, you actually go from the highest point on the course prior to the Coconino Plateau to the lowest fairly quickly.
Yeah, you do.
So, especially with this year's course, simply because it cuts out the first prior climb coming out of Black Canyon City. We don't have anybody hitting Sedona just yet. Let's see if
looking up Joe. Joe is getting close to 17. He is going to be crossing I-17 shortly. Which puts him not too far from the Shebley mile 161 aid station, and that, if I remember, is that a no crew one, I believe.
Okay, I don't know if we've got good, but this is the String Bean cam right here. Oh, that's a great shot of String Bean right there.
Oh, look at him.
And he knows he's on the air. I love it.
I mention him. How about that?
He knows. He is an aware man. This is race lead. Oh, and there he goes. He's starting to run again. Oh, he's having fun out there.
I have a feeling in the post-race interview he's going to say, I wish you guys would stop putting the camera on me because I got tired of running it every time you put the camera on me.
Yeah,
because it seems to be the thing. He is amazing. I have just had so much fun watching him.
He is at 160 miles, give or take, at this point, and just absolutely crushing it still. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't expect this, but I saw him at Haviland 100 and saw how capable and talented he is, but man, he's just been relentless. That's what's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, he's moving along. Like I say, he's getting close. He's going to be like I say, it's about too far out from the aid station. Probably another 3 miles according to the tracker. So he's got a little time.
Yeah.
But he's moving so well. And
So that next aid station would be Schnebley that he's hitting,
Schnebley, and that should be 161.
and then Munns Park,
Yeah,
where he actually has that out and back section.
Correct.
And somebody in the chat was asking about that. Yeah, there is one more out and back section that they undertake at Munns Park. So, obviously, it's just a different section of the course this year than last year.
Yeah, this was except for the out and back. This where he's at now was part of the planned new course from last year. The out and back is added due to we couldn't get all the mileage in from Prescott to Prescott due to the Crooks Fire, so they had to add it in somewhere to make it to a 250. Oh yeah, and I anybody in this upper group. I mean, this is to a degree. This is. Again, use another sports metaphor, just kind of reminds me of some good Tour de France racing where you have some people who've had some breakaways and they're just taking off, and that's great. The question is, how long will they stay there? And that's just been amazing. I see folks are a little concerned about Coop.
Yeah, I don't know if has Coop's tracker not moved in 20 minutes, or is it not updated? Because
it says last updated 16 minutes ago, which
he
could be if he's
might
in
not be
his
moving.
van.
Exactly.
That could be enough blockage. And so that's not a concern because that's located in the parking lot. He may be taking a nap, and it could be in his van. It looks like folks are getting ready for activity there in Sedona. Or that's Sedona Airport. Yeah, that's Sedona Airport. When you see crew, they're anxiously waiting like we are. They go, we know our runner is coming. Where are they?
It's kind of a Blair Witch quality to it.
Uh-huh. Isn't that the Coop van there?
I think so.
Yeah. If he's asleep, we don't want to bug him.
Yeah. Then we've got people awaiting at Sedona, and
because Annie should be there any minute now. My map is not changing, but the distance says she should be there.
And of course the string bean cam, simply because I like putting pressure on our race leader. I do appreciate the fact that he is following along. So.
Yeah.
Although we do know from experience that that other runners have paid attention to the live stream in the past. I mean, Jeff Garmeyer basically ran the entire race last year watching it.
Well, I think we were Jeff Garmeyer
speaking
cam while you're
of,
about that. I see a headlamp.
Let me see if I can find.
And while you're bringing that up, I want to point out. Look at he's wearing shorts, which is very common. And I think we do see Andy coming up in Sedona now too. By the way,
is
you want to switch
Garmeyer's
over to Lewis cam?
Oh yeah, let's go to Lewis's cam.
Yeah, let's go to Lewis, and then we can go to Jeff.
Oh, here we go.
She just popped in. There she is. We knew she was coming into the station.
Yep, yeah, that is Annie Hughes, third overall, first place woman, hitting Sedona Aid just after 8:40, so 8:41. So we've got some motion all over the place, a lot going on. Thanks for bearing with us. And you know that you've made it if you are being relentlessly attacked by spam bots on YouTube. It shows that they see value in interrupting what you're doing. So,
but I agree with a lot of the commenters earlier in the day. If they'd done their research, we would be spammed with running shoes, gels, and headlamps.
Yeah, discount running shoes.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden that would really kind of cut into us, But yeah, thank you for everybody tuning in and bearing with us through the things like that. So
there's Annie. It looks like she's going to do a quick stop. She's not going to.
Yeah, that's quick stop mode right there.
This is NASCAR mode. Is that Howie there?
Yeah, that is Howie Stern right there.
I thought we saw Howie there. So yeah, and then Howie's getting the shot.
Yeah, we're going to see that one come up on his Instagram in just a few minutes, and it is going to be dynamite. It's going to be some, gritty runner shot. So, yeah, you can see Annie's True working on her, making sure that, her legs are fresh for the next stretch of the race, departing Sedona. and heading to Schnebly and to Munns Park after this. The distance between Sedona and Schnebly is, I had it in front of me,
I
but
got it on my chart here. That segment is 16.3 miles.
okay. So yeah, it's a 16-mile stretch leaving Sedona. Her crew is smiling, so that's usually a good sign. I can't really tell, how she's feeling, but we'll kind of keep things here on her. Rosa has a video of Rhoda Smoker having a reversal of fortune. Kept it moving, though. Hey, Rosa, if you've got that and you put it on Instagram and tag Cocodona 250, it might make the live stream. We are all about live course content, or action course content, rather.
We've not seen any hashtag puke and rallies this year.
Well, we probably haven't needed to because the weather's been a lot more agreeable.
Just pointing out.
As Pete Mortimer says, puke and rally, and if you know, you know, because Pete and both Pete and Dax Hawk last year did exactly that last year.
Yeah, one from the drone and one at the aid station.
Yeah. And
I'm just watching this changeover with Annie.
Yeah. Do we know who is pacing Annie over the next stretch? It looks like she's switching out pacers. So
they're going to give us a chance if we can identify her. Yeah, that's the pacer we saw on deck earlier. And and this is this is a common mode for the runners with their clothing. We saw this with Joe, and we're now seeing this with Annie. Is that it's the temperature hasn't dropped enough to put on any leggings of any sort, whether it's running tights, sweatpants, or anything. But we are seeing it's definitely a long sleeve, and we're seeing she's getting some good ankle stretching going. So she probably, keeping those ankles loose, which is good with some of the terrain.
So we've got actually 2 cameras around her right now. We'll see if we can pivot from one to the other. It looks like we might have a bit of a freeze going on in our picture. On our end, it looks fine, but unfortunately, it looks like there is a bit of a picture quality.
I'm good at that.
I'm right here with you. All right.
Are we live yet? All right. So I think we're back. I think we've got the stream refreshed. And so hopefully that will go well. And I think we're live again. You're looking live at Sedona Aid Station.
Sweet. Thank you very much. Aravaipa, main man himself, Matt Feldake, helping us. So, yeah, we do now have the live feed from what I understand. Rob, I love your sense of humor. I'm not going to lie.
I didn't see this.
Shout out to the spouses that can't believe their partner is watching a freezing YouTube feed. We appreciate your patience, and we are grateful to have you here, Rob. And
not just the spouses, every family member. I mean, the parents, the grandparents, the in-laws.
Yeah.
Everybody watching a frozen YouTube stream. Oh, my goodness. Man, I tell you that so watching the activity around Annie she's got a huge crew, and I don't know if folks heard earlier, but yeah, you can have as many pacers as you want as long as you have them one at a time, and they all check in at the aid station and go with you from aid station to aid station. So at least where they're allowed. Like for an example, where Joe is heading is a no crew aid station, so he cannot swap pacers out if he wants to. He has to keep them all the way to Munns Park. Is Annie heading out? Is that what I'm seeing?
It looks like she might be. It looks like she's...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have potentially a new second place overall in the race. Wow. So this goes back to that sleep game we were talking about. There she is. She's going. I bet you this is the checklist, and she's doing the cold weather. They're doing the gear check. So we get to see the gear check that is in place at some aid stations, including Sedona. So this is them going, do you have what you are required to have to stay safe out there? Um,
It looks like the feed is about 60 seconds behind what we're seeing, and it's still kind of still and glitchy, but we do have some still shots, and we'll actually when everything is back up to where it's supposed to be, like for instance, I don't know if Matt Felday can hear us, but our stream deck is kind of frozen out, so. Sorry, buddy.
So to give you an idea of gear that she
Kinda
may
like-
be required, that they may be checking for right now is the cold weather gear. She could be required to show that she has gloves and a warm hat. She may be required to show she has a long sleeve and insulated upper layer. And I doubt they're looking for the waterproof jacket because there's no rain in the forecast. So I'm guessing they're looking for the gloves and warm hat at this point, the long sleeve, or some sort of insulary upper layer. So that's what they're checking for her at the aid station, and I'm going to be guessing they're going to be checking most runners until sunrise.
Oh, perfect. There we go. Okay, so we are back. We've got Lewis's cam. We got Josh's cam. So
And there she goes.
it's it does have an error message, but I mean we are getting some. Yeah,
So I don't know if we're losing things or not. But good morning to those of you who have just crossed the midnight hour or about to.
yeah. I guess on the East Coast we're
our
we're
East-
pushing midnight. So
All right, so we just saw a change on the overall podium with Annie going from first place female, third overall, to second place overall.
and before you ask, folks, I do not know how to change the crawl at the bottom. So and I'm apt to
Yeah, we've broken a lot so far.
yeah. As far as we can tell, Annie Hughes is now in second overall, and Jason Coop is in third place.
So, all right, so I think it's going to be a little bit before we see Jeff Garmeyer come into Sedona. So, yeah.
Somebody had an interesting question, I do believe. It was. Yeah, it's fun, but it's Aravaipa After Dark. Yeah, we are grateful for you tuning in to Aravaipa After
He's
Dark.
been in all day.
Jean asked the question, silly question. I don't think it's silly at all, but do runners have a limited number of pacer bibs? I don't think they do.
Well, I was talking
do they?
earlier. The answer is no. You
Yeah.
can have as many paces as you want as long as you only have one at a time.
Yep.
And you swap out only at the allowed aid stations that allow crew.
Exactly. So if there are, say, for instance, 6 different places you can pick up pacers, then you can have 6 different pacers. You just, you can only have one at a time. So, I mean, in some cases, you might have a pacer go with you for, 2, 3, 4 different stations, which, might, if you've got a capable pacer that you don't mind being around. We do have confirmation in the field that Jason Coop is indeed sleeping. So he's picking his shot right now. So that's one of the reasons in particular that I don't believe that you can make too many strong assumptions. I mean, who's to say that whoever the leader is or whoever the leader might be at any given time might not have an extended break. It's entirely possible that obviously right now the man to beat is String Bean McConaughey, but what happens if he decides to go down for 6 hours or 8 hours or something? it's entirely possible, that he just has to take an extended nap or something like that. But yeah, as we mentioned, we now have a new second place runner. Annie Hughes has taken the lead over Jason Coop. Annie is the female leader and second overall. Coop is the third overall and second male. Coop has stepped away from the course and is currently getting a nap right now. Jeff Garmeyer is in fourth, and Michael McKnight is in fifth. And Garmeyer and McKnight, we could potentially be seeing hitting Sedona here in relatively short order. So
it looks like he's still working his way around the airport still.
Okay.
So,
so they've got about 3.5 to 4 miles, perhaps.
about 3.5. It sounds right.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, depending on how they're moving, it could be, 35 minutes to 50 minutes, maybe a little bit longer even. It's just, it's how they're feeling. So yeah, that'd be your top five are Joe McConaughey, Annie Hughes, Jason Coop, Jeff Garmeyer, and Michael McKnight. And of course, I know that I would be in trouble if I did not mention that in sixth place, fifth male, is Kevin Goldberg. In terms of the overall women's standings, Annie Hughes, as we mentioned, is the top woman at mile 145. Lauren Jones is in second at just shy of 130 miles, I do believe. Rhoda Smoker in third place at 120.4 miles. Bree Grigsby in fourth at 119 and change, and Sarah Ostaszewski behind her at just short of 119 miles. And that is your top five men and top five women. Let's take a look.
One of the things that I've seen this come up on some of the social medias, and that is going across Fain Ranch. So a lot of our back of the pack folks are doing that right now, and I can tell you that's a very hard section, despite how flat it is.
Yeah.
What makes that so challenging is the fact that the flags are about as tall as the grass that grows in that field, and the winds have been very high today, blowing them over, making it hard to even see some of the reflections at the same time. So that was that was probably the most difficult section for me to traverse the entire course because of markings. You're following along what you think is the trail. And this year it's a lot simpler because you're not doing this big wide trek across the ranch. It's a little bit closer to the highway to go to the Arizona Downs. But this is definitely a case where you're looking at it's going to be a little difficult for a lot of these runners at night. And so if you're looking at some of the folks who, hey, that's flat, they should be moving faster. Yeah, it's just hard to get across Fain Ranch. And a lot of them are probably very happy to get to the trail to go up Mingus because now they're just following a simple trail. And so, yeah, that's one of the things that a lot of the back of the packers right now dealing with is some of those issues.
I see some people joking about Goldberg and the People's Champion. And yes, Michael, wrestling jokes are so day two, stream one. I mean, we've moved on. We're at day two, stream two. So, we've got, we're way, way beyond that kind of thing. So, let's see if we can get, of course, our current shot is of Dead Horse. Thanks to Jessica and Connie for keeping things fun out there. Actually, our current, if I'm looking at our live stream accurately, it might be still frozen on Mingus. We're going to kind of, see if we can flip around. We're trying to work on some other back end things as well, hopefully to clean up the chat a little bit, if you know what we mean. And if we can do that,
I thought I was on my best behavior tonight.
Well, you've been
oh,
fine.
you meant the other chat. Never mind.
Yes.
My mistake.
Cleaning up the other chat.
And I keep hoping that someone at Dead Horse is going to light off one of those propane campfires so we could at least have some campfire to talk by tonight.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of cool on it until I can verify that we're getting some different, let's see, we're about, okay, so we're getting a little bit here and there of various shots around the course. It's just that it's kind of taking time to refresh.
Yeah, we need to add a couple more electrons to the fiber
Absolutely.
optics.
You know,
Those
one of the
darn
things we
internet
can
tubes.
do is we can kind of go through some of the significant runners who have called it a day, if we wanted to do that as well. Obviously, as we mentioned, the most significant person to pull out of the race so far is Michael Versteeg, the defending champion. Called it a day at Whiskey Row. Michael had been having some back issues and was not feeling great. I don't think he was feeling great heading into the race, so he wanted to give it a shot, though.
Yeah, that Instagram post he made it sound like he came in pre-injured, for lack of a better term.
And also having pulled out Killian Korth, who was at one point in the top 10 as well. Simon Widman, who actually came into Whiskey Row alongside Michael McKnight, has pulled out. So he was actually in the top 5 at one point in the race earlier.
Yeah, that was a surprise when I saw that today.
Yeah, he was moving very well.
That really threw me off.
On the local side, I'm sad to hear that Margaret DeHess has withdrawn.
Yeah, I just saw that. There's a couple of local names that has thrown me, and that was the first one.
Yeah, Margaret DeHess. Thomas Poland has been around the Arizona running scene for a long time. It's surprised to see that he didn't have a great day. And also Tom Rogozinski, who came here from Oregon to run the race. Tom has done the Triple Crown, I know, multiple times over. So, it's unfortunate that he did not have the race he had hoped. Hopefully, everybody who has pulled out of the race and has taken a DNF at this point is okay, because we know from experience that if things go wrong for you at this race, it can have some serious ramifications.
I mean, I always tell patients, and especially with a race like this, with the cutoffs the way they're set up, there is opportunity to fix problems, but some problems are just hard to fix. In the case of Versteeg, a back injury prior to the race is not going to get better.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a core muscle failure and you're beginning to lean super early, you're just going to lean more before it's over, and that can be detrimental sooner or later, depending on where you're at and how you're managing things. If you have severe foot problems that were not expected, you can repair them.
Yep.
If you catch them at a certain point. There are some points where that becomes less of an option, and then again, the other thing that I think is important to mention is for a lot of these folks, the race starts before it starts. And so if they had injuries prior to the race, if they came in and just, I mean, sleep deprivation is not an option, it's required. And so if you come into this race in a sleep deficit, you've already started in a bad spot.
Yeah. We've got static cams at Mingus and Sedona. As we mentioned, I know that we are aware we do have some lag issues in our video. We're going to see if there's anything we can do about that. We do have people on the back end troubleshooting this stuff, so
Yeah, we were best guy on it.
Yeah, we have our team of engineers working on it. No, we don't. We just have but a couple of good willing hands. So it's no. I wasn't looking at you like that. No.
Yeah, I just saw in the chat a reference, and I was like, oh yeah, Morgan. I haven't mentioned her name tonight. And
Morgan Weinberg, yeah.
she's in Mingus according to the tracker,
Mhm.
and I can't wait to see her again. Probably the next time I'll see her where she's cognizant. I should still be because it'll be the check-in for Ring
According
Springs.
to the tracker, there are a lot of runners at Mingus right now.
Yeah, Mingus is a party, and
Yeah.
the question is, are they in the dining hall, and you can see the dining hall is thinning out, or are they taking advantage of the hot showers? Are they taking advantage of the cabins, getting a couple hours sleep, and then boom, take off?
So this is the list of people whose last ping showed them within a quarter mile of Mingus one way or another. And I'm just going to go down the line here just so we
Are you going to count?
Well, I'm just
Are you
going to
gonna
name
read the
them
names?
off.
All right. I'll-
But this is just all the runners that are like within, potentially within a quarter mile of Mingus. Fan Yang, Stephen Park, Niloy Sen, Stephen Turner, Helgi Olafsson, Jose Llanos, Danelle Soto, Tony McDermott, Sam Slavin, Russell Costeca, Danny Westergaard, Krista Williamson, Nate Dervin, Aaron Flesher, Lizzie Hughes, Ken Tullock, Jason Baum, Morgan Weinberg, Eduardo Sanchez, Francesco Sinopoli, Bart Mangino, Clifford Matthews, Stephen Kuntz, Hector Rodriguez, Wolfpack, Chris Fall, Nicholas Norwood, Lisa Kravitz, Anthony Culpepper, Mike Turner, Scott Myers.
That's over a tenth of the race.
All at one aid station potentially.
I mean, and I know Danielle, for an example. I know she just left the aid station like 5 minutes ago because I was getting a text right before this. And looking at the number of runners who are, I mean, there's another dozen who are probably a half mile out of the station. So,
Yes.
So really, we almost have 2/10 of the race. We're talking 20% of the runners are just right around Mingus, the top of Mingus.
Yeah.
Not on Mingus, around the top of it.
I mean, I know a lot of those runners that I named off did run and train together. At least several of those names. I know that Danelle Soto had run with Jeff Foote and Lisa Kravitz.
Yep. I ran with them.
Yeah. So there might be, some intentional, unintentional grouping up in some of those cases. So.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these folks who, and that's one of the things that when they offered the option to do a Lane Mountain training run by providing a shuttle from Crown King down to Rock Springs for the weekend after the Crown King Scramble, I was amazed at the number of people who flew in from across the country. And we had some Canadians who also flew in, and they were like, I want to see what this looks like. We saw what happened last year. And the fact that we're not running, that's not the point. The fact that a lot of them got to run together, share their stories together while on a training run, on a very tough training run for 14 hours, 15 hours in some cases. They spent a lot of time out there. I was out there. Pete was out there. So we had some experienced folks sharing their knowledge. I think Shelby was out there. I can't remember anymore. It was just so many of us that were out there. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that some of these folks are suffering together and having fun doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's another thing. I think you have to like to suffer a little bit to do something like this.
Yeah, it definitely takes a different mindset.
That was one of my takeaways from doing this last year. Is like, apparently I like to suffer.
Let's see if we can...
Yeah, there's been some great pictures out there from on the Cocodona Instagram account, and the A-frame going in and out of or into Fane Ranch is one of my favorites, and imagine this steep 2-step ladder over a barbed wire fence, and it's the last thing you want to do at that point in the race, but it's the course.
I just got a message from Jennifer Gustafson from Aravaipa. she said they do have a mandatory cold weather gear check in Sedona, as we alluded to earlier. For those that might have missed it, the runners do need a hat, gloves, long sleeve shirt, and jacket before they leave there. Just an FYI in case viewers are interested.
Yeah,
She
good.
is watching the
She's
stream.
watching, and we saw them do the check with Annie, and that's what I would expect.
Let's see. See if I can figure out. Gonna take a sneak peek around the.
And I tell you, looking at the tracker, Joe is getting really close to the Schnebly aid station at mile 161. Again, because of where that's at, there is no crew access. So I don't expect us, unless a follow cam happens to suddenly come up, but I don't expect us to have any footage of that area.
Mm-hmm.
And again, going back to the question about pacers, obviously if crew is not allowed there, you can't swap them up.
Shout out to the trail gangsta himself, Rory Moynihan, who is taking this moment to make up a nice, fun little meme, getting some freaky ideas while watching this Cocodona 250 live stream.
Or should we span the OnlyFans sites and the ones that are spamming us with this?
I think that that could be a lot of fun. But yeah, thanks especially to Rory for being a supporter, obviously on the Aravaipa Racing team. I'm hoping that if we're able to get the to get our audio figured out, that we can play the new Cocodona ditty that he had put together.
Yeah, I saw that.
Fantastic stuff. Rory Monahan is a truly talented individual. Not only a great runner, but a funny guy and a great person too. So,
what I really want to see is the behind-the-scenes video of him doing that in Heritage Square, and just because it was funny just seeing hikers and other people just going behind him, and I was like, I'm just kind of curious what kind of looks he got while he was doing that, or if that's just like, oh, it's Flagstaff, it's what we do here.
I mean, for those of you that didn't see the video, it's a music video that is shot for the most part in downtown Flagstaff, and
it's on Heritage Square at the finish line.
Yeah, and the name of the song is "In Love with the Coco." So maybe I can find it and put it in the chat. But it is it's some good stuff. So if I can find that, I will definitely share that with people so they can check it out. Kind of tracking back to what we were talking about before. It is unfortunate to have DNFs in this race. Obviously, you wish everybody could have a great day. That just isn't the case. But as much as we did talk about some of those DNFs, I mean, you're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20 DNFs in this race to this point. That's not many. That's not very many at all.
I'm very happy to. I hate to see that many, but I'm very happy to see it's that low.
We had that many at Crown King last year. Actually several more than that at Crown King last year. And that was the first point where it was feasible to drop. And so, this year's course, obviously different. So
I saw where TJ was asking about the required emergency blanket. I do have the page up in the runner's guide, so I can read off the list of the things that all runners are expected to carry. And that is a cell phone, and they want it labeled with tape or a name in case you are at charging at one of the aid stations, because you know how that is. Whose phone is this? It looks like mine, and it's like, that's one of the. Also, it's not required gear, but if you have trekking poles, put your name on them. It's just I saw that happen last year where people got their poles mixed up. But anyway, going back to that list, there's a cell phone, a GPS-enabled device that has the course loaded on it. Obviously, Coros is a great GPS-enabled device. You could also use that cell phone that we just talked about. It does work very well with some apps in airplane mode. A headlamp with extra batteries, and of course, they have a recommendation for the Kagala Raw with extra battery packs. A collapsible cup because, we're cupless, yo.
Yeah.
The space blanket, which was TJ's question, is still on that list, as well as a whistle. And I'm really happy to see that a lot of packs are incorporating a built-in whistle to the buckle of a lot of the chest straps of them. And you're supposed to carry extra food. They recommend whatever is needed for the next segment you're about to hit, plus 400 calories. And then, of course, electrolytes. So that is the gear that's required on all sections of the course. And as previously mentioned, there are certain aid stations. So for an example, I suspect runners coming across Fain Ranch, this could be in effect now where they have to have their cold weather gear. We've seen it at the Sedona aid station where Annie got checked. Depending on when people get to Munns Park, that's another place. Also at Fort Tuttle and at Walnut Canyon, especially going up Eldon on Thursday or Friday night, as some of the runners will be doing. And that's, of course, Wednesday night too. But that cold weather gear is gloves and warm hat, long sleeve and insulatory upper layer, and those are the two items they're really expecting. Since we're not expecting rain or snow, we don't have to worry about the waterproof gear, but that's good.
Question. I don't think this is a stupid question at all. Does a pacer have to complete a section with a runner, or can they stop before the next pacer/aid station? So a pacer does have to complete the section, if only to get to the next section, unless they happen to have Jamil driving by and can take them to another place. Because as we saw earlier in the race, Joe Stringbean McConaughey actually was moving so quickly that he, even 100 plus miles into the race, dropped his pacer in Sedona at a couple of different junctions. And that's not to say that his pacer is not an extremely talented runner. I mean, his pacer is Whit Weisbrom, who finished this race in 4th place last year. I mean, talk about an amazing runner. Whit Weisbrom is a fantastic runner.
Well, how many times has Jim Walmsley dropped his pacer at Western States?
I know that one year he did it, and it was James Bonnet.
I mean, it's.
But yeah, it's not uncommon amongst elites for that to happen. So, obviously the pacer is expected to be able to keep up with the runner, but sometimes the runner's just really, really talented.
And when you sign on for pacer duties, that's something you got to be ready for. Is that you better be ready to do what your runner needs, and the last thing you need to do is hold them back. And so getting dropped is sometimes just exactly what's going to have to happen. Last year, I remember coming into an aid station on the plateau, and there was a pacer who had just woken up. For whatever reason, that individual was really not ready to do what needed to be done, and they were unfortunately got dropped at an aid station where there's no crew access. Mm-hmm. So they had to do not just the segment to get there, but the segment after to get a ride out. And pacers have bad days, just like runners do, and so that's just something to be fully aware of. And you can get dropped, and if you're going to get dropped on the way to Sedona, because at least there's some shortcuts and maybe a Jamil Uber.
Yeah. And, to reiterate, there's, there are entirely situations where a pacer will have been dropped by their runners. So. Looking around, let's see, we're in the Static Sedona cam. We can go over to Mingus. There's Jeff Foote walking across the screen.
Yeah, I've seen him walking by a couple of times.
Yeah, Jeff Foote, for those that are not familiar, he is known in the region for having completed more Aravaipa races than anyone. I believe his number is somewhere in the 120 range. And he's done over 100 ultras as well. I know that he's basically spends darn near every weekend out on the trail somewhere. So
he also is one of those rare individuals who has done 3 Badwater finishes on 3 different Badwater courses.
Oh. I
He was the last year of the day start.
okay.
He's done obviously what is currently the night start, but he was also did it the year of when they weren't allowed to run through Badwater National Park and had to do the alternate course. So he has done all three Badwater courses. Now, of the 135, for those who are more familiar with the race, know that the original route goes to the top of Whitney, and getting a permit for those last 11 miles is
Yeah.
not an easy task for individuals, much less races. So yeah, I was taking a look on Jeff Garmeyer, checking in on seeing where he's at, and he's still working his way around the airport. He hasn't gotten to 89 in the culvert pipe yet, so no need to really put the Sedona cam on yet. But we can take a look at the dead horse action and Mingus. Like I said, Mingus is quieted down in the dining hall, but the people are still there.
Yeah, Mingus. I think that Mingus is right now where most of our traffic is. So we'll keep an eye on that. I would say, we'll keep it there, and then maybe, also kind of rotate around the course as we get other feeds popping in and out.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the food this year, I mean, the fact that we're now past some of the pandemic restrictions, they're having a great big lasagna and salad dinner at Mingus, and they'll have pancakes for later. I'm sorry, yeah, pancakes later as well. So there is some great food being cooked in that kitchen. I know we saw the camera just walk into the kitchen earlier today, and it was great to see that. Jerome's a smaller aid station, so they're going to have their oatmeal bar. They're going to have rice and sausage and soup. But Dead Horse, because that's a more established state park with a little bit more facilities there, that's going to be your taco burrito bar. They're going to have an oatmeal bar as well. So for those runners at Mingus right now filling up on lasagna, they're going to get a nice, good oatmeal breakfast potentially there. And that's some good food. And of course, we're looking at Sedona. They got chili and rice and veggies there. And then for those who are getting there in the morning, we're looking at a great eggs, bacon, and pancakes breakfast. So lots of good food to eat. I mean, you can eat your way through Cocodona.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is basically you go from buffet to buffet to buffet.
Of course, Kelly Canyon is the one that I'm the most excited about. I hope I get to pace through there and get some chicken fajitas. I mean, not quesadillas, chicken fajitas. And I'm like, I'm in for that. And of course, they also have the John Moroshik chicken nuggets.
Yeah, chicken nuggets, and is that the one where it's chicken nuggets and grits?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Virginia. I've had enough grits in my life.
I just thought it was a very interesting item, but
It's a hard shift from dinner to breakfast, isn't it?
well, I mean, I guess, but the one thing about grits is that they are flexible. You can go sweet, you can go savory, and
of course at Fort Tuttle you have the pasta, the meatballs, and the veggies, which could be again for those who are making that final push. That could be a great dinner on Thursday night, and if they're moving quickly enough, that could be a great dinner on Friday night too. And of course, we know about Mount Eldon.
yes, yeah, Mount Eldon, of course, will be a celebration of meat as the runners top out and then get ready to head down into.
Oh, I love the chat.
It took me a second. I completely lost my train of thought. First time this week where I completely lost my train of thought. Y'all clowning in the chat.
About Jester and Badwater, I don't know if he's done every year the last, quote, few years. I mean, the answer is yes, because he was chasing 10 finishes. And so it depends on what your definition of few years is. I believe he got his 10th finish last year at Badwater. I believe that's correct. I'd have to go look at the website and double check those numbers, but I know he was going after a milestone. And Danny Westergaard, who is still on course and active here in
Yeah.
Cocodona, is another major Badwater finisher. So, there's some folks, again, if you like to suffer, this is a place to go do that.
Yeah, we got all the suffering available here on this course. So
Yeah, grits is just a device to serve more butter.
yeah, as Christopher notes in the chat, Steven has opinions about grits.
They're a thing. They're all right.
I've only had them once or twice in my life. I enjoyed them, but
There's better breakfast foods that are warm and sticky to your insides.
yeah, I mean, some people just like like something more simple like oatmeal or something like that. And
the chat tonight is really coming up with some great Versteeg stories. I thought the Euro cheater stick, pogo stick, was funny, but man, the spirit walk into the wilderness is a good one, TJ.
Amber, it's just an eating contest with a lot of running, right? I disagree because I don't even eat competitively either. I do neither. I do both for fun.
If you do Cocodona well, you could actually do an eating contest with a lot of power hiking. And that's, one of the things I observing runners, experienced runners like Ed, the Jester, he walks so many of his hundreds.
But he's so tall and he walks so fast.
And that's one of the things I've been working on is like, how do I get myself to a very consistent 15-minute pace? Because that's what I watched him at some of these timed events where he'll run the first 2 or 3 hours and then he'll walk the rest.
Yeah.
And his walk is faster than a lot of people's run. And then he'll run the last 2 or 3 hours. And next thing you know, he's got 109 miles. What you see here?
As you can see on the live stream, we've got the legendary photographer Howie Stern on. He is in Sedona. I can't wait to see what he is. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look and see if
I want to see if he's got some of his pictures from earlier.
Yeah. So Howie is in Sedona, of course, and he was there when Annie Hughes came in. And I want to see if he might have actually posted those photos that he took of her this evening. I know that he had some great photos of her out on the course. I mean, we can go to those right now. I mean, as we mentioned, we shared a couple of these earlier. Annie Hughes moving very well on the course.
Yeah.
But then also, I'm hoping that that we're able to see whatever he shot here just a little bit ago. He's pretty generous with sharing his talents with the world. So,
hey, would you bring up the Cocodona account? There's a couple of things I can kind of point out that I think just talking about the variety of terrain. The one I want to let's see. I want to start with this one right here. When we talk about the Granite Dells and we talk about not being able to flag the course. And I know the stream is lagging a little bit. What you're about to see on the screen is exactly what I'm talking about.
Solid granite.
This is why they call it the Granite Dells, and it is just, and that's Lake Watson. Now, traditionally, we would have been on the other side of the lake, but because the fact that the instant command for Crooks Fire is where we would normally run. That's not an option this year. And you can see just all that granite rock that you have to do that. And that is just, I wanted to highlight that. Another one, this is that A-frame ladder I was talking about earlier. They basically, it's a bunch of 2x4s or 4x2s maybe, and 2x4s, basically some good lumber. Like I know what I'm talking about at the moment at whatever time it is, 9:30 at night. And so, this is what the runners are looking at for having to cross the barbed wire fence to enter Fain Ranch. And so definitely wanted to show some of these things, and they're built just for this. So
Yeah, a lot of unique sites in this race. One of the things about this race that's so great is that it is uniquely and distinctly Arizona, and it's not just for those that might not be familiar with Arizona, they just have seen what they've seen, and it's yeah, there's a lot of desert here, absolutely, but there's also a lot more beyond the desert, as hopefully you've seen in shots of areas like Sedona and Dead Horse, and of course later on as we approach Flagstaff,
And-
you'll see
and
even
Stan,
more.
and we've been following Stan. These are things that Stan will be meeting in the next couple of hours. Last time I checked Stan, he was just entering the Lake Watson area, so he's got some stuff happening there.
I am feeling really good about a Stanberry finish this year.
Oh yeah, he's like I said earlier, he's doing it right. Looking at the way the cutoffs are set up, I would not be surprised if he spends some extra time in Mingus, and just gets cleaned up, gets rested up, and go there.
All right, we're going to do a bit of a crowdsourcing project, of course. Last night, what we did was we took a moment to do. What did we do? We did your watch setup.
Your watch party.
Yeah. So, all this talk about food and everything is kind of making me hungry. So, I want to see what you're eating and what you're drinking, but I want to be able to see you watching Cocodona in the background. So,
Yeah.
if you can post your, what you're eating, what you're drinking, and share it to Instagram, #Cocodona250.
Yeah, mine's empty.
We'll be more than happy to share it. I do have my drink right here, so.
I have water.
Well, mine is just water too. It's just water in a
I
can.
need to try that.
Yeah, well, it's excellent water in a can. So, but yeah, if you've got something that you're eating or drinking, and to help tide you over as you're watching all of these amazing runners cover 250 miles across the state of Arizona.
Yeah, how do you fuel for Aravaipa after dark?
Yeah. I mean, what's got? How are you fueling? And what's what's
And
keeping you
if you're
going
doing
here
a goo
tonight?
pack, you better be doing this from a treadmill or stationary bike or something of the nature while watching.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the stoke in that regard, but I hope that you're not doing gels to sit and walk
But if
down
you're
the
doing
couch.
gels, maybe you're doing it from a treadmill. That's acceptable. If you're doing it just because you can, good for you.
It's entirely possible. Cameron mentions that we've got now got Cameron starting training for next year. Hey, we're glad to hear it. The registration for this race, I don't think it's opening during the race, but it should be coming up fairly quickly for 2023 Cocodona. And no better way to make sure that you start to train than to commit yourself financially.
If
So
you're committing to do this race next year, put that tent pole on your calendar and then figure out what it takes to get from today to the finish line of next year's race. And what races do you do as as supported training runs? What training do you need to do? How and what choice? It's like I don't have kids at the house anymore, so I don't have to worry about school events. So that makes things a lot easier. Of course, you don't have kids at the house either, so
no.
yeah, those of us who don't have kids at the house, it makes it a lot easier. So
Absolutely.
when you have to drive to soccer practice or dance recitals, it makes things different.
No, and I'm going to bring this up right here. Adnan, no, we're not really struggling for material. We're just trying to be interactive. So if you don't like it, you can change the channel. I mean, we're here to serve the crowd. So you want to
And
come at the throne, best come correct.
And poor TJ, he just finished his Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, TJ, pour yourself another bowl and stick around with us. Did we have an Ultra Sonia spotting at
Yeah, we had
Mingus
a couple.
Mountain?
We had a couple.
I see her.
Mingus.
Yeah,
she's already gone.
Oh, she was?
Oh yeah, I was getting texts.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we did see her there a little bit earlier. So,
When did they leave?
Yeah, we do have a few cameras still floating around the course. We do have a couple of shots at Dead Horse. Not a lot going on there right now. Dead Horse, of course, last year at night 2 was the happening spot. Dead Horse last year was where the campfire was really hopping. And that's how we literally ended night 2, if I remember correctly. We had actually had Jamil come into into Dead Horse and just looking kind of rough, after 2 days out on the course. Look, yes, as Matt was just saying, he was looking awful. And, to put it bluntly, and it was all his own fault. It was all his own fault. Why? Because he created this race. Do you have something you want to share here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to interrupt, but, one of those things, this is one of the things that's not in the Aravaipa shop yet for Cocodona shop. Yeah, let's get that where it belongs.
Pull it even closer.
Yeah, there we go. It's not there yet, but it's going to be there. It's not there yet because they had to redesign this plaque. And I took the buckle out on purpose. Mine's at home, but this is the demo buckle they gave. This is the beautiful copper buckle that the finishers will get. And, man, it is solid. I cracked a floor tile with mine when I dropped it once. That was annoying to the tile. But this is a beautiful plaque that I have my version of it hanging up, and it shows the route of the course. It shows the course that was actually run this year because they had to redesign everything after they redesigned the course. So I really, for those of you who are running this year or have family and friends who are watching, this could be a great gift for your runner. And for those of you who are planning on doing this next year, save up your pennies to have a nice wall plaque because it's just I love the detail they put into here because you see the different areas and the different symbols that are there, the different wildlife, the national forest, the different the logos for the towns that you see to kind of give you that feel. So it's a great memento, and I love mine on the that I still have there. Oh, I'm hearing, and I'm also seeing that Sonia has not left yet, despite the text messages I received. So thank you, Jan, for correcting us. But yeah, that's just one of those things that just strongly recommend that, this is, for a lot of people, myself included, I ran this last year thinking that I'd only get one shot in my life to do this, and I did. And I'm really glad I was successful, and I'm really hopeful taking another shot at it down the road.
Let's take a look around here. As we mentioned, we've got cameras at Dead Horse. We've got a couple of cameras. Not a lot going on there right now. We've got the Mingus cam, as we've seen.
Where's Jeff Garmeyer?
Of course, you can see that some runners are taking a nap here. That guy on the right looks really comfortable. He's kind of out.
Oh, yeah.
He is looking very...
I wonder if that's crew or runner.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would think it's a runner, but you never know. They look very comfortable. But you do see runners coming in from the night into the heated area there. And they'll be coming in there for, they've got plenty of time to get to Mingus Mountain and get to the lodge up there. And that's what it is for people that aren't familiar. It is basically a camping lodge.
It's a church camp, and that's the dining hall of the church camp. And looking at the live tracking as we're looking at Sedona, so Jeff Garmeyer looks to be about halfway between the airport saddle and the aid station, so he's clear of the airport, and it looks like Mr. Stealth Mode himself, Michael McKnight, is also getting clear of the airport saddle. So it appears there might be about a mile's difference between them.
All right, we're going to actually go to back to the gram. We've got some of the photos that Howie Stern had taken in Sedona. Some great shots as always. Thank you very much. Who was it that noted that? Amber Myers. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, we were waiting for that.
We are definitely keeping an eye out for that. Obviously, the work of Howie Stern at a racing event is unparalleled. So we are grateful to have it here. So thank you again for pointing that out.
And we had a chance to do that behind the scenes look where we got to see him take those shots, get on the ground, and we had the camera behind him.
Yeah.
And it was just he got those intimate pictures
There's Sonia
without
right
being
there.
anywhere near.
With your wife.
Oh, well, who's that? Oh, yeah. Huh. Oh, that's funny. Hi, honey.
Mrs. Crawford
I-
hanging out at the aid station.
I'm still not home yet, and neither is she. She left the house.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I hope I'm not like,
No.
spoiler, but
Spoiler.
Stephen's wife, Dawn, works and does medical.
Yeah, she's with MedStar as an EMT.
Yes.
She left the house, I don't know, 6:30, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock on Monday morning. And this is the most I've seen her all week so far. And we might meet up at the finish line because, like I said, I am. In fact, she's talking to the crew chief of. So for those who are looking for Sonia Glover, there is Miss Couch to 100 herself, and she is the crew chief for Danelle Soda, and I know Chasing Cutoffs was on the chat not too long ago, and they just did a podcast episode that dropped on Sunday with her, and so yeah, they're probably having a consultation, and so I will be heading out there after lunch tomorrow, and Danelle was like, "How long are you going to pace for?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm rigged for 24 hours." Yeah, talking about pacers not being dumb. We'll find out if I'm a dumb one or not. And so I'm going to head out there, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to go as long as I can. My goal is to be able to get back to work on Friday morning, because while I am still working from home for many things, I actually have an in-person thing in the afternoon. And when that's over and my day is over, I'm driving back to Flagstaff and would love to have as many people join me as possible to line the street from Switzer Canyon all the way to Heritage Square. I want to churn Flagstaff into UTMB style party in the next couple of years. I want the Flagstaff locals to just be ringing cowbells in their own neighborhoods as we're running down their streets in the future. So can't do it this year because we might get kicked out and they don't know we're doing that. So we want to be nice and respectful. And that's the one thing I'll add. Last year, I came through about 9 o'clock on Friday night to finish.
Mm-hmm.
And the locals, man, the number of cars who, as soon as they saw anybody with a headlamp on the road, they're just blasting their horn. They were so excited to see us. It had been written up in the paper with Versteeg's win. Obviously, some of the things had been going on and his story.
Is that Coop that's heading out?
Do we have a Coop sighting? Let's talk about that.
I
more
saw
than me.
Josh's cam.
Just come up all
and
of a sudden.
That looks like Coop heading out into the darkness. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there,
No,
but
this is more important than me.
But yeah, I do believe it looks like Jason Coop has come up from his nap. He was the only runner that I knew of that was at Sedona at this point.
Garmire's not there yet.
Yeah, so and all of a sudden there was was action on the screen, so that was my assumption, and it looks like I was
Unless Josh caught Garmire at the airport.
It's possible, but I don't think he would have even left yet, even if we did miss him along the way.
Yeah, well, he hasn't moved too much yet. Well, he's actually I'm seeing his icon moving out of the parking lot, so he may be getting ready to move out. Because his icon was fixed in the parking lot, and I recognized that look because that was what mine looked like for a couple hours.
But props to Josh out on the course. Being vigilant and realizing what was going on. So I just happened to see out of the corner of my eye we had some action up in Sedona. So I'm not sure how much of that we were able to get, but it was definitely some movement. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, talking about my wife and Metzer, I know she's got some more shifts coming up down the course. Like I said, she worked Skull Valley, I think, the entire time, and until they closed that aid station. She was at the start. She was at Skull Valley. And I know she's got some other assignments. So it looks like we'll probably see each other maybe Friday night, especially if Danelle's doing well, and if not, we'll probably won't see each other Saturday morning. and I
But,
have
you
no
know,
idea
you're-
where.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we might see each other before Sunday when both of us get home.
Just trying to keep up with everything that's going on all over the course. This is it's a lot of fun. Trying to keep up with it all, but it is pretty daunting at times. But we're happy to be here, happy to be sharing.
Yeah, I know there's some chatter about McKnight passing Garmire. I don't trust it's within the margin. I think it's within the margin of error still. I mean, I know they're getting there.
Looks like the wind is picking up at Dead Horse. Somebody had asked if we had any cameras at Deer Pass Carry. Unfortunately, we do not. Just a question of what we were able to cover in terms of the number of people filming, and also what kind of we tried to pick and choose the best reception, and Deer Pass has
It's
no service.
There's nothing. I mean, that's just it. It's blocked by a ridge of mountains from Sedona, and it's on the backside. It's just nothing there. And like I said, the forecast right now, looking at the weather, it's still 61 degrees in Sedona, and the winds aren't too bad. It's saying 7 right now, but the humidity has now gone all the way up to 15%.
The guy sleeping at Mingus must have heard us because he's now awake. We need a
You're making
hashtag or
fun.
nickname for sleeping dude at Mingus. Nope, he's up and moving.
Nope, he's good.
Does I don't know. Were you around during the? And I'm going to call him out simply because he knows how much we enjoy having him around. But Jem Rooney, our friend from Australia, when we had, I believe it was Lone Cactus, and Jem literally fell asleep on camera and just
Oh wow.
slept for like hours. We did. But hey, you know what? That's what these races and these events do, though. They wear you out. So, I think that it's entirely, part of what happens.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm seeing what you're seeing on the chat, that his tracker's moving, but we didn't see him stop by and check out at the Sedona because we have a static cam on the table there. So I hopefully he checked out.
Yeah, it looks like. Let's see. Yeah,
And the question I
Coop
really
has left, and
will Garmire and him meet at that intersection?
that's right.
That's the question I have.
Because Garmire will be coming in. Yeah, it's entirely possible that they actually cross.
Yeah.
To show exactly what you're looking at, this dot right here is the aid station right next to the number 15. If I can.
It's not going to work for you.
Of course not. Of course not.
Oh,
But anyways, number 15 right there is Jason Coop, and number 21 is Jeff Garmire. So Coop is going to be heading out, whereas Garmire is going to be heading in. And, of course, yeah, that's when the iPad locks up.
So this is going to create an interesting scenario where Garmire has a pacer. Do we know that? Or is he soloing?
I mean, he's had pacers at different
Okay.
times.
So hopefully he has a pacer, because if Jason gets that intersection before him and he sees those lights head north, and he doesn't read the very nice reflective and yellow signs that says warning, critical churns ahead, he could accidentally churn north and try to follow those lights. Hopefully he will read the signs and his pacer, and those two will make the right choice and go to Sedona. But that's always a concern when you have an out and back like this on a trail. And
I could see that for most runners. I didn't mean to
I
interrupt,
think he'll
but
be fine. I
but
think he'll be fine. But
he's
I
also
just-
run this race before. So,
Exactly.
Yeah,
And so I think
he knows
he'll
where
be
the aid
fine.
station is.
But that's just it. It's like other runners tomorrow night, that could be a very big issue.
It's true.
But Thursday night, however the cutoffs are working out for them. But I think he'll be fine. But that's one of those things that you always have to be alert for on the trail with when you have some of these crisscrossing things going on. And here's the real question, because this is the thing that really matters. What is that going to do to Garmire's mental status on
If
his
he
physique?
sees-
Will he go on the hunt, or will he continue to just go, nope, I've got my thing. I'm going to keep this going.
Well, I think we know the answer to that. Tigers hunt.
Exactly. If he's not, has not already made the call to take a nap, I think he's going to get in, get out, and go hunt. And that could be interesting because this goes back to that NASCAR scenario about how much gas is in the tank. In this case, it's sleep. And does he have enough to get, because let's just be honest, Jason just loaded up his sleep tank, and he's in a good spot.
Shout out in the chat for Callie Lauren. Looks like somebody, Fox Mamba, waiting at work on Callie Lauren, reaching Mingus within the hour, rooting for her. Of course, Callie is a local runner here and is out on course, and as mentioned, could be showing up in our Mingus view sometime here real soon. I see Mike Santos and, of course, Jubilee Page just walked into the view.
Oh, excellent.
And, of course, I'm not sure who that is talking to Mike Santos, but they are rocking the most excellent shirt in the universe.
Yes, they are.
They are rocking that Cocodona swag, that the men's Cocodona plaid long sleeve, SPF protection, excellent gear. For those that aren't familiar. Well, first of all, let's show off what it looks like when you're wearing it.
I mean, again, somebody asked for the short sleeve version. There is a short sleeve version. It's rolled all the way up.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you, the material is great for the desert because I was worried about walking out of my house at 90 degrees to come here, and I was like, oh wow, this feels great.
Yeah. So, the shirts themselves are actually pretty sharp. You've got the more basic, tri-blend T-shirt. And, of course, for those of you watching earlier, Matt Feldake was wearing the Cocodona hoodie.
Nice.
I am less of a hoodie and more of a flannel guy myself. But, for those of you that were asking how you can support the live stream and, keep things like this possible, I would say grab yourself some Aravaipa swag. And I know somebody was talking about, hey, it'd be weird to buy a shirt for something that you didn't run. But there's some more basic, like, run steep, get high, and Aravaipa running designs as well. You don't have to buy a Cocodona shirt or anything like that.
But if you're thinking about running next year or the year after, what better way to say this is my focus than having a shirt saying this is what I'm doing?
Excellent point, Stephen.
We don't have Cocodona in training shirts, so just go ahead and buy one of these.
Huge shout out from the Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Huge shout out to Shanoa Creer, Stan Berry, and Matthew Halapa, currently holding down the DFL podium spots. And one of the cool things about that, as we've mentioned, they might be, the final runners on the course, when all is said and done. But they're still on the course, and they're not, no pun intended, they're not chasing cutoffs.
They're being chased by the cutoffs.
Yeah, they're
that's
moving
the
very
news.
well.
The cutoffs are chasing them.
Yeah, nobody nobody on the course right now is tempting fate in that regard.
Whiskey Row closed early because everybody had moved on, and and they were supposed to close at 9:30 p.m. tonight. So last runner was clearly out by an hour or by 2 hours.
Yeah,
and so that's not an issue. And as long as these folks maintain a 26-ish minute pace, they're going to be fine. And that's just to stay where they are, not to fall back. And because Iron King, that cutoff is 3:30 in the morning. So before the stream comes back on tomorrow morning, they'll have another cutoff occur. And I don't see these folks being at risk right now.
No.
And then there's even a longer cutoff if they're running a 57-minute pace. Now, the problem with the 57-minute pace and these paces I'm talking about is it does not account for them to do their bathroom breaks, to do their sleep breaks, to do their nutrition, whatever needs to be done. But those paces alone will keep them ahead. And I think that's going to be easy enough. And at 8:30 tomorrow morning, the crew will be, saying, oh, yeah, we're not talking about Fane Ranch at cutoff because everyone's long gone and working their way up Mingus. And they have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to get up Mingus and out of the camp.
Everybody's got plenty of time to do their thing the way they want to do it. That's what's great. A couple people, Fox Mamba, ordering the flannel at the moment. Excellent timing. Glad to see it. Amber's Cocodona shirt is in the mail. Love to hear it. And she also wants to make it down next year to volunteer on the media team with your camera. Amber, we'd love to have you. We appreciate the effort that everybody puts forth in this event. It is the kind of event, with it being Monday through Friday, that presents certain challenges because it is during the week. And let's be honest. I mean, most of us can't come out and be on course during the week. I can't be on the course during the week. Otherwise, I would be. I mean, I actually, I come in, basically straight from the daytime job, making the donuts, to come in here and hang out and, cover a sport I love. So.
Yeah, I get to stay up late talking about the same thing. I mean, I had to miss out a lot of what was going on today because I had too many meetings to run myself. But, that's the nature of the beast. Hopefully next year I can take more time off. And one of the things, I want to give a shout out to the Aravaipa staff, because one of the things I don't think people realize is a lot of those aid stations we looked at yesterday, Skull Valley, all those leading up to the Whiskey Row, I think they had to tear them all down when they were cleared and move all of that equipment up to the Flagstaff area, because that equipment was being reused. That whatever food was not consumed was being reused. So there was a lot of logistics going on as things progressed yesterday through the late afternoon, evening, and this morning to reestablish those aid stations up course. And some of the drop bags they have get moved up course as well. So like Skull Valley, I think was moved to, so anything in your Skull Valley drop bag got moved to the Walnut Canyon, if I remember correctly. And of course, all drop bags at the end go to the finish line for you to pick up. But that is just one of those things that there's a lot of logistics that go on behind the scenes that I think deserves a great shout out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, they're basically playing leapfrog with the runners, and this is a 250-mile game of leapfrog. I want to give a shout out also, DJ Keen, noting that Andrew Glaze has been posting on his Instagram story all day, definitely worthy of sharing. Simply because we don't have the audio capabilities, I don't really think we can share too much. But if you're interested, it would be AM Glaze on Instagram. And obviously, Andrew is known for putting together some ridiculously high miles, but he is out there on the course this year at Cocodona 250. And, follow him on Instagram, and he will give you a boots on the ground perspective on the Cocodona 250 in 2022. Of course, we see, I'm not sure who that is kind of dancing at the Sedona aid station. I mean, I know that that's Howie Stern sitting in the chair, Jen Gustafson, but I'm not sure who that gentleman is with the colorful shirt, bandana, and the yellow glasses. Wrapping around to different places. We still do have those dead horse cams. It looks awfully quiet out there, awfully lonely. Oh my. All right, let's bring that one up here.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing on camera. Here's why.
So
for those of you who don't know Henry Ward, he is an amazing individual. I'm going to start with that. He is now an author of 2 books.
Mm-hmm.
He is very much, he's a great teacher about addiction. He has a great story. He's written a book about running without the devil, telling his stories. But he's also known for taking some really goofy pictures. You've heard Pete mention him earlier about he loves getting ceiling fans and palm trees positioned just perfectly, or even the sun, just perfectly behind his head to make a really goofy thing coming out of his head. Apparently with somebody, he made a picture of him laying in the road like that. And that is just a riot to see Henry having fun like that.
So Henry actually lives a couple houses away from me.
I didn't realize he was that close to you.
Yes, very close. And he likes to let me know when he's running by taking pictures of statues that are in my front yard because my landlord has a very weird, I don't know, weird aesthetic taste. So he will run by and he'll take pictures of stuff in my yard and on my patio, just to let me know that he knows where I live, I guess.
And this is a guy who's done some great fundraising efforts. He runs the Mesa Phoenix Marathon
4 times
as a quad. He does the Boston Quad. He is. If anybody is ever going to do the Cocodona 250 double, he might be one of the first ones to do that. Join that group.
Let's take a shot at the tracker here.
Garmeyer should be coming in shortly.
For sure.
I don't think their paths are going to cross the way the trail map is looking right now.
All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna obviously, we haven't even really talked about him recently, but String Bean McConaughey is extending his lead on the field at this point, just moving very well. He is at in his 164th mile. He is already past Schnebley and on his way to Munns Park. Annie Hughes is
that 8-minute nap still. I mean, that is just he knows his body so well. I mean, he was under two 8-minute naps to get this far, this fast, and still moving so well.
Annie Hughes is approaching the 150-mile mark. She is at 6 minutes ago she was at 147.5. I think it's fairly safe to say she's probably about 148 miles into her run right now. She is about 15, 16 miles back of String Bean. But again, I still, with a race like this, you cannot, consider anything a foregone conclusion. So it wouldn't surprise me in the least to see her potentially actually end up, having a shot to improve her status in this race.
I kind of want to see the choices of sleep, how that plays out. If she takes a rest, and that's where Jason retakes second overall.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously, as we've mentioned, our top 5 overall, it's McConaughey, Hughes, Coop, Garmeyer, and McKnight. And Garmeyer and McKnight, I guess the story there is that McKnight is starting to gain ground on Jeff Garmeyer and is potentially only about a half-mile back. And for those that are paying attention, Kevin Goldberg is in 6th place.
And again, sleep choices are going to be interesting here because I knowing that Jason just took a good rest, knowing Jeff's got to know where things are going on. He's got to have an inkling where Michael McKnight is. It's
Josh Locke has moved up to 8th place overall as well.
Yeah,
Josh making moves. Of course, he was 5th place last year in the Cocodona 250, and he told me that he was going to go out nice and easy this year. So we'll see what happens with him. Looking at the women's side, as we mentioned, Annie Hughes is 2nd overall and the first female. But, the gap between Joe and Annie is almost equal to the gap between Annie Hughes and 2nd place female Lauren Jones.
Yeah.
So Lauren Jones is at about 132 miles. Rhoda Smoker in 3rd place at 123.8. But it looks like there is a bit of a bunch there when it comes to the women's side for 3, 4, 5, as Rhoda, Bree Grigsby, and Sarah Ostaszewski are all within about a mile of one another, even at the 123-ish mile mark.
And Jody's only 5 behind them.
Yeah.
She's in the same neighborhood as Eric is right now in that same general area.
Yeah, there's still a lot of separation to be done in this race. There's a good 8 or 9 runners that are within about 4 or 5 miles of one another at that section. And of course, as we mentioned, further back when you look at, how many people were in and around Mingus at one point.
It's like a whole pack of them left at once.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at the number of runners from 108.2 miles through 107.9 or 107.7 is just it's like there's like 2 dozen. I mean, I'm not counting, but it feels like that's at least almost 2 dozen runners.
First, somebody was asking earlier where the Denim Cowboy was. As we noted, he is no longer wearing denim, but he is at about the mile 99 mark. That is Tony Tadieski, bib number 19. Now no longer wearing denim, but still out there on the course.
Yeah, Denny Westergaard is at 91.9, so that should put him. That puts him at Mingus, correct?
Mark Griffith asking, so Coop rested at Sedona. Did String Bean or the first female? String Bean did not, and neither did Annie. I mean, neither one of them went down for a sleep or anything. I know that Annie did sit down, and it looked like she had a decent-sized bite to eat there. So,
yeah, she did a great refueling and ankle workout. It looked like, but yeah, not asleep.
Yeah, there's. Let's take a look at the tracker and see. We should be seeing Garmeyer and
he
McKnight
should be turning
head
the
to
corner
Sedona
here in a minute
fairly
now.
quickly.
Actually, looking at the tracker. And you can see, if you're looking at the tablecloth, you can see the winds beginning to pick up there on that where they're at, and we should see Jeff Garmeyer come up the hill
he should
and into
be
the aid station any minute
right
now.
there. If Josh or our other or Lewis has eyes on him, we will definitely go there.
Oh, there he is.
Here we go. We
How about
actually
that?
do have eyes on.
That's a happy pacer, looked like, our crew.
It looks like Josh might have eyes on the Tiger King himself. And as you can see how he's springing into action.
Start the timer. How far behind is Mr. Stealth himself?
So, yeah, it is 10:08 locally. So we're actually at just past the 36-hour mark of this race.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so 36 hours in, and this is the mile 145 mark. So
yeah, my chart calls it 144.9.
got a little bit of grainy coverage when it comes to Josh's our camera person Josh's shot. We might see if we can pivot to a long shot
Are they
from
heading
the
into the
static
parking
cam, but
lot?
can't tell. There's Garmeyer's crew right there.
That's a pacer standing there at the table with Jen.
Mm-hmm.
Are we about to see a turn and burn? Howie's getting pictures. I mean, I don't need to see the number on that bib because that color says the number is PACER. Wow, can't spell.
Yeah, the Pacer bibs are yellow, so they're easily identifiable this year. The actual racer bibs are a blue with some red along
It's
the
the
top.
Cocodona logo.
Yeah, it's the Cocodona logo.
I mean,
so
if you see the hat in the store, that's pretty much the bib.
Yep. Good point. Trying to make heads or tails of what we have from Josh. We're obviously grateful to have coverage, but we will take what we can get.
Maybe
from there.
maybe he's going to head out to the crew vehicle before going anywhere. And whether that means it's a nap or whether that means it's just a refuel, not sure.
let's see if we can get anything from the long shot in Sedona. Can't really see much, but I do see
Jim
that
sat
pacer.
down, so something's not. There's not much happening from her point of view. It sounds like.
Okay, so
And
Josh
that's
is
how
actually
he's sitting
walking
there.
back. So, yeah, we can actually probably stick around right there.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good, safe view for a little bit longer. We do know that Michael McKnight is coming up behind him, less than a mile, and yeah, we're.
Yeah, it's it's
So kind of like last night, we're going to see the top runners come through a critical aid station before we sign off at 11 p.m. ish.
yeah, we're gonna.
Hopefully, we'll have less drama than last night.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I'm not happy that that it happened, but I'm happy that we were there to kind of
Yeah.
cover it.
Yeah, I mean, something like that needs to be covered, and
Mhm.
at the same time, it's like I hate it when I see any runner drop from anything. It's so hard. Mingus is
Did
going in-
Mingus? Did they
Mingus is
forget
going is sliding into dark mode.
They're going dark.
So this is
So it's Mingus after dark.
Yeah, so here's Mingus after dark, and those one of the things they've done. They've hung up Christmas lights. I don't know if you can see this hanging there, but they have Christmas lights hanging from the ceiling, so they can turn off some lights to allow people, maybe like Sonia sitting against the window, to sleep, and therefore, but yet still be safe enough to be able to see where you're going. So this is again one of the things that they're doing. The runners can go into the cabins easily enough, but they're taking care of the crews as well. So if you're thinking about coming out and crewing or bringing a crew next year, we take care of them too. We take care of all the people.
Well, yeah, we do what we can. Thanks to Josh and Lewis at Sedona. We're kind of popping back and forth. Looks like we might have.
And we have been keeping an eye on Dead Horse, and it's the action is not much there to talk about, unfortunately, and they don't have a fire going.
Yeah, Jim, we are keeping an eye to see, as you can see, Michael McKnight should be real close to Sedona. They were about a half mile apart, maybe 3/4 of a mile apart, give or take. He meaning Garmeyer and McKnight. So.
So this is pretty good, and so my feeling is this when we see Michael McKnight, this will probably be the last runner we'll see tonight come into Sedona, considering that he's got a 4-mile gap on our friend Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah, you might be right. McKnight coming in. Yeah, it looks like Goldberg is, as you mentioned, a few miles back. Matt Smith. I mean, you do realize, though, that if we do leave before Kevin Goldberg makes it to Sedona, that we will face consequences from the YouTube following.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm used to consequences in my life, whether it's having to sacrifice sleep or whatever. I'm used to whatever needs to be done.
So, looking a little bit further back, Josh Locke has been surging over the course of the second half of the day. Cole Crosby has maintained anywhere from 8th to 15th place. As we mentioned, Lauren Jones, the second female at this point, and currently is she 9th or 10th overall? 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th overall.
And Rachel's asking about what happened last night, and that was the fact that we observed what appeared to be and eventually was the fact that Michael Versteeg was withdrawing. Last year's champion was withdrawing from the race.
Yes. So, further back, kind of following along the women on the course, As we mentioned, Lauren Jones is in second. Rhoda Smoker is the third female, and currently Rhoda is about 23, 24 miles back of the lead. Bree Grigsby behind her, and Sarah Ostaszewski as well. But again, just as I can't stress enough the fact that this, it's not a big gap at this point in the race. So.
And the folks who are wondering about Dead Horse, looking at the tracker, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runners between the aid station and have already crossed the river.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a group of runners who I'm willing to bet they can see their lights, and there's a handful of runners. There's like about 4 stretched, maybe 5 stretched through the town of Clarkdale, which for me was the biggest surprise gem of Arizona. Living here since 2008. I had never been to that town. I've kind of driven through most of the other places, so I kind of had an idea, at least town-wise. But wow, that's a cute little town. All you think about is the industrial plant that sits outside it, but it's actually a very cute little town. And you run down Main Street, and there are dogs in the front yard barking their heads off as every runner goes by. But it's just a really cute little small town that is just tucked away, and it's so un-Arizona-like in some ways.
Emily Gerlich, yeah, the runners, crew, pacers, all rock. Thanks for tuning in. We slid back to Sedona, where we can see Howie Stern, Jen Gustafson, and I do believe Jeff Garmire's crew is still there. We're keeping an eye. Jean was asking if there's an aid station at mile 116. That would be Dead Horse, yeah. And as we mentioned, we've got cameras at Dead Horse, but
there should be a string of runners coming in shortly. But like I said, there's
you can see a few runners in the background on the current shot that we're going to be bringing.
Yeah, there's at least 9 runners in the mile leading up to it.
Yeah. They might be bunching up as they are there or as they're getting there as well. And, I know for a fact, I know a couple of runners who are on the course who, when it comes to running at night, they do feel more comfortable running with other people. And, it's just, you're safer in packs. I'm not saying that, I would be worried about being mauled by a wild animal out there, but, a lot can happen when it's at night out there. This is Wild Kingdom out here
There's a part
in the highlands of Sedona, or of Arizona.
Well, let's add one more piece to that as well. When I did the river crossing, I did it in the bright sunlight of mid-morning, and that's some swift-moving water,
Mm-hmm.
and it almost knocked me down. In fact, it did knock down a runner who I was catching up to at that point, because you're tired. And again, that's swift-moving water, and it's cold. And it numbs you very, very quickly. So these runners who are coming to Dead Horse are going to get a punch to the body, specifically the legs, from that cold water. And so if they're going to have to warm up quickly, and probably they're going to have to change shoes. Changing socks is great, but you may have to even change shoes, because it's not going to dry out between now and sunrise.
No, it's not. As we mentioned, we are just kind of hopping around the 3 aid stations that we do have eyes. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we might have eyes potentially on Mike McKnight as he's hitting the Sedona aid station.
There's the parking lot and the drop bags.
Let's see. I'm not seeing anything in particular on Josh's cam. We keep going to the static cam, but that's because largely that's usually our best high-quality shot at some of these aid stations. That's where Jamil puts the good cameras when he's setting things up. So, not that we don't appreciate the filmers, we do. I mean, it's just if we, if we've got, if we're not seeing something specifically, we generally want to try and keep a wide a shot as possible, and the static cams are where we get our widest shots. 1 minute out per Sedona aid, so he's probably like just right down at the street, basically.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point, he has got to come off the crusty trail. He has got to be on the sidewalk running up 89A. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the folks in the aid station are looking out the back corner and seeing him run along 89A, and then he'll churn up the airport road that extends into the area and then come up the dirt hill into the parking lot.
So
in fact, their cameras are out. I have a feeling they can see them.
Yeah,
I mean,
Howie Stern is moving
light there?
over.
That's him.
And Mike McKnight has hit Sedona at mile 145.
So we haven't seen Jeff do
And
anything.
he hit Sedona 13 minutes back of Jeff Garmeyer.
Okay, so there's a 13-minute difference. So the real question now is who's going to do what? So he has come to the aid station, and he is not decisively moving to his vehicle, which is interesting. Is he thinking about a turn and burn?
I mean, he in terms of racing, he's got to wear his sunglasses at night.
Yeah.
Very Corey Hart of him.
Well, okay, that's interesting. Jen just brought the binder out. Is she doing
Pacer signing,
She's either signing him in or or bringing him.
or telling him what he's got to carry on the way out.
Yeah. And there's Howie getting the picture. I wonder if he's contemplating. I mean, she could be signing, because I know she signs him in, and she could be signing him out as well. I wonder if he's going to take a nap. Yeah, he's heading towards the parking lot, so. Yep. I recognize those cones. So I think we have a situation where we have basically a tie for third place male being decided by who wakes up and gets out first.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely.
I mean, that's a possibility here. I'm not saying he's definitely going to sleep. We haven't seen Jeff Garmeyer emerge yet. I mean, we do see him sitting in a chair, him being Michael McKnight now. So this could be a very interesting next 5 to 10 minutes to see what he does.
The drama is palpable.
And again, this is now coming down to strategy and tactics and thinking, do I need to sleep again, or can I finish this? Can I go another 100 miles without a nap? Another 100 miles that includes Mingus, includes a climb up to the Coconino Plateau. And I like the sunglasses at night. I have had a number of dust and issues with my eyes, to the point where I now, and of course now that my eyesight is deteriorated as it should be for a person my age, and somehow my optometrist did not get killed for saying those words. Never forgive him for that one. He's no longer my optometrist. But anyway, I switched to the transition lenses, so I have nice, good Oakley, so I have clear glasses, so I can always see at night and get that dust out of my eyes.
I won't say that I wear them at night, but I definitely do keep my and it's just part of living in Arizona too.
Yeah.
I mean, you do run, and it doesn't take much for a couple of dust clouds to ruin your day. So even at dusk, and even when things start to get dim, I will still keep my sunglasses on until it is pretty much just about dark. So.
Being a cyclist, I used to wear my clear blade sunglasses. So clear blade glasses when I didn't need them for corrective, and now that I need them for corrective, I just have a good sport pair that transitions from bright to clear.
It will be, we'll have to see if we can, keep eyes on both McKnight and Garmire to see which one.
I think he's going to go back out.
Yeah, and
he's doing a sock change right now.
Well, of course, one thing that we saw last night, where there were a lot of people who were under the impression that McKnight was, not doing very well last night. He's very deliberate at the aid stations. He doesn't feel the need to rush.
Yeah, I know a lot of folks were concerned that he was taking too long, and I saw it as being deliberate.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I mean, this is not a 100-miler where spending 10 minutes in an aid station means you just gave up 2 miles.
Yeah.
Or a mile and a half for some of these top runners, depending on the course. I mean, I know not everybody's running 5-minute miles like Zach Bitter and others.
Karen asking how.
He looks great, and Howie had some great pictures. She looked good.
Yeah, she looked fantastic. Annie Hughes looked excellent as she was leaving the Sedona aid station. So looks like she is approaching the 149-mile mark.
Yeah, she took another deliberate. She didn't take a nap, but she took a nice deliberate changeover, and.
Yeah, and actually it was just about this time last night that Michael was heading into Whiskey Row, because it was just before it was in our golden hour, so to speak, of coverage last night that Michael was in and just kind of sitting down in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Kind of stretching out. He has elected for the chair this time. A little bit different. We can see, obviously the image is a little bit grainy, but I know that is Howie Stern taking some photos of him, and we will roll over to Instagram and check Howie's photos out and share those if we can see those.
I'd love to see a supercut of just aid station transitions like this. I mean, this can be. We've seen some really good ones. Who's been the runner with the baking rolling pin?
There were a couple, but I can't remember who it was specifically that we saw earlier today. Well, was it Stringbean McConaughey? Okay.
I mean, just some of those transitions he's done with, he is laying on his nice blue mat, eating mashed potatoes with his crew, putting their elbow to do a glute release. I mean, wow. And I think you guys mentioned, I think it was Nick mentioned on the chat or on the video, that, man, that's some trust, because if you hit that glute just right and that heel kicks up, yeah, you're going to have an NBA situation.
So, sliding over to the iPad really quick.
Look at that.
I just wanted to show a couple of people that are with us. Elliot phones home. His post as he's watching the Cocodona 250 is chopping wood, which leads me to believe he is a friend or a fan of Hector Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in with us, Elliot. Fireside Chats at Iron King Aid by Progress Through Photography. Beautiful shot right there of several runners and crew people. Cute little shot from Skull Valley.
Oh, that's awesome.
With some runners coming in. Thank you very much for these wonderful, wonderful shots of these runners. We love seeing it all. Welcome to Aid Station 4, Skull Valley. This will be a PR for you no matter what. That's how I ultra right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, it's great to see these, these shots all over. If you are out on the course, or if you are, following with or collaborating with a runner or something like that, be sure to share those shots with us. And by hashtag Cocodona250, I will see them. Stephen will see them. Matt will see them, and we can share them. And we want to, be able to, share your efforts and your story with the audience that's watching. We're happy to have everybody here. We know that the viewership fluctuates, and I know that it is getting to be the wee hours on the East Coast, and actually getting to be the wee hours in the Midwest and the West Coast as well.
And it's been the wee hours in Europe.
Yeah, actually.
Probably
Okay,
waking
wait a
up
minute. Okay, so if you're watching from overseas, what time is it over in? I mean, I know that I could go and Google, but it's so far to reach the iPad. We're just
Because I know Paris is 7:30 because I have a friend who lives in Paris and I have his time zone up.
7:30 a.m.
A.M. Yeah.
Okay, so they're waking up to the Cocodona 250
That's
broadcast.
right.
Yeah.
Let's switch back over to the Sedona.
Sedona Static or the
Yeah.
Sedona?
I want to see. Let's keep an eye on Michael and just.
All right.
It's great.
Yeah, that's what we're showing right now. So
Huh?
that's where we're at right
Yeah.
now. Okay, so
Yeah, that's. I mean. Yeah, because I think. Yeah, here we are. This is. This is the thing about where we're at in ultra running is that thankfully we don't have. And I say thankfully, we don't have massive bandwidth where we could have drones and cameras all over the place like we're a major sports network spending millions of dollars on this, because we wouldn't do this for free if we had to spend that much money. But the volunteers who've been out there, they're using their cell phones to capture this on gimbals and attached to Wi-Fi access points so that they're not using their data. They're using Aravaipa's data, and I tell you, it highlights just how hard cell phone data is in so many places here in Arizona. Which, like I said, I was saying this last night. It's not the case in a lot of places on the East Coast. I mean, places. Well,
Yeah,
like Shipley Hill would have great Wi-Fi or cell phone service on the East Coast because it's next to an interstate.
yeah,
Whereas here, it's got nothing.
you can't drive from Phoenix to Flagstaff and get a full continuous
You can't go
cell
to
phone
Prescott
reception.
from Phoenix. You can't go to Phoenix to Prescott.
Yeah, you have that dead zone past Black Canyon City for several miles.
Yeah.
So, our worldwide
There we
viewers are
go.
keeping up, or are letting us know. Thank you very much. Brett mentioning that it's 3 p.m. in Adelaide.
I always love those halftime zones.
And Project Josh, it is 3:30 in Australia, where he is at. Of course, Matt Feldake, our esteemed leader here on the live stream. His wife is from Australia, if I remember correctly. Tom Abbott said it is 6:30 a.m. in the UK. Thanks for waking up to us. Ilya Apostel saying it's 7:30 in Germany. 1 p.m. Wednesday in Taiwan.
And then, of course,
thanks Andrew Pavey, right down the road in Mesa, Arizona, mentioning that it is 10:33 in Mesa. Emily Donner, friend of the family, literally, actually, I guess she is family because she and her husband Dylan Harris are actually out on the course. Documenting, and Jeff Garmeyer actually started the race recovering from a knee sprain and some type of quad tear, but isn't showing any symptoms of that, thankfully. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that Jeff is not dealing with some issues in that regard. He'd been kind of low-key, and he was kind of joking that he hadn't done a lot of training in the short term prior to this race. I didn't know if it was just because he had other things going on or if he was potentially hurt. But thank you for clarifying, Emily.
it's been really interesting watching Michael here on. It's just he's just directing. He's getting his feet, not just taking care. And again, the foot care. That's the one thing no matter how great you're doing, that's the one thing that can take you out of this race and just
Oh yeah.
you got to get that right. And
Yeah, I mean, foot issues, blisters, that can end you. I mean, can you imagine?
got to keep those toenails taken care of. I mean, that's the thing that gets a lot of people caught off guard. I mean, I'm very, you know, I don't have too many black toenails because I've been, there's a great book out there called Fixing Your Feet, and a new edition came out around Thanksgiving, and it's been my Bible to swear by when it comes to taking care of my feet to ensure that I can get through things. And here he is. This has been a great chance for him to do a sock change to make sure his feet, if he's had the same socks on since Dead Horse, then that they're sweaty and dirty at this point, and to get a fresh pair to go in to take him to Munns Park, this is a great opportunity for that. And I like it, and I can't tell if his socks are still off. But that's one of the things I do like to do myself is at an aid station when I'm doing a change like this to keep the socks off my feet as long as possible so they can air out as much as possible.
Rosa, you did not miss any coverage from Deer Pass simply because we don't have the capability to do any live coverage from Deer Pass. The reception there is practically nil. So
I think you get one bar on a good day.
Yeah. It's just very hard. There are several aid stations and points on the course where we just don't have the capability to even to this point. Obviously some of the reception that we get even in the towns is touch and go, but out at Deer Pass, it's just not possible.
And you think about things like Western States, because that's always a great one to talk about because that's always on people's minds when it comes to U.S. races.
Oh yeah.
And the canyons have no cell phone. The only way we get tracking out of them is the ham radio operators running a computer network over the airwaves, and they put towers up just for that weekend, and they bounce the signal around the canyons to get it to Auburn to broadcast. You look at Badwater, there is no cell phone service. You can see, I mean, and when we were there last year, they had a minor earthquake. They took up the one tower that was in one valley. So we basically had like a 50-mile stretch of no cell phone service.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I tip my cap to the Western States live stream crew because the only media that they were getting from on course was when someone would take pictures and find a pocket where they could share via Instagram or Twitter or something, and they were kind of just relaying stills. What they do and what they versus what they're dealing with as far as logistics issues. That's why Billy, Dylan, and Corinne do such a great job on the Western States broadcast. I cannot tell you how much I admire their ability to keep a broadcast going, basically waiting until the amazing camera shots that they can bring us do actually go online.
And that's why I think you have seen for so many years great documentaries, because it's like, okay, we can just capture this footage at full quality and we'll just edit it later.
Yeah.
This is just, I said, being able to see this behind the scenes. I like a lot of you folks at home, I've seen this from the comfort of my own chair, or unless I was actually at the race, and this is it's a very interesting setup. I mean, and it's a lot of moving parts, and it's very impressive, and I hope that this is the beginning of making ultra running more accessible to everybody, because this is a great opportunity, and I'm hoping more people do things like this because we need more coverage of things like this.
Yeah, and we're happy to bring it. I mean, whether it be Aravaipa specific events, or we've started to get the opportunity to cover other events such as Jackpot earlier this year.
Yeah.
We did 6 days in the Dome prior as well. So if there's an ability to cover an event, we'll do our best to be there as long as we're wanted there. We are probably about 20 minutes, give or take, from winding down our broadcast day. unless
I'm
something
hoping Michael will hurry up.
significant happens.
Because he's obviously not taking a nap.
Yeah,
Clearly,
yeah.
clearly Jeff is. And so I'm hoping that we can see Michael leave before we sign off.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, and from what I can tell, Garmire has not gone back out yet either. I don't know if he's taking
Yeah, he hasn't moved.
a nap or a rest, but
I'm convinced at this point he's taking a nap.
it's entirely possible. Yeah, I mean,
Which, again, the question I ask is that nap he's taking going to refuel him and allow him to go to the finish line stronger without having to take a stop? I mean, that's... Oh, they're saying he's back out or going back out is what we're seeing.
are they talking about? I think
who-
they're talking about McKnight
Yeah, good question.
because, I mean,
But, you know, what,
as we mentioned, Garmire got to the station got to Sedona 8 at 10:08 local time, and McKnight got there at 10:21, and it is currently 10:41. So obviously, just doing the math, McKnight has been there for 20 minutes, and Garmire has been there for 33. And I don't have eyes on.
we just lost
Looks
that
like we
camera.
lost eyes there, so we'll go to the static Mingus cam,
Yeah,
or still go to the static Sedona cam since that's what we're talking about. I don't. I'm as we've mentioned, we are using the same tracker that we are sharing with you. Our tracker is not faster. Our tracker does not give us any inside information. We do have the occasional, message from our internal people with Aravaipa, but by and large we are working on the same information that
Look at
you
that.
are. Looks like
Look-
we are
All right,
confirmed. The tiger is sleeping.
Tiger is sleeping and Michael is standing.
See, if we called him Lion, we could have done something
The
about the
lion
lion
sleeps
sleeping
tonight.
tonight.
And I'm not going to sing it because I don't sing very well.
Oh man, that falsetto would turn everybody off.
Yeah, I
These
don't.
hundreds of viewers that we have watching would be gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does look like that is McKnight, and so in this case, Micah McKnight has an opportunity to.
So he took what he took. So look, he's taken over 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I want to just highlight he spent over 20 minutes here, and has just meticulously gone down the list of everything that he needs to do for his body. And while we can only see but so much, we definitely saw him doing the feet, and we saw him getting good foot care and getting that set up. I'm willing to bet he was taking in a ton of calories looking at all the stuff scattered about. And that's just amazing. And while they're cleaning that up, one of the fun things I'll highlight real fast is we're keeping an eye on Stan. He has until 3:30 in the morning to get to Iron King.
And where is he at right now?
And he is one of 4 people who are making their way to Iron King, and he is apparently about 6 miles out.
Okay, so he has
Plenty of
6
time.
6 miles to go, or 6 hours to go 6 miles.
6, yeah.
or 5 hours to go 6 miles.
5 hours to go 6 miles, and he's hanging out with Sweeper, so he's not by himself. It looks like I said, there's 3 others in front of him, and there's another 4 hanging out the aid station. So those folks are looking to be in some great shape right
For
now.
sure. My only hope, my only concern, and hope is that that they do get a little bit further ahead, so they can actually rest comfortably when they do feel the need to actually go down for some sleep time. So
Exactly, and that's what I'm looking at as well. Is like they just need to get, because this is the section to get here. They are kind of limited to they need to maintain a 26-minute pace. The good news is to get to Fane Ranch, those last 5.2, they actually have 57 minutes to get there because that's an 8:30 a.m. cutoff. And for those who have run through the night, that sunrise is magical, and it just re-energizes the body. You always feel like dropping at 4 in the morning, but when the sun comes up at 5, if you're running here in the summer, it changes everything.
yeah, and as we've continuously stressed, or continually stressed rather, Sedona is still over 100 miles from the finish line. But, in some ways, it's kind of where the race actually really starts.
Yeah. And there, and looking at the tracker around Mingus, it looks like there's a strong number of runners who are just they're scattered around taking a nap in the cabins, and that's perfect for them. That's a great opportunity for them. It looks like a good number of them have headed out recently.
Actually, I kind of like this shot of the Mingus Mountain. That's the thing is that they're shown as like and sprawled out across a couple hundred meters. So to kind of allude to Emily Donner's question in the chat, asking if it was still McKnight. Yeah, he's still there, and he is and we're viewing him. So it's the quirks of the
Switch over
tracking.
to Michael. He's just giving the goodbye hug, it looks like, to his crew.
There we go. Mike McKnight saying adios to his crew.
So it looks like he was there for 25 minutes.
Yeah, so he got in at 10:21 and leaving at 10:46.
Yeah.
So he basically, to this point, has gained about 38 minutes on Jeff Garmeyer at this point, and that's assuming, of course, Garmeyer is now still, down for a nap.
Yeah, he's supposed to be taking an hour nap, is what we hear. So he's going to go to the tent,
and here's the thing: if that's the case, then that means that say Garmeyer does get up and say he spends 5 minutes at aid when he wakes up, but if he took an hour nap, that puts him at 11:08, 11:13, and this is one of those things that hopefully kind of lays it out. So Garmeyer, say he's back out on the course at 11:13, and so he's basically 30 minutes behind Michael McKnight. That's still only 2 miles and change at this point with 100 to go.
This is going to be very interesting to watch tomorrow. It's going to be this podium is not set. Obviously, because right now we're talking a battle for third, and we're not talking about the fact that Jason Koop is 3 miles in front of them, or less than 3 miles.
You can see McKnight heading off into the distance.
And it's entirely possible these three runners that we're talking about may not be on the podium at all, even though we're looking at them as second, third, and fourth right now for the men.
Yeah, we're so far from where we
there's no telling what Kevin Goldberg is going to do, or Matt Smith. It looks like they're close to each other. There's no telling what Cole Crosby or Joshua Locke's going to do. They've been moving rapidly through the day.
There has been, you mentioned it's moving day. There's been a lot of movement along the leaderboard on the men's side. On the women's side, Annie Hughes is, she is out to a significant lead when you look at the standings because she is second overall. And the second female is Lauren Jones, who is 11th. But the gap between Annie and Lauren is roughly 16 miles, which is comparable to what she is behind McConaughey at this point. So that is Lauren Jones, who is second female right now at 133-ish, 134 miles. Rhoda Smoker, third female. Followed closely after. There's a pack of three: Rhoda Smoker, Bree Grigsby, and Sarah Ostaszewski, all between 125, 126 miles as well.
Let's give some Dead Horse some love.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since we've taken a look at them.
Before I came on, I actually was listening to the song Dead Horse by Guns N' Roses simply because I was trying to get into the mood. A little bit of Use Your Illusion 1 to get you ready to do a live stream for several hours. So, we might need to change our leaderboard here.
Yeah.
As Mike McKnight has overtaken Jeff Garmeyer. Let's see how far. Okay, so and Annie Hughes has maintained her lead over Jason Koop as well. So Annie Hughes
What was
with a 3-mile lead or so over Jason Coop. So
what was the gap that Pete had to overcome last year to take second?
oh, it was huge. He was double digits late in the race.
Yeah, I mean, because
Like Dax was ahead significantly when they got up to the plateau.
okay, so they got to the top of Hazard of Turkey Butte,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a huge gap there.
Yeah.
And that final night going to, because they did that, because I remember Dax getting to Tuttle, and yeah, he wasn't fully there.
It looks like Ben Light is believed to be Michael McKnight's pacer heading
wow.
out from Sedona. So he's got some skills with him. So
Yeah, Ben knows how to knock these 200s out.
absolutely, yeah. Ben Light obviously was out here last year, so he knows these trails, and obviously a very accomplished runner. Let's fly around a little bit here. We've
Yeah.
got our 2 dead horse cams. We've got activity there. We're not able to see it just simply because of the way that the aid station is set up in relation to the cameras. Sedona static we mentioned is still going. The Mingus static cam.
Yeah, and we probably won't see any action at Sedona for another hour,
Yeah.
except when Jeff wakes up.
Yes, we'll
That's
keep an
gonna be
eye
the
on.
next act.
We'll keep an eye on Sedona to see when Jeff Garmeyer wakes up, if he is up by the time we sign off for the evening. But at this point,
I don't expect that.
I don't either.
Not with what we're hearing.
Yeah, if he's going to be down for an hour, then we probably won't see any more of the Tiger King here this evening on Cocodona Day 2. Jean Ives with a question. Last year was the campfire cam at Dead Horse? Yes. And it made for some great viewing. People were so excited, and we were amongst them. That was a great way for us to end Day 2's broadcast, because, of course, we ended it with
And
Jamil.
and we saw the propane campfire rings out, but we never saw them actually hooked up after dark. And
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised by that, just knowing what the runners are going to be crossing just prior to the aid station with how cold that Verde River is. So I'm wondering if there might have been, with some of the fire restrictions, I know that open campfires are not allowed except in certain places. There's a lot of restrictions that just got put in place this week. And so depending on how those restrictions were applied at that state park, that may not have been possible. So,
yeah. As we mentioned, with Dax and Pete Mortimer last year during the waning hours of Cocodona 250, Dax, I don't think Dax was forced to have a sleep break, but it was basically implied that he needed to wait a while, and that the medical staff at Fort Tuttle would have preferred that he did take a sleep break.
There was
it's hard to force somebody to go take a nap.
Exactly, and
unless it's a
MedStar is
toddler or something.
And that's the thing about MedStars; they're not going to force someone to do something.
Yeah.
Their goal is to help you finish your race. They may have said, "Hey, there's some vitals and some things we're seeing that says you need to treat this before you leave."
Yep.
And that's what they decided to do.
Is that David Doran in the center of the Mingus cam? He put his head down there for a second. I believe that is.
It is entirely possible.
That looks like a David Doran sighting in the center of our camera view at Mingus, of course.
Yeah, they're behind that back television or speaker. I guess it is.
So when it comes into view, we'll take it.
I don't know. I can't tell without a Hawaiian shirt.
Let's see. Yeah, we had let's see. Yeah, as Best Bassett buddies Larry and Homer is saying, it was a double-digit lead for Dax Hawk on Pete Mortimer, even when they got to Kasner. I mean, it is, that's why, after having witnessed that last year,
We were like, nope.
yeah,
On the-
no way in heck I'm going to say that anything is a foregone conclusion. And the thing is that Dax had rallied. Like it was a really long sustained game of leapfrog because Dax didn't look great on day one, and Pete looked better on day one, and then earlier on somebody like Versteeg was running along with Drew Freeze,
Yeah.
and then Drew looked really rough for a little while there, but then he rallied later on.
But wasn't he coming off of an injury as well from some extra? There was an issue. I think yep, that is him. I recognize that sweater.
Yeah.
That's definitely David. And but yeah, I want to recall I was reading after the race there was some issue.
With Drew?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, or maybe I'm thinking somebody else. No, I'm thinking somebody else. Never mind.
Okay. I was going to say because I know that
runners.
I want to say that Drew had done
I think it was
some.
Corey.
I thought he had done like an R5 or something like that last year. I don't know if it was before or after Cocodona though. So
Yeah.
all of these runners are amazing. They're always doing things like that.
They're all doing something amazing. And I think for me, as I look at how this day has progressed, I'm surprised again at some of the drops we've had. I feel so bad for all these runners, especially some of the runners who were at the front end yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think my biggest surprise is the fact there wasn't more movement at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were some, but I think I expected a lot more shuffling. I don't think I expected Joe to just keep running off the front all day long.
Yeah.
I don't think I expected Annie to keep running off the front all day long and just keep. I mean, I figured there. And the thing is, in her case, not that she's first female, but the fact that she's still in the top three, and at the moment number 2 overall. Jason Coop is right there as well. So I think some of that is my surprise, is that there wasn't more movement.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and Joe is he's running ahead, but he's not running away, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like, I'm trying to think of a race that it compares to. I mean, obviously the first thing you would think of is like maybe a Walmsley Western States, but I was thinking more like Pau Capel at UTMB 2019, where it was like he was just out ahead and he got ahead and he just stayed ahead. It wasn't like he, completely, shut down the field, but he stayed long enough that once he got ahead, there wasn't a lot of doubt, but at the same time, it wasn't like it was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up UTMB, because I was kind of thinking there. We've seen so much shuffling going on at UTMB, and I think I expected a little bit more here.
Yeah.
And yeah, because we've seen people in the lead by a mile or two. All of a sudden, they're DNF at races like that, and here. And Joe had a 4-hour lead
today.
Yeah, I mean that's just when you look at the math on that and think he had a 4. Because that was during the daylight. He had over a 4-hour lead, and that's the part I think for me is he's just slowly added a little bit extra every time he got to an aid station. He was just a little bit extra out, and he's not destroying the field.
Mm-hmm.
He's just quietly stretching it.
Yeah. Go back over to let's see, we have Connie's Dead Horse Cam. Yeah, there are people at Dead Horse and there's activity at Dead Horse, but it's kind of hard and difficult to interpret from what we're seeing here. We could always go to our static Sedona Cam, where if you want to see a legend up close and personal,
There we go.
there is Howie Stern, the amazing, incomparable photographer himself, actually heading towards his phone. So I'm going to check to see his
Let's
account.
see his Instagram story, see if there's anything new up there.
Let's see if Howie Stern is posting anything. If he is, we will go
I
over
like
to
Amber. Amber is doing some bold predictions, saying McKnight's going to take second by the morning stream.
it. That would be impressive.
That's bold. That's a bold prediction. And of course, she says it's bold and biased. And hey, that's good.
There's nothing wrong with what is it? Fortune favors the bold.
Yes, it does. Well, yeah, unless it's a crypto commercial, and then that's another story.
So yeah, Amber Myers saying that bold biased prediction. So at least she qualifies it as being biased too. That McKnight overtakes second by the morning stream. I mean, keep in mind the morning stream is only what 6 hours away.
Yeah,
7 hours away.
Do I think he could catch Jason? Sure, why not? Do I think he's going to? Probably not.
What is the lead that Jason has on McKnight at this point?
It's about 2.5 miles.
Okay.
Mine's not refreshing. Let me refresh.
I was going to say I've got 3. I mean, yeah, but that's still not.
Yeah, it's 3 miles.
Yeah, I mean, a lot. That's half a mile an hour. That's easily possible.
And Annie, all she has to do is run a 100-miler now. She just crossed the 150 mark.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, just drop 100. I mean, you can do that in 14 hours at Javelina.
Well, and I mean, that's also the idea of actually hitting the tangents, which in a race like this, I mean, tangents.
There are no tangents. on Mingus. Not Mingus, I'm sorry, Eldon.
Yeah, coming down Eldon, I mean, if you're really concentrating to run the tangents, okay, but
okay, I might have been doing that coming down that forest road, going, I don't want to go up that curve. I just want to take that straight line. But going up it, you just go up it.
I mean, once you're coming off Mingus, you're basically running on dirt roads, and then Buffalo Park, which is wider than some interstates at some points.
There's one section people forget, and I forgot it, and it's that section from the Forest Road to Buffalo Park. That is, last year there was some trail work.
It's steep downhill.
It's steep downhill, and it was chopped up because they were doing trail work, so the rock was loose, and so yeah, last year that single track slowed me down quite a bit.
All right, we're gonna.
What do we see?
Jean Ives asks, how long will the coverage last after the winner finishes top 10? Jean, we're glad you asked. The coverage is going all the way through the end of the race.
So John, I think the correct answer is top all.
Yes. We are going from the start, or an hour before the start, as we had yesterday morning, all the way through the final finisher crossing the finish line, expectedly on Saturday morning.
And I have great news. You don't have to see me during that stream. You'll have some wonderful people joining.
Well, you might be out there on camera.
Well, I might be out there supporting a runner or two, but you'll have some great people working with Chris here on the commentary, some new perspectives.
Yeah, Sean, we're gonna be staying on. We're gonna be on all night tomorrow night through Thursday. The excitement in the room is palpable. We're gonna catch the top men and women in theory over the next couple days, and then go through Thursday night, and then we'll actually take a break again on Thursday night into Friday morning, and then we'll go Friday morning through the evening, and then Saturday morning. I guess that probably would be a situation where Matt and I will be in studio and kind of driving things into the finish. So you can see on our thank you very much, Stephen. This is our live stream schedule as of right now. Of course, the race is expected to be done on Saturday at noon. So yeah, this is our schedule. Tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. all night, and Thursday morning until 10 p.m. And then we will, reconvene on Friday and Saturday for these as well. But we're going to be here, and we are glad to have you joining us.
Howie's moving photos over to his phone.
I can't wait. You know what? That'll be a nice little present in the morning. John, that's one way to put it. Amazeballs. Yeah, that's kind of what our mindset is as well. But we're just going to throw it back to Sedona for a couple moments and catch the incomparable Howie Stern. I do see him getting ready to – he's playing with his phone, so maybe we won't be able to catch it tonight.
Mingus looks like David's about to head out. David Duran.
Yes, Flagstaff's own David Duran on our Mingus cam.
And to give you an idea where he sits on the course, so obviously it was a different course last year with the fire changes this year, but I came into Mingus around this time or midnight. I just don't remember. I have to go look at my stats to see when I came in last year. So for people who are now getting ready to head out, they're still looking at a Friday night finish. I mean, I finished 111 hours. So that put me around 9:30 because of the start time that I had. I was done I was done by 9:30 because I got to hang out for a bit, and so yeah, these folks are looking great, and anybody who's in Mingus right now taking a nap or whatever, they're in good shape.
Absolutely, and to reinforce that fact, Mingus, as we wrap things up for the day, Mingus Mountain at mile 91. Runners only have to be there by 1 p.m. Wednesday, so it is, or have to get out by 1 p.m. Wednesday. So, as long as they're still moving, they'll make it there. The cutoffs are structured as such that you are able to get some rests, and yeah, we've got obviously by the time that we have jumped on the air tomorrow, Iron King's cutoff will have lapsed. I wouldn't expect that we lose anybody at Iron King simply because of how I don't want to say easy, but how attainable that cutoff is. How attainable, and then I don't really see any cutoffs that I look at and say, oh well, they're in trouble. At least until Thursday at the, that's maybe that at that point things start to get a little bit tricky. Then for instance, I would say the biggest aid station or the biggest cutoff jump would be from Thursday to Friday, Sedona to Munns Park, where they've got to cover 30 miles in just over 12 hours. That might be a daunting task for some of them because that is a
when you break down those cutoffs at segment by segment, I have to run X pace. The hardest section really is the out and back because that is a section that requires you to run a 19.5-minute pace for those 15.5 miles. So that really is, in my mind, the hardest part from that point of view. Yeah, you need to do a 21-minute pace to get to Walnut Canyon from Fort Tuttle, but everywhere else you're looking at the 30s for the most part, or near a 30-minute pass. I mean, actually, to get from Dead Horse to Deer Pass is another 21.5-minute section. So again, if you time your sleep right, if you time your nutrition right, and that section from Dead Horse to Deer Pass, it's not necessarily a hard section. It's just exposed, and so if you're coming through at night, that's not a problem.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to do it for us here today. Stephen Crawford, thanks for joining us in the live stream here. Excellent choice of attire.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that'll be it for this Tuesday. We're going to wrap it up.